G'day guys, Mike with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode, and in the coming series of episodes, we're going to be taking a look at the different Legion characters, specialist units, and the main upgrades, that being helmets, not shoulder pads, or vehicle doors. So, we're going to kick off with the Dark Angels, and essentially work our way through. Emperor's Children will be next. So, first off, the old Dark Angels Legion Heads upgrade set. I actually really like these helmets. They're a little bit on the wide, fat side. They have a very small cranium sort of part. I wish that was a little bit bigger, but remember, these are hand sculpts, and they date back, I think these are Book 6 era, maybe even earlier, so sort of 2015-ish. And they're holding up pretty well, I think. Not a bad little set of helmets, heads, whatever. Not an awful lot to say about them, though. So, the one thing I think that was really good on them was the helmets that have, like, the center helmet down the middle here has a really good sort of knightly look about it with the styling, whereas the helmet, say, to the left of it looks more like something that the Death Guard would have, as does the one on the top right. In fact, this one here, this one, top right, and then the middle two on the left. They all have Death Guard vibes to them, whereas I think that one in the middle, that and maybe the top left and middle right, all have that sort of more knightly looking attributes to them. Then they did an upgrade set. Now, unlike many of the other Mark 6 helmets, Legion helmets, these ones they actually kind of pulled off. I think they came out quite good. The three leftmost helmets, or the one type of sculpt, that has the most, again, knightly attributes, but I don't mind the other two either. I love the callback to King Arthur in John Borman's Excalibur with the helmet, the head without a helmet, that is. And I don't mind the head with the helmet and the little winglets on it. Perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable, and this is one of the rare instances where I think these heads might actually kind of outshine the base heads. So kudos to the new sculpts, I guess. Then we have the Legion Contemptor Dreadnought. Well, it goes without saying, so all of the Contemptors are better when they are their full resin selves, not the combination of resin and plastic that we have sort of been forced into now with the changes to the kits, just to try and sell more of those plastic Contemptor Dreadnoughts. But I do like the kit quite a lot. There is a little bit of modularity with it, with how you set up the little sculpture in the center of the torso, I believe. That is changeable. You can change it out to be either just a sword or the angel with the wings holding the sword. Yeah, I like this model quite a bit. The candles either side of the head on the sarcophagus is great. And overall, it is probably in the sort of mid-tier of Contemptor Dreadnoughts. It's got a lot of nice attributes, but as with so many of these Dreadnoughts, it was not just the torso, but it was the combination of the rest of the body that really made them stand out. Unfortunately, what's going to happen is with so much plastic, you'll get a lot more sameness with Dreadnoughts now. It's really just down to how you choose to use paint and decals to accessorize their bodies, which is a real shame, because you end up with these beautifully detailed torsos and then just sort of nothing on the rest of the body. Yeah, definitely something that could use an improvement. So going from there into the Leviathan Dreadnought, and this gives you a bit of an idea of how the Contemptor Dreadnought originally looked and felt. I think this is one of the best Legion-specific Leviathans that is going, frankly. It's actually modified in the body and torso. Most of these Leviathans are not. So you see how it's got the little arches over the top of the heavy flamer nipples? Those arches and the fact that the frag assault launchers are cut out into those sort of gothic archways all up the body, those are very unique attributes, and you don't tend to see that on the other Leviathan Dreadnoughts, anything like that. Same with the shields forming the kneecaps. many of the other Leviathan dreadnoughts that have been created, like the Night Lords one or the Blood Angels one, they're pretty much just a stock Leviathan where they've just added extra trim to it, added a few symbols to it. Nothing really feels as unique as this one. I think this is the one Leviathan that really probably had a vision to it, and I think it's probably their only 10 out of 10 Legion Leviathan sculpt. I think it's a really, really good job that they did with this particular one. None of it is too over the top, and there's not too much crap going on with the body, which I think is a big one to point out here. It doesn't have Dark Angels icons all up the torso, covering everything. It's just the right balance for me personally of busy and blank canvas to do your own thing. So kudos to them on that one. Next up, we have the Praetor on foot. So I think this was the first Dark Angels model actually released for 30k. And I really, really like it. I think it's a fantastic model. It's just the downside to this thing is that, well, there's no effective rules for shields this edition. Yeah, okay, you can take a boarding shield or a combat shield, but it really seemed like this was something that was going to have its own special rules, because it was so unique to see a Praetor who came out with a shield, especially being a Heresy version 1 Praetor. You contrast that with, Imperial Fists. They have storm shields. They don't have it on a character. And the Salamanders, well, they don't have a character to have one on, but if they did, I doubt they would get a dragon scale storm shield. So it was a bit of an odd choice here. I mean, Iron Hand, same boat, no boarding shields on them. So odd choice to have the character being armed with a shield. But it does evoke those sort of knightly vows and values and all that. And overall, I think it's actually a really nice miniature. It's just, the shield is an odd choice. I really do wish they'd had some sort of proto-storm shield. I think that would have been a great addition to the Dark Angels. It would make sense that the First Legion would have that kind of equipment, as much as the Imperial Fists do. But, yeah, other than that, though, it's a really nice model. And in fact, I think we do have a 360 of it. I also like the helmet with the wings flared out. It's a unique and different look, and yeah, I rate it. Also has a nicely proportioned sword. It's not crazy over the top. It doesn't have a mega long hilt. The hand grip, on the sword isn't a meter long or anything like that. Just a lovely model, and that's great to see. Alright, next up is the Cataphracti Praetor, and again, this is a real winner for me. I think they knocked this model out of the park. It has all those little knightly attributes. It has the chainmail, the little bits of, what would you call it, like the filigree, these little cut-ins, I guess, around the bits of armor. It's not just a regular Cataphracti that's just had a bunch of stuff put onto it. They took the time when they sculpted this to cut parts of it out, to remove bits of the armor plate that weren't needed. And it is a better model for it. The choice of weapon is not terrible here. And the pose, there is enough of each arm exposed that is not actually the worst thing in the world to convert. You can just do a straight line cut above the elbow and below the elbow, I should say, on either side of this miniature to change the arms out while still keeping the shoulders and the bits of cloak all intact. That's good. That's good for convertibility. That's good for the players, because those of us who are actually using these things in the game, we need to have that ability to customize our miniatures, because that's a big part of building your lists. And this one is, again, a fantastic balance of detail versus still having a bit of blank canvas, still not being too over the top, and not being too undercooked at the same time. It's sort of hard to really define these qualities. The sword is also pretty well balanced. It's clearly just big enough for two of his hands to grip the sword, and the length of it is not so great that it looks weird being held in one hand. So another win there. Alright, so what have we got up next? We have the Dreadwing Interemptors. These are a bit of an interesting one for me, because they are so basic in so much of their bodies. These are kind of like the Contemptor Dreadnought. They almost have stock Mark III legs, stock Mark III arms, and then just randomly have like interesting heads and torsos. So, yeah, it's a bit of an odd choice there. Because it's like, well, on many other Legion Elite units, they do something interesting with the legs, but these are a different leg sculpt. These are possibly like the proto version evolving towards what the new Mark III looks like in 30k. It's sort of halfway between that and the old Mark III, because this is different knee pads. There's all sorts of different qualities, we'll say, comparatively to what's going to come after. As for the weapons and such, I like them a lot. I have one little detail I don't care for, which is the little sword, little Deathwing type sword that is on the plasma incinerators, but neither here nor there. And yeah, I think they're actually a nice looking unit, and they've got some conversion potential as well. If you were to take a unit like this and then simply take the weapons off them, do an arm swap, you can make an interesting different unit, like a veteran squad, for example. This would be a perfect base for that without treading into the territory of something like the companions, which are very, very over the top. Speaking of which, the Inner Circle Knight Cenobium. Now, everything that the Praetor got correct, I think these miniatures get very wrong. Because the Praetor did a lot of interesting things with the legs, with the knees, with the cutouts, and the making it feel less like stock Cataphracti with stuff slapped on. These ones feel like stock Cataphracti armor with a lot of stuff slapped on, and in fact, these guys have more trinkets, knickknacks, busy bits of items than added onto their armor than the Praetor himself does. Like if I go back to that Praetor, and you have a look at him and just how much stuff is on his chest, on his legs. His chest is just a single sword with wings on it, for example. And yet we compare that to these guys, and none of them have anything sort of... Maybe the closest is this guy on the left, who has the winged skull, but even then he's got all this stuff going on around the gorget. The hooded knight helmets, and it's like visual vomit, this unit. And the potential was there to have a really, really nice unit. And in the artwork, these units look amazing. The problem is, though, in the artwork, a lot of these details are shrunk down, and it works because that artwork is trying to portray a more realistic style. But perhaps they couldn't sculpt that detail and be able to cast it in any meaningful way, especially in a way that people could paint. And so things like that sword and wing icon, which is so small and neat on the artwork, becomes this giant sort of, almost like the Palatine pillars on the Emperor's Children. It's this big defining characteristic on them. And of course the little winglets above the sort of sergeant here, his armor are just these very chunky bits of resin. The swords, instead of being just the neat hand and a half sword that the Praetor has, again, look at the grip on it, it's just the size of two fists, his main fist and his second fist. And these guys, they're like a three-handed sword. They've got this sort of Zweihander German two-handed Landsknecht sword length handle, but the blade on it is just a regular power sword's blade length. They're meant to be these giant tyrannic great swords, these big two-handed things, but they're just a regular sized blade with a comically oversized hand grip. So that never was something that appealed to me, and there's a lot of issues with the squad because of that. It's just busy, it's visual diarrhea, and it would have been so nice if they just made this Praetor and made just 5 or 6 different sculpts for it, and that would have worked better, I think, than what they ended up with here. This is definitely the worst thing in the Dark Angels lineup. The next thing is the Deathwing Companions. Now, I like the Deathwing Companions a lot. I don't care for the paint scheme overly much, but that's got nothing to do with these sculpts. What's interesting is the choice of going with these weird shields, which again are very different to... I think it would have worked better without these shields and just with something very similar to the other Praetor, to this shield. I think that would have been a better look for them. Personally, would have tied in the range a little bit better. But the shields they ended up with, they work. They work. It's just, could have been a 10, ends up at about a 7. That's all. But unlike the Cenobium, these are the right amount of busy. And in fact, if you paint these guys in a slightly more conservative scheme than this, it really allows them a chance to shine as sculpts. They've got interesting helmets with the nice little winglets on them, and it works here. It's nowhere near as thick or chunky as on other units. They've all got the right sort of look and feel about them. The only thing I would say it's probably a detraction from this point would be that the actual cross guards on these swords are massive. The big, thick diamond cross guards on all of these guys, which are kind of a little bit underwhelming. But they're easy enough to convert. There's a lot of stuff you can do with them. And in fact, the bottom left one with his right knee raised up on the tactical rock is, I think, one of my favourite pieces of conversion fodder for any Legion, but especially for Dark Angels, of course, because he's very easy to convert for Dark Angels. But that miniature there is just a Praetor in waiting, a Centurion in waiting. And thanks to the ability to do a few arm swaps and a quick head swap, you can end up with a fantastic stylized Legion unit by doing that. So, yeah, I really, really like this squad, and I think they look great. Just a pity that there is not many other weapon options. You sort of don't get a lot in the kit itself when it comes to customizing the squad or really making them into the Deathwing Companion squad that you really want to be running as your HQ choice. Speaking of HQ choices, Causewayne. Yes, one of my favourite characters in the Horus Heresy, and I think many people's favourites. I'm not a huge fan of this miniature. One of the things that kills it for me is the giant hand grip, which seems to be for some reason like a polished aluminium. Again, that's just a paint job, but the length of it is truly an issue, because why does he have a sword that long? The hand grip is 2/3 the length of the actual blade of the sword itself. It's disproportionate. It doesn't look right to me. What needs to happen with this is people need to convert it and cut away the gap between the two hands, join them together, and then move the pommel up closer to the bottom hand. This is like an axe handle or a long mace handle. It does not look like the grip of a sword. And it's just such a strange choice on this miniature. The other strange choice is the cloak is a chainmail cloak, and it's like secured to fabric. There's a problem here though, in that, well, chainmail is incredibly heavy, and I mean incredibly heavy, and by the time you scale up chainmail, even if it was in some lighter material like titanium, by the time you scale it up to the size of a Space Marine, it is not going to be flapping in the breeze. It is going to be, even when you're moving, the weight of it is so much, it is going to be just hanging down. Because you're talking at this sort of size, if it was steel-based, something well over 100 kilos, but even if it's something like titanium, you're still talking around 40, 50 kilos. And so, at that kind of weight, this cloak isn't billowing and flapping around. It's simply too heavy. It's such a bizarre choice. So it's those two aspects of the model which I really strongly dislike. I'm also not a fan of all these swords wrapped around the wrists. It just felt to me like they wanted this model to seem more flashy and impressive, and the only way they could think of doing that was through adding all of this extra stuff to it, so that he's just overboard and overboard and overboard. And yeah, I hate that aspect of this model. But things like the cloak and the sort of fur pelt, sort of homaging the lion itself or himself, and the style of backpack, that's all great. The helmet looks good. The blade and crossguard on the sword, that also looks great. The main body itself looks good on this miniature. So it's pretty much just the cloak, the forearms, and the grip on the sword. If you can fix those characteristics, you fix this model. But it's a real shame. Like, I think they ruined Causewayne. He's not as badly ruined as some other characters, but it could have been so much better. This is a solid 5 out of 10 for me, when it had the potential to be a 10. It really, really did. Speaking of sort of wasted potential, Marduk Cedras. So, yeah. What is that sword? That's unfortunately the very first thing that you see when you look at this model is that sword. It just looks awful. It doesn't look cool. I think someone thinks it's cool, and the background behind it is. This is the rare instance out of all of the Legion units we've got in the game for the Dark Angels where the sword grip is too small. It's barely big enough for one hand, but this second hand won't be able to grip it correctly. The grip is not long enough. So he needs more grip. Causeway needs 50% less. It's odd, okay? And these things, I can't help but notice them. The other little quirk on him, apart from the sword grip and sword blade, well, I guess you can just say at this point, the sword, although everything in the middle is nice, is the little skulls running up the center of his thighs. They're just an unnecessary detail. But as for the rest of him, I'd say this is a rather perfect Praetor model. I really, really like it. It's not too over the top in detail. Again, it's less than the Inner Circle Knight Cenobium. His plasma weapon looks great. It's not over the top itself. The cloak isn't some crazy chainmail billowing pattern. All of his leather straps are pretty sensible. It's a really, really nice model. So my suggestion here would be maybe just swap the sword out. I can live with the thighs. I just can't live with that sword. It's just awful. So yeah, sorry Marduk. But yeah, you're probably a 8 out of 10 character. Bit boring pose, but that's fine. I'm just glad to see that he can at least be posed without standing on a tactical rock because his feet are flat, and that's a good start. And of course, no look through a Legion would be complete without looking at their Primarch. So let's look at Lionel Johnson. So I am, I think, a Lion fan. Where do I stand on him though? Well, I think it is nice that we have a Primarch here who actually has a helmet. The option of taking the helmet versus not having one is kind of a rare thing in the Horus Heresy. Alfarius, of course, has a helmet, but most Primarchs don't get the option of taking a helmet. So that's immediately a +1 in his favour. The pose isn't too bad. It's similar to a couple of others, though. We see a few poses that get repeated throughout the Primarchs. This is not a limitation of there are only so many poses a human can pull. This is just a limitation of this is the poses they liked the most, so that's what they sculpted. And Simon Egan is an incredibly talented sculptor. I believe he is the one who sculpted the Lion, and in fact sculpted many of the Primarchs. He has a lot of the attributes from like the artwork, like the little spikes on his elbows is one of those attributes where it's like, okay, it's artwork appropriate, but it's kind of dumb. But then again, I'm a Magnus the Red fan, so I can't really complain about dumb spikes in weird places. The funny thing about the Lion is he actually has a lot less detail going on than things like the Inner Circle Knight Cenobium. So can we say that they're coping yet or something? He has just a perfect amount of detail. His knees have the little bit of heraldry, but his legs are very plain. Just a little bit of trim going on there. He has a lot of his more interesting stuff going on around the belt line, the belt buckles and the scabbards. That's all cool. I'm totally happy with that. And it was possible, and I did manage to magnetize both weapons on him and both scabbards on him, as well as the head and helmet options. So my Lionel Johnson can do any of those things, which is great for me as the player. And I really like how he sort of was pulled off. I love these twin nacelle backpacks that they do on Primarchs. They always look good. I don't think I've seen a bad one yet. nor do I think we will see a bad one. The Lion Pauldron looks great, and as does the Dark Angels Legion iconography all over the left pauldron. The head also looks really good. Interesting choice that they decided to give him the beard. But, it makes sense. But it's interesting they didn't give, Russ one, or they didn't give Dawn a mustache. And for some reason, Jagged-Eye Khan doesn't have the big Fu Manchu. That's a missed opportunity, just going for the lazy goatee. But yeah, Lionel Johnson. I think this is one of the better Primarchs, especially because of the fact that you get a lot of versatility. You've got multiple weapon options, and you've got multiple helmet options. Even if there are some slightly better Primarch sculpts out there, this is the only Primarch sculpt that really gives you versatility in that same level. And I think that deserves to be moved up a couple of rankings because of that. So I'd probably call this a 9 out of 10 Primarch, just because of that. If you ignored that and you said, no, you've got to pick one pose, one weapon, and it's all glued together, okay, we're talking more of an 8 out of 10 Primarch. But still, fantastic miniature, and nothing I really feel like picking on here, which I think is a really good sign. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Quick summary, by the way. I pretty much like everything except the Inner Circle Knight Cenobium. Those things are just busy trash where it's verbal diarrhea. Visual diarrhea. Yeah, verbal diarrhea is what I do. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you on the next episode. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode we're going to be looking at the Emperor's Children model range. So this is all obviously Forge World and, well, Australian dollars, so don't be too freaked out if you're in America. Our dollars are, well, they're worth a different value to yours, but also Games Workshop has a very, how should we say, favourable exchange rate that they've decided upon. So, yeah, keep that in the back of your mind. Anyway, let's kick it off with the original Emperor's Children Mark IV upgrade heads. I have never liked these heads. Possibly for the fact that they are just all 100% identical, the exact same head. I think they needed a little bit of something to differentiate them. Yes, there is the ponytail, crest, whatever you want to call it, that you can glue onto one of the helmets to turn it into like a sergeant's helmet. But on the whole, not the biggest fan in the world of this lot of heads. And the other thing it falls into is a trap that all of these first-gen heads pretty much fell into, which is you only get 9 helmets. You get 9 helmets, and you get one blank, well, not blank, it's just a head with no helmet. And not everyone wants that, especially those who are more practically minded and feel that everyone should have a helmet on because helmets are smart to wear in combat. Yeah, not the greatest. So, not a huge fan of this set, especially when we have other gorgeous helmets that we'll see later on in the form of the Palatine Blades. So, next up on the list is the Emperor's Children Mark VI heads, and I think the Sergeant head looks fantastic here. Is definitely a better version of the previous helmets. But the beaky helmets, I think the just flat gold piece of trim is really boring design. There are so many things they probably could have tried, and instead what they came up with is very bland and unimaginative. Yes, it is a beaky and that is great, but they could have done something like added in a little bit of like a sonic shrieker into maybe the sides, each side of the beaky grill or something. But yeah, they're just, I think for the Emperor's Children, apart from this one helmet for the Sergeant, they're not very good. And if I was going to use the original helmets, I would probably be more in favour of using those than these ones. I would just intersperse them throughout the force, just the occasional person with them, maybe even just the Sergeants in the squads to really note that they're Emperor's Children. So next one along is their Phoenix Spears. So these are their unique Legion weapon. And it's great to see them, but why is it only the spears? There are multiple types of Phoenix weapons available, and even things like charnable sabers and such, and I suppose there were other weapon types, but they're all Mark IV arms. They're very much a hangover from a period in Heresy 1.0. And funny enough, the blue tack that holds these still in place is stuck behind a few of the hands. They didn't Photoshop it out. It has nothing to do with the quality of the parts, but I think it's just funny. But yeah, they're nice weapons. These are gorgeous. And in fact, these Phoenix blades here, these Phoenix spears, for both the Power Armor and Terminator Armored ones, because you can see the Terminator one, second in from the left, is a much larger blade with a much larger fist. They actually look nicer than some of the weapons sculpted on the Legion Praetors, which we will, of course, get to. Next up is the Contemptor Dreadnought. Now, this is actually a pretty nice Dreadnought. It's nowhere near the top of the Dreadnoughts list. In fact, I think it's one of the worst Legion Contemptor Dreadnoughts, but it is by far not an ugly Dreadnought. So, I really like it. The problem is, of course, that it had a really high bar that it actually had to live up to, and that sort of sucks in the long run. Compared to the other Dreadnoughts, but it is by far not an ugly Dreadnought. The only downside here is that this particular Dreadnought is a case of a very, very blinged out Dreadnought torso, which now has to go onto a very, very boring, flat, bland plastic Dreadnought body, and it's too much of a hard shift from one to the other. Yeah. Alright, from there we get to the Emperor's Children Palatine Blades. These miniatures are gorgeous. These are some of the first miniatures released in Heresy 1, and I think they really hold up. And you can see in the design of the different Mark IV helmets, there is a lot of differences here, a lot of diversity in the styling, the artistic look to them. They're fantastic. The choice of filigree and the flat faces on the helmets, as well as the things like the little leather straps, the gold trim and embellishments around the armor, and of course no one can look past the blades themselves. Just a very iconic design, that almost falchion style blade or katana style blade, but just with that little bit of a leafing effect to the end of it. Really lovely designs, and yeah, they hold up. The only thing they suffer from is something that all of these early Heresy sculpts suffer from, which is the scale creep of the system. Over time, Games Workshop has consistently increased the scale on miniatures, and unfortunately the Palatine blades suffer from that more than many others do. It is what it is, okay? Next up, of course, the Phoenix Terminators. Now, Phoenix Terminators are possibly some of the most gorgeous sculpts in all of the Horus Heresy, perfectly emblematic of their Legion, and it goes to show what you can do with an almost identical sculpt, and it is an almost identical sculpt. There are very few subtle differences between the members of this unit, but due to the posing and the different options available to them for that posing, like you can put any of these parts on any of these models. It's not like new kits where it's you must put this set of arms on this body, you must put this head in this pose. No, every one of these miniatures, the top torso is a different component to the legs. The arms are a different component. The spears are a separate part that attaches at that wrist. The only ones who match up are the ones with the two-handed weapons, and even then you can put those two-handed weapons onto any particular body you feel like. This is so much more improved than many modern sculpts, and this was all hand sculpted. And they also have some of the finest details that we see in the entire Heresy range. So I really have to appreciate them on that level, and I think you should too. These are just gorgeous miniatures to this day, and in fact, I think these are better sculpts than the Legion Praetors. And if I was going to be using these miniatures, I would use them not just to create Phoenix Terminators, but to create command squads by simply changing the hands. You can easily turn them into another type of Terminator, or by doing some other conversions to them, take the helmet out, put a bare head in there, maybe put a standard on the back of them, something like that, turn them into a Legion Praetor. These are beautiful models for it, and they work so well. Gorgeous, love them. Chef's Kiss. Speaking of Chef's Kiss, the Cacophony are the only unit outside of maybe the Gal Vorbak, which is showing the slow descent of the traders into chaos worship. And these are from Book 2. These guys are present at Isstvan 5. And they are that beautiful combination of, you can see that they're heading towards being Chaos Space Marines, but they're not there yet. They are still very recognizably in Mark IV, but with weird augmetics. They've got more gold trim starting to creep into the armor scheme. The Mark IV helmets on them are being perverted. You can see the bare heads, the augmetics that are being performed on them. Of course, the different little speakers and such on these guys, where they've just drilled out all the existing voxes and put other stuff into them. And again, hand sculpted. And they are perfect. This is something that is really disappointing about the later Heresy books, just as a quick aside, is that they don't take the time they haven't taken the time over at Games Workshop to make very late Heresy units. They talk to us about how, this is a late Horus Heresy book, the traders are going full chaos, but then we're provided with kits which are indistinguishable from miniatures that would be used in the Great Crusade. I just think it's such a poor juxtaposition for the setting. These miniatures, though, are perfect for emphasizing that point. And they say to you, like, hey, there is something wrong here. These are clearly perverted versions of what came before. And I love the cacophony. But anyway, now we're going to get into something a little more controversial, and that is the Legion Praetors. They are not bad sculpts. That's the first thing I want to say. However, it is hard to fall in love with them when they have come after the previous sculpts. Because if you compare the Palatine Blades, the Legion Praetor, the Palatine Blades are so much superior in style. Part of that has to do with the way that the gold trim is utilised. If we go and we look at something like the Palatine Blades, everywhere the gold trim is used on them, it is used in very specific ways. The gold trim forms little filigree. It's not just a curved piece of gold, it's gold that loops back and forth in the pattern almost like vines or a fleur-de-lis symbol, for example. And you see it on the knees here, the way that the gold comes out, same as on the chests and the Palatine quillers on the chest, versus, say, this guy where the gold is just that. It's just a swirl. It's just a single tick, a single curve. The only swirl that's sort of semi-correct is this one here on the cloak. None of it on the torso is quite right. And you do kind of notice it. And on top of that, look at the chunkiness of the Phoenix Spear or Phoenix Weapon, Halberd, whatever you want to call that, comparatively to the other sculpts. It's really bad. And this is not necessarily the fault of the sculptor, because the sculptor may be limited by things like casting techniques. Forgeworld may have said, look, it is really hard to cast the old Phoenix Spears and Charnable Sabres on like the Palatine Blades or the Phoenix Terminators. They're just so thin, they're so fragile, we want to go a little bit thicker. It'll be cast a little bit easier, be more sturdy for the player. That could be the reason behind it. But there is one part on this miniature, and only one part, that I just adore, and that is this head. The head is fantastic. It is better, I think, than many of the old cacophony. Just the way that the jaw is sort of distended and the Vox grill placed into his face, and the paint job really helps emphasize that. It's just sort of a bit red, a bit purple around it, like it's slightly infected, and as well as the purplish Slaneshi colours in the skin. I just think that's a bit of visual storytelling there. There is also a helmet available to us. It's okay. It's a Mark VI helmet, but it's actually less impressive than the Mark VI helmet found in the original squad. So that's a bit of a downside. And another weird quirk of this miniature is the rivets on the leg. They're unlike any other rivets we've seen. They're really tiny and there's a lot of them. And I don't know how I feel about that. I just think it's a little bit mismatched. When I see this miniature, and I have seen it in person a couple of times, I feel like it looks to me more like when someone has tried to make an STL or make a copy of a Games Workshop miniature, something in the style of Games Workshop, like a Cyborg Miniatures, or like an Artel, like a War Games exclusive, one of these other brands. And it's like, it's similar. Like you can see it's got some sort of similar heritage, but it's not quite right. That's how I feel about this miniature. And all of those arguments translate perfectly across to this miniature. Because, well, they got one thing right on this. Maybe two. I kind of like the combi bolter. But the thing they got right on this was the gold trim, the little squiggles of filigree like around the shins here. They're pretty close to what we saw in the old Phoenix Terminators. The problem is, you look at this fat, chonky sculpt and you compare that back to something like the Phoenix Terminators. They're both in Tartarus armor, which, by the way, is great. I love Legions where the Praetors and the Elite Terminators are in the same type of armor. That is ideal. You don't want a situation like the, I think, Blood Angels, for example, where it's like your Legion Terminators don't work with the Legion Praetor. That always sucks. But in this case, it is just an inferior miniature compared to those Terminators. I would rather take an extra Phoenix Terminator, especially for the cost, $75 here, or I can spend double that and get 5 guys instead of, 2 for that price, and I can turn this into 5 different Terminator armored consoles, or make a bigger Phoenix squad, or give one of these guys a Legion banner and turn them into a command squad. Like, there are so many things I can do here. This is awesome. This is not. And I'd be very curious to see how many people have actually bought this miniature. And again, no hate on the sculptor. He seems like a really nice person too, the person who sculpted this, and I have had the pleasure of having a quick little chat with him. This is someone who's passionate about their work, and they've been assigned the job to do, and they did it. So, no hate on them at all. I just really want to stress that point. It's just, it sucks having to follow up someone else's work on this range when the other person is already absolutely knocked out of the park. Like, it's unfair to the sculptor who's chasing that, especially when they don't know the secrets behind the original sculpt, and they're also got to stick to some corporate mandate which says you will do it this way. Anyway, going on from there, we get to Eidolon, who is one of the OG goats of the Heresy, and Eidolon is a near-perfect miniature? Not quite, though. He is from that time when the bases started to get really out of control for characters. This is the book 2/3 era, where characters started to get just bigger and bigger and more ludicrous bases, which I think finally capped out with Perturabo. It was kind of tolerable on Horus, and but by the time we got to Perturabo, because Horus is the War Master, Perturabo is on like half a knight torso. Sigismund's standing on the corner of a Sicaran battle tank. Some of these bases were getting pretty out of control, and Eidolon is no exception. He's got most of a Derrideo Dreadnought on there. I mean, that's pretty excessive, I think we can all safely say. But apart from maybe the Skrillex hair, which means you are sort of limited on the posability of this miniature, like the head must sort of sit a certain way because of the way the hair has to overlap the armor plate, I really like it. The inclusion of the Sonic Shriekers into the backpack is a masterstroke, especially on this jump pack, and the hammer is gorgeous. This is a weapon I think should be sold as an individual component or a variant of it, and should be made its own weapon class for the Emperor's Children. Call it the Phoenix Maul or the Phoenix Thunderhammer. And it should be a strikes at initiative hammer if you charge. Like, yes, that's strong, but hey, people have got to pay the points for it. So, yeah, but what a gorgeous weapon. Like, they actually made a hammer look really, really elegant in Warhammer, where the hammers are always these gigantic, clunky, ugly-looking things. Like, even Forgebreaker is a very large and clunky-looking weapon. This looks more elegant than Forgebreaker. And it's great. The shoulders, like, they have a lot going on, but in this miniature, it feels like you can have a lot going on because it is Eidolon. He is so over the top that people comment about how over the top he is as a character, because I think he's a bit of an idiot. And frankly, at times he is, but they did still find spaces to leave blank canvases, like on the shins, the upper thighs, even the arms have a little bit of gold filigree, but that's about it. And they resisted the temptation to cover the backpack in filigree. So it's pretty much a masterclass in what is the absolute upper limit of what you can put onto a miniature, I think, while still maintaining a tasteful miniature. I believe there is also a helmet option that is included. which is not bad either. And I quite like it, and I wish that this was the helmet type that was available for more people. Obviously, it doesn't need the sort of horsehair crest coming out the top, which I think looks gorgeous again. But just the helmet itself with the little Vox grills either side of the muzzle of the helmet, to the left and right, those things look fantastic. Like, it's just a beautiful incorporation of like the 40k Sonic Shriekers aesthetic into a 30k miniature. And it's a surprisingly convertible model as well for Emperor's Children to make other characters out of. So, yep, love it. Absolutely adore Eidolon of the Emperor's Children. Then we get to Saul Tarbitz. And Saul Tarbitz is... he's an OG of the Heresy and a beloved character, which is great. Although he does look like Sylvester Stallone with blonde hair. I have very mixed feelings about Saul Tarbitz's miniature. In many ways, he is more busy than Eidolon, and his character is a lot less of a showboaty character than most Emperor's Children. He's probably the most down-to-earth of Emperor's Children, maybe along with, say, Solomon Demeter. But then you've got the sword. Now, the sword, the blade works for me, the grip works for me, but the two together do not work for me. Something about that crossguard doesn't look right. I think it needed more of like a rapier style hilt or a more similar hilt. It just seems like that crossguard just gets in the way of the user when they're trying to grip the haft of the blade, when they're trying to, this looks like it's going to impact with his hand, with his forearm in some capacity. I never quite understood that design choice. The sniper weapon is fine. The specialist bolt gun he has, I like the way it's sort of just slung in there. Although it is sort of molded in with that cloak, which is makes conversion and things like that a little bit more difficult. But overall, I do think it is a good model. It is a nice miniature. I don't hate it. The helmet is perfectly serviceable. Yeah, I would give it a pass. I'd say he's actually a solid basis for many character conversions. It's a nice enough miniature. It just suffers from a few of the modern aesthetic choices. Then we get to Lucius, and Lucius looks like a Cadbury chocolate bar, which is a brand here in Australia of chocolates, maybe globally. I'm not super familiar with international chocolate sales, but just the swirls of and curls of gold on his chest is just like in the advertising you would see for a Cadbury's chocolate bar. The gold swirls on the purple. Again, it looks nothing like the previous ones we've seen. But how do I think he looks as a character? Well, I think he looks pretty good. I do have some little quibbles, like his blade of the Lear is completely different to when it's wielded by Fulgrim. Different handguard. The only thing that's sort of, it's similar blade shape, that sort of Kopesh blade shape is the same, but this whole rapier basket hilt around the hand, that's, no, Fulgrim doesn't have that. He has that very Slaneshi guard, as you'll see in a second, because I'll show it now. The grip and guard on the sword and the styling is very much nicer on Fulgrim than it is on Lucius. So again, it's the inferior copy. But I like the inclusion of things like the little leather straps. I think they're a pointless inclusion around the waist, but I do like them because it sort of leans into the bondage a little bit, which is, as we know, where he's going to end up. I don't know how I feel about the cloak, though. Lucius is very practical, and I don't remember any description of him using a cloak, because I think it just gets in the way. Lucius is all about his speed, his agility, his fighting, and his pride. Why would he risk losing a fight just because of that? It just seems a bit silly, and I think it would have looked better without the cloak, or at least having the cloak as a very deliberate option, not as a you must take it because we've molded it into his shoulder pads and that sort of thing. I don't appreciate that part of the miniature. The head looks great, much nicer than 40k's Lucius, but of course 40k's Lucius is a 10-year-old sculpt. And the helmet is pretty questionable. I'm not a big fan of the helmet. So, yeah, it's probably the worst of the characters' helmets by a fair margin. And I guess that takes us into Fulgrim. So Fulgrim is a miniature that many people dislike as a Primarch, and there was an alternative version of him where we can see there's a banner on his base, this beautiful Emperor's Children banner part on the base, which can be used to make a gorgeous Emperor's Children Vexilia or Legion banner, by the way, if you have this model spare and you don't glue it onto the base, which is very easy to do without ruining the base. That was originally held in his right hand. He was not holding the Blade of the Lyre, I don't think. I think he had a banner pole that he was holding in this sort of similar pose to this, and that was the banner atop it. And then they changed it to this design. I actually love this design, and Fulgrim, after having handled it and painted it, is actually one of my favourite Primarchs. I bought a original Fulgrim from Forge World back when he first came out. In fact, I bought every single Primarch from Forge World. I have every single one of them. They're all painted, except I haven't finished the line, and I haven't built and painted Jagged Eye Khan yet. But I will have it done, hopefully, by Christmas. And I got a second Fulgrim from Uncle Mao, and I did that because I wanted his gloved hand so I could take the Emperor's Sword off Guilliman and convert it onto that hand in order to create a Fireblade, which is Fulgrim's other weapon that he uses. And it was always the preferred weapon of choice because it was so much better than the Blade of the Lyre in Heresy 1, and it also looks cool as shit having a giant flaming sword in Fulgrim's hand. But yeah, I really like this model. Is he the best of the Primarchs? No, and realistically, I mean, he's beautifully sculpted, but they all are. He is probably in the lower end of the Primarchs for how beautiful he is. There are so many good Primarchs, though. Like, you have to understand that vying for the top positions is very difficult. And some Primarchs have absolutely nailed their aesthetic. Fulgrim's not one of them necessarily. He looks gorgeous to me personally, but I understand how other people feel about it, and I do see the problems in there. There are some quirks to his design, and it really is just designed to work on that. It was released in a 2-part sort of set you could buy for a time there. There was a bundle where he had a base that actually joined in with Ferrus Manus's base, and the two interlocked with one another to create a duel or a dueling scene, which of course is no longer sold, but I might be able to find a picture of it to put into this video. Anyway, yeah, so that's the Emperor's Children for me. The range is gorgeous, to give them marks as a whole. However, the Praetors, the Terminator one, I think is almost an unsalvageable miniature for the Emperor's Children. The Power Armored one, I think, cut off his Phoenix weapon and give him another Phoenix weapon, and he might be made to work, but the bare head definitely works. The Palatine Blades, all that are gorgeous. The only other area they really fall down on is the 2 Praetors and the helmets. The helmets all leave something to be desired. But apart from that, this is one of the most solid ranges in the Heresy, especially those early elite units like the Palatine Blades and Phoenix Terminators. They're just, everyone wants to use them, and, well, they're just gorgeous. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching the episode, and I'll catch you on the next one. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and today's episode we're going to be looking at the entire model range for the 30k Iron Warriors. So, well, without further ado, let's get started. As always, we are going to start with the Legion heads. We don't worry about the shoulder pads because, well, they're all just shoulder pads. So we go straight into the Legion heads. We have the original ones here. And I really like these heads. The Hazard Stripe head, which is the sort of middle row-ish of heads, those are my least favourite, because it's just, okay, you paint them as Hazard Stripes. The targeted ones, though, I think they look fantastic on heavy weapons teams, Iron Havocs, Rapier crews, just having that, like, crosshair targeter built into the eye, you know, power level, it's over 9,000! Yeah, I think that works really well. And I love the Iron Warrior masks because I think those are really good for sergeants and other characters in the army. I love putting them on my HQs, echoing the sort of barbarous Dantioch sort of look having the iron skull over the face. So yeah, I really, really like these heads. And we end up in a bit of a funny situation where, even though I really like the iron skull, I don't like these ones as much. And I was trying to narrow down why that might be. And I did work it out eventually. It's the shape. You see, on the old head, you have this plate. It's very much a separate part. It sticks out proud of the original helmet underneath. And you can see the helmet underneath sort of... you can see the little slots of the Mark II helmet that originally is underneath this faceplate. Whereas on the new ones, the faceplate is the helmet. And so the eyes, the brow overhangs the eyes and the face mask, except for this little peak in the middle. Whereas on the original heads, the whole face mask is overlapping everything else and has a really angular and aggressive look because of that. Whereas the new heads don't have that. And these are not a bad head. It's just if I had the choice between the old and the new, I would probably prefer the old. With the notable exception of the crested sergeant's helmet here, which I think is a gorgeous helmet, because it has very much those same aesthetics. Much more angular, and the helmet isn't necessarily overlapping the mask. The mask is more just in line with the helmet. So I think it works a lot better than these other helmets that are on display. Proportionally, it seems a little bit nicer. It feels more aggressive. I don't know, something about it. I think that's a really good character helmet to use throughout the army. But I wouldn't see myself particularly buying many packs of these helmets. I would rather buy more packs of these older helmets and just sprinkling them throughout, especially, like I said, Iron Havocs, I think, with these little targeters or rapier crews, it looks really, really good on them. Next up is their Contemptor Dreadnought, and I won't lie, it's one of the worst 30k Dreadnoughts. Now, don't take this as a bad thing, because for every World Eaters Contemptor Dreadnought that's my personal pick for best in 30k, you have to have something that's the opposite end of the spectrum, and this is one of the worst. It's not the worst, that honour goes to a Legion we'll see very soon, but it's so ramshackle. And ramshackle's not really what I think of when I think Iron Warriors. I think practicality. If they're slapping extra armour on, it would be extra armour all over the place. It wouldn't be just bits of plate here and there. It just doesn't feel right to me. It feels like this is like what a Cortus Contemptor Dreadnought, the rapid manufactured Dreadnought chassis because of the Horus Heresy, would look like. And I've had a few of this model in my own Iron Warriors army in the past, and it just never really grew on me. It just felt too cobbled together. I think the masterclass in Bionic Mechanical Legions is definitely the Iron Hands one, comparatively. Whereas this one, yeah, it needed to be closer, I think, to the Death Guard Dreadnought. But it's not terrible, it's just in the bottom end of Contemptor Dreadnoughts. Then we have the Tyrant Siege Terminators. And I'm really iffy on these. So, okay, there's a lot of little changes to these models. Like the straps on the arms, the leather straps, are nothing like the leather straps on any other miniatures in the Heresy range, which makes it really hard to convert these guys to have different weapons. You're sort of being forced into it. And as well as that, the shoulder pads and the arms are one piece. On other tactical Dreadnought armor and other Terminator suits, you have the option of putting whatever shoulder pads on them you want, really. Here, that is not the case. Unfortunately, you are locked into these arms and these shoulders. They go together perfectly. We cast them that way, and you will live with it. And unfortunately, I didn't really like that, and I have put together 10 of these. So, yeah, I don't like that aspect. Now, the missile launchers and such are fine. The legs is another weird one, because it's basically just stock cataphracti legs, but then they did a little bit of something with the kneecaps on most of them, or added a couple of studs or whatever. I think that's a fine approach to take realistically. Could they have done more with it or something more interesting? Yes, I definitely think they could have. When you look at what other Elite Legion Terminators have, if Inner Circle, Knights, Cenobium, the Dark Angels are far too far in one direction, these are kind of the opposite. These are so close to stock Cataphracti. It's almost a case of why did you even bother not just using regular plastic Cataphracti bodies and making missile launchers and the helmets an upgrade to them? I mean, the torsos, apart from the occasional stud, are identical to regular Cataphracti torsos. The heads are really the most different part of this model, as well as the leather straps and the extended belt buckle, which, again, I'm not sure how I feel about as a design choice, because it is literally the normal Cataphracti belt buckle, but then someone hit Control-C, Control-V, and just cut-pasted 6 more. I don't know, it worked really, really well on Tartarus, because on Tartarus armor, it looks like segmented armor plates on, like the Death Shroud, or on the Ebon Keshig. On these guys, it just feels like a bit of a minimum effort choice. The heads are okay. They're sort of like a German Stahlhelm meets the Iron Warriors grill Legion Icon faceplate. They do the job, but so many people did conversions which look better than this, which means that, you really sort of think if, it's not even like the greatest hobbyists in the world are doing conversions of these that look sick. It's just the average person at home with missile launchers out of their bits box are doing conversions that look better than these. That probably suggests to me that you have to lift your game a little bit, and at this price point especially, I think they're a rather underwhelming kit. Very middle of the road, probably like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. Yep, it's passable. It's better than it is bad, but it's I wouldn't go out of my way to buy them. I got them and converted them heavily for another project. Then we get to the Iron Circle Domitar, and I have mixed feelings about it. I think it is a gorgeous model, and the way that they've got the little belt straps here with the sort of rhomboidal turges, I think echoes the Primarch Perturabo perfectly. The design of this model, in fact, I think is gorgeous. I don't have anything negative to say about the model. But there is one thing, and that is the size. Why are these Domitar? The whole point of the Iron Circle was Perturabo made a group of robot bodyguards who replaced the Dominator cohort, replaces the Dominator cohort with the Domitar Ferrum. It gets confusing. And they jetpack into battle with him, they ride in his transport with him. These do not. These are the size of Contemptor Dreadnoughts. So instead of being something that's like an Ursarax or a Thalax sized unit, something that is the size of a Cataphracti Terminator, maybe a bit bigger, closer in stature to the Primarch, instead Perturabo has created a bodyguard unit of Contemptor Dreadnought sized robots. And that goes exactly against the fluff of these things as described. So if you're a pure fluff fan, and I admit I am very much enamored with the fluff, they do fall down on that point. Because it's like, well, these aren't what was described to us in any of the books where they're featured. So why are they this way? Now that said, it is a gorgeous model, interesting war gear, beautiful to look at visually, so I do love them regardless. But compared to what they could have been, a bit more faithful to the book and better on the tabletop because of it, because this edition, they are really not a good unit. They cost so many points, and everyone wants to take them. And I think you should take things that you enjoy playing on the tabletop that you think are gorgeous. Like the Rule of Cool has a lot to be said for it in its favour. But it is just such a hard sell to pay so much money for a couple of these models to know that they're not going to probably earn their points back or even survive that many points worth of shooting. It's kind of rough, but that's getting more into the gameplay side of things. But yeah, I do think they are gorgeous. They just don't sync up with any of the fluff. It's like Dominion Zephon. Now, one I've thrown in here is a bit of a bonus because of the lack of Iron Warriors content. The Legion Tech Marine. This model is, I think, a bit of a staple of this particular Legion, especially in the Mark III power armor here, because with basically a head swap, and in fact you can even get away without a head swap, this is an Iron Warriors Praetor just waiting to join your force. It really is. You can change out the hand, so he has a Thunder Hammer instead of his Power Axe. You could change out the Bolt Pistol to a Combi Melter, whatever you like. But this is very much an Iron Warrior in the making, and a gorgeous model, and I thought, hey, what better way to talk about this miniature than to include it in this video, because all the hallmarks, the trademarks are there for adding this guy into the Legion. Now, another bonus one, yes, there's two, is Narek Draeger, who is an Iron Warrior and is one of their special characters. Downside is, he was a limited edition event exclusive miniature who went out of production 5-6 years ago. Now, he suffers a little bit from scale creep, although at the time he came out, he was one of the larger Astartes, and his Mark III armor actually most closely resembles the Ashen Circle of the Wordbearers, so I have a feeling they had a common ancestor. He is gorgeous, and even though he is a loyalist, he shows that transition between Space Marine of the Great Crusade and Chaos Space Marine of Warhammer 40,000 really nicely. You're starting to see more of that gold trim creeping in, more of the Gothic heraldry. You're seeing the start of like purity seals and oaths of moment. You're also seeing the lodge coins hanging on the belt. There are a lot of neat little details with this miniature. And he does end up becoming a loyalist in the Horus Heresy, spoilers for 10 years ago, but Narek Draeger is one of my favourite Heresy models. And you have to think about what other miniatures were available at the time this guy came out. We had Woken, and we had Abaddon in 30k, and we had Corferon and Erebus. And then we had this guy and Ortolan Score. So not an awful lot of characters available at the time that this particular one comes out. And in that company, he holds up really nicely. If you look at who were the majority of 40k special characters at the time this guy came out, well, you're going all the way back to the days when guys like Cato Sicarius are starting to get long in the tooth, but are still used on Ultramarines covers, front covers of the codexes. Same with guys like Shrike, Caven Shrike, who else? The Lysander miniature, Pedro Cantor. Okay, these guys are only a few years, like 5 years older than this guy is. So that goes to show like the vintage of this model, and yet this still holds up. This still looks gorgeous even today. It has detail, but it's not overblown. It's excellent conversion fodder, and I know a lot of people, including myself, have used it in practically every one of their armies, and there's a reason for that. It is gorgeous. Sadly only available through Uncle Mao or Brother Yuri these days. And last but not least, of course, the Primarch. Now, the Primarch here is a bit of a repose of Horus's Primarch miniature, right down to having the exact same pose. It's almost like they took Horus and then just sculpted a new skin over the top of him. And he is a little bit chonky, you know, he's got a bit of a fat beer belly going on. Perturabo does, but, you know, he's nice. Forgebreaker has definitely shows that it's been changed by Perturabo. I don't know how changing these little wings from the Emperor's Children style feathered wing to this stylized, what would you call that? Art Nouveau, Art Deco maybe, stylized wing. Apparently that makes it better but worse at the same time. I don't know how he improved the hammer. I was never a fan of the quad guns. I feel they took up too much of his arms. A twin gun would have been just fine. Something a little bit smaller, because you can go much smaller. These models are huge. You can put smaller guns on there. But I guess they're trying to echo the Perturabo firepower thing. And really, apart from that, the model itself is lovely. I do like the model quite a lot. I have one of my own in my own collection, of course, and I recently reposed one so that it looked like the cover of the Hammer of Olympia novel for a friend. But the one thing that I've always disliked passionately about it, even though I used it on my model, was the base. This was when bases probably got to their extreme in the Horus heresy because, well, it made sense for Horus to have this giant base with like a big toppled Aquila that he's standing on, walking up the staircase. Okay, that's Horus, that's the War Master. And the beauty and the dichotomy of that design was, on the one hand, it's Horus, the War Master, standing on the ruins of the Imperium that he's crushing underneath his foot, or he's an inspiring hero leading the Imperium in a crusade, standing on the ruins but leading the way to the future. There are so many ways you can look at that model design, and it's gorgeous because of it, right? You don't get that with this model. It's just Perturabo standing on a ton of knight, and it is huge, and the gaming base for Perturabo is therefore ludicrous, because this is his gaming base for use on the tabletop. The base is taller than a Space Marine, or the height of a Space Marine on its own, because these Primarchs are huge. That's a 40mm base. That is a Terminator base that he's standing on. And yet, he himself is posed about 60mm wide. So this gigantic model and huge base is just on this tiny, tiny little 40mm round base. And it just looks a bit ludicrous, There was no need to use so much of the knight, but maybe it was like a painting opportunity thing. They would have it as a miniature diorama, so they have all these bits of knight here that you can paint the heraldry on, even though it's just covered in grime and damage, and it's just such an odd choice. And having built this model a couple of times, man, there are a lot of parts in that knight, and it doesn't look it, but the whole cockpit with the dead pilot is one part, then there's the section behind the cockpit's another part, then there's a section behind that's another part. There's a plate that hangs over the front of the cockpit. That plate there is its own separate part around here, which you want to magnetize if you want to be able to remove him from the base easily. Then this part on the side here is also another separate part that covers in his base. So you end up having to disassemble like 5-6 pieces just to get Perturabo out of his base. And he was the first Primarch released with 2 weapons options. You can either run him with just a plain fist or with the hammer, which then means, well, if you're like me, you magnetize all the options. But if you magnetize all the options, where do you store the parts? And what I found was, if you have this gorgeous model, and you've put magnets in the base to help hold it all together, you can stick the hand somewhere down here underneath the shoulder of the knight, and it hides away nicely in the scrap, and you never notice it. And that's where I magnetize his bare hand to when he sits on my display cabinet. So there you go. Perturabo, like all models, is a gorgeous model in the Primarch range. Therefore, the criticisms that you have for them are nitpicking criticisms. And in his case, it's mostly 90% the base, and just how ludicrous the base is, okay? And with that in mind, Perturabo sits toward the bottom end of the Primarch sculpts for that reason. Now, there are a few others down that end. Fulgrim, who we discussed last time, is also down there. And there'll be a couple more before we finish going through all the legions that make their way there as well. As I say, if something is an S tier, something's got to be at the other end. They can't all be the greatest thing ever. And unfortunately, Perturabo, like his legion, are not. And that's a real shame, because the Iron Warriors have to be one of the most popular legions in the Heresy. I see them without fail. Every single event has a minimum of 1. Usually 2 or 3 Iron Warriors players. And so seeing them so underrepresented on the tabletop by the company is a bit of a shame at this point, because there are legions which just aren't that popular, that are just being flooded with miniatures. And it's turning the Iron Warriors players into the Iron Warriors themselves, just feeling bitter and resentful of the Imperial Fists, which, kudos to the company for the role-playing element, because they're really pulling it off. Anyway, I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode we're going to be looking at the White Scars Legion range. This is a very interesting range because it's, well, surprisingly well filled out, which is, well, it's sort of the exception, not the rule in the Horus Heresy. So anyway, let's get into it. And as usual, we'll start with the helmets. And I really like these helmets, always have. They are very... How's the best way to describe it? They are perfect, basically, for the Legion. They're not very ostentatious. They have just a small amount of symbology on them, little tiny horsehair crests, little lightning bolt motifs, and other than that, they are very much like something you would see in the Great Crusade. There is nothing overdone about the helmets. They are perfect for this Legion. I really do rate them. There's, funny enough, not much more to say than that. On the other hand, I am not a fan at all of these helmets. So there's a problem here, and that's not just the fact that the leftmost and rightmost helmet is just the same helmet. I mean, there's that. Or that the middle helmet is just a mirror flip of either of the other helmets, which means that there is basically just one sculpt here, and they just digitally flip it. Maybe twist the ponytail a little more, who knows. It's the fact, though, that this is so Mark 6 based, and there's just nothing interesting going on with it. Like, for what it is, you could have just sold the horsehair crests, the little ponytails, as a separate part that people glue onto their plastic helmets, and you would have got the same result out of it. There is just nothing of interest here. Even the sergeant's helmet is quite bland, quite boring. I don't know why this kit exists. It just seems like very much of an afterthought. Like, no one really cared when they sculpted this particular set. And you contrast this with what was sculpted by hand a decade ago, and with the little lightning bolts on the cheeks, the aggressive style of visor slot. We have that very angular, very aggressive, like a jet fighter pointing through the air. Sleek, fast, aggressive. That's what these helmets exude. And we get absolutely none of that on these, which are, hey, here's a beaky helmet with a ponytail. Out of all the beaky helmets that they've created, all the helmets they've created for Horus 2.0, this is probably one of my least favourite sets, because it has nothing to offer. Nothing at all. Even the bear head is quite boring in comparison to other bear heads that are out there. Maybe if they'd actually done something that looked more Asian or steppe-like, sure, maybe that's racist to someone, I don't know. But, what's wrong with having a glorious Fu Manchu? Anyway, enough of that. Dreadnoughts. So the White Scars Contemptor, like all Contemptors, suffers from the fact that it lost its arms and legs. Yes, freely admit it, 100% a problem. But we have to judge it off what remains, and what remains is pretty good. It has the little lanyards, the horsehair lanyards. It's got the little fetishes on there, similar to like a space wolf. But you can see there's more artistry in there. The golden jewelry, the stippled bronze on the chest plate, the hammered brass, okay? All of that's beautiful. This is a lovely model, and it also has a head which is very similar to the old power armored helmets, which again has that angular look, that V-shaped visor slot. It's a really nice dreadnought, and I really rate it. So good on them. Anyway, we also have a White Scars Leviathan. This is an interesting choice. Now, I have had the pleasure of building and painting both this Leviathan, a Contemptor Dreadnought, speeders, you name it. I had a massive White Scars army. And this one is also pretty great. The only thing that I don't like about it is, well, for a start, that little belt buckle it has with the leather cloak sort of thing, that's an optional part. You don't have to put that on the model, which is great because I think it's a rather part, take it or leave it. But it's the little Legion icon in the middle of its chest. just below the Vox grill here on the center of the model. It's just something, I don't know, something stumpy about it. It doesn't look quite right. I love the inlaid Legion icon. The lightning bolt carved into the sarcophagus in the beaten bronze or brass, hammered bronze. That looks great. I'm not sure why they didn't do something similar to that here on the chest. It's, I don't know. But that's it. That's the one thing I dislike about this model. Everything else, I love it. So, what more is there to say, really? This is another great Legion Leviathan. It's not as good as the Blood Angels or the Dark Angels ones, but it's up there, you know. It's a good-looking kit. Then we get to the Kizargan Assault Speeder. And I had 3 of these. Now, what's interesting is some of the items are separate parts on the hull, like the Hanging Dow sword, for example, off the side. Those are optional extras in many situations, but not always. Some of the items on this hull are always molded into the hull. Some of them are separate parts you glue on. The missile launchers are very much an afterthought on this, and I think there could have been a better way that they designed them or mounted them. Maybe something that was stuck on each side of the rear nacelle, or something underslung. I don't know. Just, they don't look right as a missile launcher that, as it fires, the missile is going past the Marine's head who's firing it. That's the backblast danger area right there. That is, that Marine, especially if he doesn't have his helmet on, is going to probably die from having a rocket engine blast in his face. That is generally considered to be a bad thing. But, I love this model. I had 3 of them for a reason. I adore them. And they were pretty good in the rules in Heresy 1. They're still solid enough in Heresy 2, but they're definitely not on the same level. The Reaper autocannons lack for range, they lack for hitting power in 2.0, especially when you consider that regular land speeders have Gravis las cannons now, or las cannons in general, which have, Sunder and that. 36 inches range, twin-linked autocannon, it kind of pales in comparison. Of course, they also had strafing run in 1.0, which is really good. Now, I'm getting more into the rules, but rules do affect your models and your purchasing decisions, so I think completely ignoring them all the time is not productive. But there are some features I really like on this as well that, I haven't spoken about, but I will. I love the windscreens. Those little windshields. It reminds me of like a 1950s Le Mans race car. Now, there's just this tiny little screen that's there to stop the bugs hitting the driver straight in the face. So they don't clutter up the lenses on his helmet or whatever it might be, because how the hell would you clean those lenses when you're wearing these giant metal gauntlets on your hands? It'd be impossible, right? So they've got those little windscreens there, and they mold nicely into the shape of the hull. The hull has excellent contours. They took all of the original shapes of the Javelin land speeder, and they basically increased on that. Love it. The little bits of trim that go around everything is that same sort of connected pipe work that we see on the Dreadnoughts and other places. And the integration of this Half Moon Legion icon either side of the engine intake is chef's kiss. Really good use of the space and styling, and this is one of my favourite White Scars kits. I really do appreciate the Kizargan Assault Speeder. And if I made another White Scars army, I would probably get them again. Then we get to the Golden Keshig. The Golden Keshig are described as Artificer Armoured Command Squad, basically. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see Artificer Armour as being stock Legion Mark III. Oh, but with a funny right shoulder pad. Yeah. That's not Artificer Armour, and the whole miniature feels very underwhelming. It's supposed to be a special jet bike, the Shamshir jet bike, and yes, it is different. It is different from about here to here. Okay, it's about 15 millimeters of difference, and that is the front intake and weapon mount option. And the Scatterbolt launcher used to be really, really useful. Essentially, Heresy 1.0, it was a heavy flamer. This edition, it is also a type of heavy flamer, pinning, but of course, with all the changes to template weapons this edition, it is kind of awful. Now, the unit performs well in this edition. It's got a lot going for it. It hits like a freight train, glass cannon, all of that. Not overpowered, but not underpowered either. Really, it's one of those units that has just hit the right spot in each edition. There's also this weird little couching point for the lance. Like, you see here on the left side versus the right side, there's a little plate for you to rest your lance on. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Not unheard of in real knights have a couching point, a little hook that hangs under their arm for jousting, for holding their lance in. They could have done something like that here, but didn't. I think these models are very underwhelming. The rules are underwhelming, and although it's a nice looking model, something's very unbalanced about it. The loss of the nose on the jet bike means that this model looks like a triangle. Okay, it's far taller at the rear than it is at the front. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but it doesn't look like a smooth aerodynamic transition. It looks like you just have this really off-center engine providing thrust, and something about it is wrong to me. I don't like these models at all. Personal taste, personal preference. I think these, especially when you consider the fluff about them, the descriptions we have of them, how they're supposed to be armoured and such, artificer armour, yada yada, and then seeing this stock Mark III and kind of not great moulding either. The kneecap here is just a blur, like there's no definition to a kneecap. It is just a smudge, like a green stuffed blob with a couple of rivets on it, and this is a 4 out of 10 for me. Then we get to the Ebon Keshig, and the Ebon Keshig are, they are stock Tartarus in many, many ways. The heads are all stock Tartarus, which seems a bit strange in a legion that is renowned for being different to others and taking pride in being different to others. Now, the Ebon Keshig is supposed to be more workmanlike than other Terminators. They are not the elite units, and their stats on the tabletop definitely reflect this. But they are not the elite units that you would see in other legions of Terminators. What they are is they're a sort of suicide cult, a death squad of legionaries who volunteer to don the black armor to make up for some sort of sin or penance. And they wear it for a short period of time, and then they hand back the suit once they've, basically freed themselves of their moral burden. So in that regard, they should be less stylized, but then you think, well, the armor itself is still highly stylized with the horses on some torsos, and, well, then again, it's on the one torso, a couple of rivets, some Legion icons, very unadorned armor. And I'm never quite sure how to take this squad because of it. They're also rigidly locked into taking those arms on those bodies in those poses, which means you have all of 5 poses to ever make your Keshig out of. Not ideal. It can be converted, but it is surprisingly difficult because all these arms have different sockets. And this guy who's holding the one arm up in the air with the blade, that one arm and shoulder pad is a single piece attachment as well. So you can't separate the shoulder pad for painting or anything like that on that particular model. You have to just find a way to work around it. And there's a lot of little issues like that here. Now, I'm cool with the lamellar plates, the big tassets going down the sides of the legs. I'm not sure what they're actually protecting, but they look cool. With the little red cloaks that are in there as well. And it would have been nice, though, to have some other way of building these. They are like a very poor man's version of Phoenix Terminators. The models are fine, but they're fine for 5 and 5 alone, and I think that's what really upsets me, combined with the fact that you cannot just easily swap out arms or put on arms from other miniatures. There is going to be scalpel and green stuff work in here. So I'm not a big fan in that regard, and it really would have been nice to have some... Well, it's like the Night Lords. The Night Lords are annoyed that they don't have the Atramentar. Well, I think White Scars players, I know I, as a White Scars player, was very annoyed that we did not have the proper Keshig, the proper bodyguard of the Khanate. Instead, we have these guys, and it's just one of those yeah, we're happy that you did your own thing, Forge World, that, you know, you had a vision and you went after it and you put it out there, but you probably weren't thinking of what the player base wanted most when you designed these miniatures, and instead we've ended up with something that is Legion specific, but is very, very close to just being stock Tartarus armor in such a way that if you told people that it was a shoulder pad swap and these little plates glued onto the hips, people would probably think, oh yeah, that is just stock Tartarus armor. That's how bland these guys can be. Then we get into the Praetors. Now, this Praetor, I do quite like it. It's very interesting, the angular tassets and such that they've gone with on the model, hanging off the belt buckle, the one down the front and the two down the sides. His little leather cloak doesn't really do anything for me. Very much locked into this pose as well. The entire body and legs is a single piece casting because I have the model and I know this. Yeah, I'm okay with it. It is definitely one of the weaker Legion Praetors, and I do like that he has more of an authentic Asian sort of style eye patch. You do see those eye patches in East Asian movies and such. So that's cool. I'm fine with all of that. The shoulder pads aren't anything too crazy as well. That's pretty good. I just think something about the pose and the not great cloak that he's wearing, a little bit underwhelming. But hey, you know what? Solid 7. Solid 7 out of 10. All right, the Cataphracti Praetor. I really do like this model, with one little caveat, and that is arming this model with other weapons. Praetors are supposed to be the HQs leading your army. They're supposed to be a representation of your legion, okay? And here we have a Praetor who, one, falls into the trap that many of these legions do, which is where you get a elite Terminator unit in one armor, and then you get a character in a completely different set of armor, and the two do not mesh together, because it has very real outcomes on the tabletop. Stop doing that. But do I like the model? Yes. I just hate the fact that it's really hard to convert him to have other weapons, because he already has this giant blade at the back of him, which, granted, it's glued on separately, but unfortunately, straps and such and mounting points do exist there. So if you want to arm him with a different combi weapon, it's doable, but you want to arm him with a Power Fist or something like that. Well, most Power Fists are designed to be left arm. Well, you may notice his left arm has something. It has the Cyberhawk on it. So there's not an awful lot you can do there. So you need to find a right-handed Power Fist. They are surprisingly rare, as are things like Thunderhammers and such. A lot of those are designed for the left hand as well. So finding right-hand weapons can actually be kind of a pain in the butt here. It's just one of those little things. It's all Terminator guns are designed to be fired from the right hand. All Terminator weapons are designed to go on the left. So when they sculpted this miniature, they should have done it the other way. They should have flipped it 180 in their sculpting software and had the bird landing on the right arm, not the left arm, of this particular Terminator. And it would have worked better from the practicality standpoint of converting. Now, the practicality of conversion aside, I actually really adore this model, and I like the fact that it's in a simple, standing, more reflective pose. I like the style of the red trim on the shoulder pads. It's not over the top with any of its ostentatious detail that it has. Like, it's definitely a white scar, but also you can see the Cataphracti armor in its blood. It's nice to not have someone who's just got one knee up, standing on a tactical rock, holding a sword in the air. Thank God, it finally happened. Great model, and I'd probably rate this one an 8 out of 10, and it would be higher if it was easier for people to convert. Then we get to Chinzar, who's one of my least favourite in the character series. Now, this time out, yes, we have a character that at least is in armour that suits the Legion Elite Terminators, Tartarus, so that's a start. I always thought he was in Cataphracti, but that could just be me reading the novels wrong. There are things I've spoken about in the past when I've mentioned this model, like the little leather straps here that hold the armor plates together when there's clearly metal rivets that do that job. So, odd Odd stylistic choice, but doesn't ruin the model for me. I think he's okay, but the swords are just, they look wrong in his Terminator hands. His twin dowels, they don't work for me in the least. Something else needed to be done here. The pose is meant to look very dynamic. Like this guy is fast and lethal. And I think the Imperial Fist Praetor that they just discontinued in the Terminator armor did that far better than this miniature does. So just something is off about the pose. I think with the right repose, this model could be potentially gorgeous. It's not helped by the fact that he is in Tartarus armor and has very, very small legs, and his shoulder pads are huge and flaring outwards. His upper arms are. So you have this image of a very nuggety looking Primarch, very fat Praetor. Very, very nuggety, fat Praetor. He does not look like he's sleek and fast. He just looks chonky. And that doesn't work for me. The armor itself is fine. Like, if you had just the legs and torso, that awesome looking helmet, even the little crest above on the top of his armor, that iron halo of lightning bolts and wolf's head, all of that sort of thing, fine. That works for me. It's the arms, the shoulders, and the big tassets and the leather cloak coming off him. It just adds a layer of fatness to him that the miniature really doesn't need in order to suggest speed and grace. That could just be my personal take on it, but I'd be very curious what those of you watching have to say. And it's cool that he's killing the Dreadnought below, this Alpha Legion Dreadnought. Yeah, I'm cool with it. It does sort of lock you in a little bit with how you pose your model, because, hey, remember what I was saying about the last Praetor? One knee up, standing on a rock. Yeah, well, in this case, it's standing on a Dreadnought. Yeah, one of the worst character series models, in my personal opinion. Then we get to Jagadai Khan, the great Khan himself. What do I think of him? Where is his red boots? He had these awesome red boots. Now he's just got this really awesome power armor instead. Yeah, okay, he's still pretty cool. One odd choice, though, is going with the goatee. I don't know, he needed his Fu Manchu. I'm sorry, he just needed that long curling mustache. Is it too Asian? I don't care, it was really cool. And he was also always depicted in golden armor in the artwork, and now he's in this white armor. I mean, it looks really good, so I can't complain about just the paint choice, that is, not the sculpt itself, but I don't know how I feel about that. I do love the red gloves. The red leather gloves are great. The heraldry going on is... It's such a nice model, sorry. I'm just sort of taking it all in. Backpack's good. The little bits of fur just around the edges of the cloak, great. The sword is see, swords more like that would have really helped Chinzar. Just long, sleek curves, almost like the sword is always in motion. Like it's a motion blur happening at the end of the blade. That's necessary. That's what it needed. Yeah, I really like this model. This is towards the upper end of my Primarchs. Maybe the pose being identical to Lionel Johnson's body pose, that's a bit of an issue. We do see a lot of reuses of the same poses, and I know people have spoken about in the past, like, there's always so many poses. But like Kabuki Miniatures did a range of not Primarchs back before Games Workshop started making all the Primarchs, and Kabuki Miniatures managed to give every single Primarch a unique pose. And it would have been good to see something done with Jagadai. And of course the caveat that where the hell is his jet bike, because really he should have his jet bike, because he is the Primarch of the White Scars. You know, Korax has his jump pack, Horus has his wolf's cloak, Regal Dawn has his utter lack of personality, Lehman Russ has his superiority complex, Magnus has that awesome hair, Jagadai has a bike. And where is it? That's what I want to know. But I do really appreciate the model. There is one little thing though when we look at Jagadai. no helmet. And his helmet is very prominently described in several different novels as having this dragon helm. So very much something similar to what Chinzar has, I believe. And we don't have it. Would have been nice to see. It's okay either way, though. But yeah, I think the White Scars as a range is really consistent and solid throughout. The issues lie in, I'd say, the jet bikes. The Golden Kashyyyk jet bikes are very underwhelming for an Elite Legion unit. They just look like they were phoned in an afternoon. The Power Armored Praetor could probably use a tiny little bit of work. Just very tiny, just that little leather cloak on the back. The Terminator Praetor is gorgeous, except for the fact that you can't change out any of the weapons with ease on it, except for that right hand, which again is a gun hand. Chinzar is... It's him and the Golden Kashyyyk. They're the two flops of the Legion. The Ebon Kashyyyk is just sort of a slightly underwhelming. So, yeah. Oh, and of course the beaky helmets, the new helmets, these ones, these are awful. They're just so lazy and uninspired. Like, yeah, just throw a ponytail on, sell it to them for $30. No, sorry. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm back with the Outer Circle. Please let me know what you think about the White Scars Legion, and I'll catch you all on the next episode. Good guys, I'm back with the Outer Circle, and today's episode we are going to be looking at the Space Wolves Legion range for the Horus Heresy. And, well, you could probably guess it's going to be an interesting video. So, to start off with, we have the Grey Slayers upgrade. I really like the Grey Slayers upgrade. There are flaws with it, and it comes down to whether or not you like the leather gimp masks, and whether or not you like the style of their little hatchet axes that they've got. Me personally, I like the gimp masks, not a fan of the axes. But the shoulder pads, they're fine. The sort of sergeant torso and little banner pole, they're really good as well. And I love what they did with the combat shields here. They are very ornamental without being ostentatious. They are a lovely balance, I think. And yeah, those shoulder pads with the segments to them, very much echoing their Primarch or like that Thunder Warrior style of segmented armor. Yeah, they look really, really sexy. So overall, I quite like this particular kit. Its cousin over here, I have less to say about because it misses those awesome storm shields and replaces them with incorrectly sculpted bolt guns. Well, bolt pistols. And this has been a bugbear of mine because people have been coping with it ever since it released, and let's just call it what it was. A mistake. Okay, the iron sights are located underneath the weapon. It's not a laser sight, it's the iron sight. It's the thing you physically have to align with your eye to aim the pistol, and it's underneath the weapon. It is a silly mistake, and I don't know why they insist on keeping it in rotation. Rather than just owning the mistake, they instead are just pretending that it's no issue at all, and it just blows my mind doubling down on something like that. Frankly, there is nothing in this kit that couldn't have just been included in the other kit, because you're coming with all the same heads, you've got all the axes in there still, the same sergeant upgrade, the same shoulder pads. Just put the 5 bolt pistols in the other one and remove one SKU from your website. It just boggles the mind. Anyway, let's look at the Dreadnought now. Their Contemptor Dreadnought. This is the worst of the 30k Contemptor Dreadnoughts, hands down. And that's a shame, because the torso part of it is actually not too bad. It's the rest of the Dreadnought that was, well, bad. I quite like this, and I do like the fact, though, that what is left of this terrible Dreadnought is the best parts. The head, it didn't need the large, like, targeting sensor eye. It should have been just 2 of the left-hand eye, where it has that sort of Viking helmet, like Sutton Hoo, Anglo-Saxon vibe, where it has the the big eye cowlings underneath it. You know, it's channeling like an Old Norse style without being yet just another wolf's head or something to that effect. I like the diamond shaped gem. I do really think that those are a unique look that I really like seeing on the Space Wolves as opposed to the round gems that you see everywhere else. And even the fact that it has sort of a wolf tooth necklace, the chain one, that's fine as well because it's only got a couple of teeth on it and a single rune and it's not being overused. So overall, this is actually the only dreadnought I can think of that actually was benefiting or boosted by the fact that it mostly went into hard plastic. It just was not a great dreadnought, unfortunately. I know people will hate to hear that, and I don't think there's even any old pictures of it here, but it was very chonky and overdone, and it didn't work. And I think a lot of people felt the same way. Then we have the Death Sworn. So this is an elite unit for them. A type of pseudo-destroyer unit. And they don't do it for me. And that probably isn't a surprise to people who know my history with the Space Wolves, but let's break down a little bit why. So the armor as a whole is okay. The leather straps holding everything together is very much influenced by modern pop culture interpretations of Vikings. Not great. But the shoulder pads with the rune engravings going on around, or the reliefs going on around the trim, that's fine. That looks good. And the helmets, despite being a sort of wolf snout, I think they work on this particular unit. The ones where they don't really pull it off are the two which have the eye replaced with a targeting reticle, the one at the very back and the one, of course, at the front here. But in general, I think that helmet looks good. It is a relatively snarling, threatening helmet. Where things start to go south is the wolf, I guess, accoutrement added to them. So you have axes here, for example, okay? And the power axes on some of these guys, and they've got these little wolf's tails hanging off the end of them. The way they are sculpted makes perfect sense if you're holding this axe vertically up in the air. Why is it sticking out like this? It shouldn't be sticking out like that because it looks wrong to you. If this model is moving forward, the forward motion would cause this fur to be pulling back this way because of the effects of inertia. And instead, what's happening is it just sticks straight out like it's a solid piece of material because, it is. It's a solid piece of resin. Shouldn't have been sculpted onto the model, and I would advocate for cutting them off and either removing them entirely or gluing them on to suit the pose, because either way, it doesn't work for this miniature. So once you start taking some of these facets, the large stasis grenades, which look just like hourglasses almost, you've got these large clunky grenades. You've got other grenades in different parts of the model. You have runes hanging off the back. There is just so much going on. Fur cloaks, gems on knees, spiky shins, little rune stones, leather straps, extra eye lenses. It's just too much chonk going on here. And I've seen these guys in the flesh or in the resin very recently, and they don't look great. And then you've got the things like the width of these axes, because they've got the stylistic wolf's head, but the things are very, very thick. They're thicker, actually, than the hand of the model that is holding them at some points. And it just doesn't feel like this aggressive, sleek unit. It just feels very clunky, and I don't like it. That's, of course, my personal taste. And it doesn't help that the paint job is not good on them. That's not fair. That's very unfair of me to say. The paint job is just not the paint job that we've come to expect for the Horus Heresy range. This is a bit more Games Workshop-ish with the edge highlights. And, of course, these are strong contrasting colours in the edge highlights where they've painted the trim essentially in a Space Wolves grey as opposed to using it as a very subtle highlighting. And that's okay. But as a Horus Heresy paint job to suit the rest of the range, it is a bad paint job. So I really want to clarify that point there, because it wouldn't be fair of me to target a person's artwork and just say that they're a shit painter. That's not fair. That's not right, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the models. No, I'm talking about as an advertisement, comparing these to the rest of the range. They are completely different, because it's someone's personal army that's being shown, not correctly painted miniatures that have been commissioned for this. Then we move on to the Varagya, and again, like, you can see the difference in painting style very strongly here. Of course, the Varagya famously suffer from the banana fur phenomenon. What is the banana fur phenomenon? Well, it's where it looks like there's a bunch of bananas hanging from their bodies instead of fur. It's just badly sculpted. It was digitally sculpted, and fur can be hard. And I feel bad for the person who did the sculpting. Now, what are the other issues with the score? Because there are actually a lot of issues with them. They're close to working. That's the first thing I want to say. These guys were really close to working. And I think what hurts them is twofold. First, there is the heads. So when you see these faces with these sort of gigantic, overproportioned mouths and such, it doesn't work for a lot of people. That's a big one. Yes, the banana fur is another big problem. Or the fact it looks like, you see their teeth hanging from their pelts here. Those little wolf's teeth look identical to the fur around them. They're the same size and shape. That's how misproportioned the fur and such is. And you'll see it correct on Lehman Russ in a moment. We also have this very, very thick trim. Now, thick trim is great for casting, getting the details, which is why I think more and more miniatures are moving to thicker components here. We see that really badly shown in the Emperor's Children, where the Emperor's Children Terminator Praetor is an awful miniature compared to the Phoenix Terminators, which really set the bar for gorgeous miniatures that came out a decade prior to it, right? So it makes it very hard to live up to those shoes. And these guys fall into the same boat of having this really, really thick gold trim. It is not a subtle detail that a good painter can pick out. This is something that a rookie painter would be able to pick out because it is just so thick, okay? And that, again, is not to pick on someone's painting skills. It's just to say that the sculpt is too cartoonishly proportioned. And that means that, people from all walks of life are going to be able to pick it out. But that also means that it's very hard to do something special with it and really showcase the fine motor skills that really top-tier painters do have up their sleeve. And that's what hurts this unit overall. So gigantic, overproportioned mouths where they all have weirdly large chins and jawlines that, even compared to other Space Marines, is not a great look. Of course, the sculpted on fur means these bodies are very rigid in how they are assembled. It's basically, you can move the arms around and that's about it from one body to another. Not great. Converting them is also a pain because you have to get rid of all of that fur if you want to do anything. Even if you want to resculpt the fur, you've got to get rid of the existing stuff. The Varagya are awful models in that regard, and it's a shame because they are within striking distance of being some of the best Terminators in 30k. If the fur was correctly nailed, if the trim was refined a bit more, and I think if they had done an Anglo-Saxon style helmet instead of the and had the option perhaps of these bare heads in there, it would have worked so much better as a miniature kit. Then we have the Legion Praetor. So everything that's wrong with the Varagya, we see again here, where, his mouth is nearly as big as the whole rest of his head in size. So there's a proportion issue there straight away. But I did a video years ago when this first came out, and one of the things I pointed out was how this had been digitally sculpted, but the parts had been just sort of glued or Lego bricked onto each side of the model. And you see that in things like the hand. The grip stops before it goes through the palm of the hand. There should be visible grip in the palm, and there's not. It's just, the hilt is just glued on, stuck on to the underside of his hand, and then the sword itself plonked on the other side. Not ideal. And of course, the fur, let's just say what is the fur, and talking to those finer details about how things are very chunky in their sculpting. Look at the depth and size of the carved relief in the leather of his cloak. It is so thick, even compared to the thin lines in his kneecaps. That's what they could have done with the cloak, and instead it's just this thick detail, and it doesn't work for me. And again, this is within striking distance of being a gorgeous model, and it's a shame. And they did something kind of different with the pose to what we've seen in a lot of other models. I mean, for a Space Wolf of all things, he's actually using a ranged weapon. He's really going to town with that combi bolter. Things like the runes in the back of the trim here, they look fantastic, and I like the little fetishes and symbols hanging down the cloak. But with the static nature of this pose in particular, like he needs a little more bend in the knees or something, he's just very upright. Those are things that are a bit of a concession and do let the miniature down. But like with the Varagya, it's a 4 out of 10 sculpt that could have been a 6 or a 7 out of 10 with just 2 or 3 very subtle tweaks. And then we get to Haval Redblade. I hate this miniature. I hated it on release. At least now they've got a different paint job. The one that was there for a while was again out of someone's personal army, which is fine, but not what should be done, I think, with a professional company doing a presentation. And of course, we're not judging off the paint schemes here. We're talking about the sculpts. But this is not. This is a sculpt that only a mother could love. Where do you begin? Okay, so for a start, when you design a miniature, especially Marines, they don't do asymmetry especially well. What do I mean by this? Well, they try to keep everything in proportion. You don't have all of the weight of a miniature to one side. So think of Marnie's Kelgar. Yes, Marnie's Kelgar has giant power fists, but he has 2 of them, right? It keeps the proportions even. You go to Gilliman. Gilliman, even his 40k Primarch sculpt, okay? Let's use that as an example. Yes, he has that giant power fist, but he also has this massive fiery sword, and the 2 together help to balance one another out. And it works because, okay, he's got a giant power fist, but this eye-catching, enormous flaming sword, that feels like a kind of symmetry. And of course, his shoulders are in proportion, things like that. And when you get 2 Primarchs, you get a Primarch like Horus Lupercal, who has the big wolf cloak on the top of his torso. But he feels in proportion, even with that massive mace Worldbreaker, because he has the Talon of Horus Lightning Core in the other hand. So these are the things that you commonly recognize. We also look at the chests of miniatures. So the chest of a miniature is often where your eyes will get drawn to on a Space Marine Terminators and on regular Space Marines in Power Armor, because they have things like cables, gold aquillas, shiny things to draw the eye to the chest and face. Now, look at Haval Redblade. He has almost nothing on the chest. It's pretty much blank. The chest is where he should have had the most ostentatious detail, and instead it's the Space Elite armor with the most breathing room. The only area that's really more blank is the upper thighs on each side of the model. There is even more going on in the back of his arms, between having trim and gemstones and power cabling, than there is on the chest, where he's got just a single little necklace and a couple of runes. That's a faux pas, I think, personally. Now, again, this is personal taste. Some of you might think this is the most gorgeous model ever, and that is totally cool. You're not going to upset me, and I hope I don't upset you by saying that. Then you look at the face. Well, okay, he has bare flesh, which is great, except the tones that make up the wolf's head are very similar tones, especially if you blur your eyes. One is slightly more brown, one is slightly more orange, but you're not immediately drawn to the face. And of course, with the large gemstones to either side of his head, that takes your eye away again from the gemstones around his head. And with things like the wolf's teeth and the little stone fetish that are hanging from the necklace, they aren't bright enough objects to draw your attention there. So on the center of the model, the place you're more likely to have your attention drawn to is the belt buckle, which is a perfectly fine piece. And in fact, the fur on it's not too bad either, which is, again, a first for the Space Wolves. Then we get to the right shoulder pad. Now, having that wolf's head there, it's okay to do On Horus, it's balanced out though by being a bit more central on the model. Moved a little bit up on that arm. The problem here is that between the wolf's head and the massive, because it is an oversized, heavy bolter, it makes the right-hand side of this model feel very thick. And then that's further reinforced by it having the knee pad with the skull on it. So it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. All these details are being weighted to one side of the miniature. Even the necklace hangs to that side of the miniature. And all that there is to balance it out, the entire other side of the model, is just the axe. And the axe does suffer from a lot of the same problems that the Deathsworn axes did. The large wolf's head sculpted in makes it feel like a very thick, chunky axe. The head is too large for the shaft or the haft. There is, a lot of issues there. And they didn't do enough to balance out the miniature. Now, the individual details, like the diamond-shaped gemstones, the furs, the heavy bolter itself with these cool little runes around, all those details individually are fine. It's the location on a miniature, how you utilize them that sucks. And again, having the leg up in this pose that leans into the heavy weapon, there is so much weight. And the only way you can give some proportion to this model to make it feel more even is by looking at this exact angle here, where you're relying on the cloak, an item on the back of the miniature, which you can only see from certain angles, to help to balance out the left-hand side of the miniature. And the cloak itself, let's not talk about that. So, all in all, I just don't like this model. And I think as a sculpt and sculpt principles, as much as I delve into the art side of things, which I'm probably not known for, because I'm such an analytical person, not the emotional kind of person, that this just doesn't work for me. It's just so wrong on so many levels. So, this is an absolute stinker and one of the worst characters in the character series, and made worse by the fact that this guy got a display base when so many other awesome characters haven't. Then we get to Geigerfellhand. Now, this is probably going to astound people, but I think this is one of the best models in the Space Wolves 30k range. He has a lot going on, but instantly that bright, blonde painted head of hair, I'm drawn straight to the center of this model. And whilst he has this large totem on the back, he also has very similar iconography on the chest. The two help to balance one another out. So I'm drawn to the center of this model. He's got this aggressive pose where he's running towards the enemy. His stubby little combat knife isn't too impressive, but it's posed correctly. He has a nice looking power core. In fact, I love this power core. I think it is very Space Wolves. I like the sort of mini cataphractii shoulder pad he has going on. I think it's one of the coolest accessories for power armor. It's like, it makes sense that there would be a unique armor plate as opposed to having just a constant set of unique types of power armor, where it's just the entire character, like a Malagurus the Twisted, is just in a unique form of plate armor that looks like nothing else. But hey, it was in some obscure piece of art in the 90s, so I guess it's canon now. Those are the things that upset me personally. Upset's a strong word, but this is gorgeous. It's got trim, and the trim is, look how fine the trim is on this plastic model compared to, this high-end resin model and the trim and the Celtic knotwork on him. It's inconceivable how much better it is. The wolf's backpack with the two snarling wolf's heads, fantastic, perfect. And of course the totem itself, it's simple, and he even has this little scarab emblem, and it's just those little hints that go into the deeper history of this guy's been on campaigns before. He's dealt with the Thousand Suns before. He has some of their iconography in his armor present. You don't see that very often. It's a bit of storytelling, and this came out in the Burning of Prospero box set, which also gave us the plastic Araman, which less said about that until we get to the episode. But how does it that Games Workshop got the Space Wolves right, and Forge World just... what are we at? Okay, bad, mediocre, bad, worse, terrible, fantastic. This is unlike all of the other miniatures so far, where it's been like, they did this good, they did this bad. The Space Wolves range, I just feel like I'm just shooting at the poor sculptor with every verbal, critique I make. I feel bad. We get to the wolves. These wolves are fine. They're serviceable. They actually look worse than the 40k Thunderwolves to my personal eye. And I mean, there's not much to say there. They're just optional wolves you can take with Leman Russ. So let's go into Leman Russ. I love this model. I've got all of the Primarchs, built them all, painted them all, except for Jagged Eye, who I'm still working on. This model is gorgeous. I really like it. I know not everyone does, but I think everything is so well proportioned on it, and silly things like Draken Yen that felt so comically 80s and 90s and like early 90s, like heavy metal in its design, going back to the silly days of Warhammer. They made it work, and it works really, really well here. The axe, the proportions on the axe work so well. The leather strapping, everything is just so much less chonky here, and that's what makes it work. It's so much more refined. The fur looks great, the fetishes, the little bits of weaponry, like the axe just hanging in the cloak that suggests this guy's just going to pull knives or weapons out of anywhere he can find them. The backpack, like Gygor Fell-Handed, they've got the Snarling Wolf's backpack. The shield is actually a little bit less ostentatious than the shield on the Grey Slayers, and yet it works for me. I love this miniature. They even went back and made some of the old artwork work with the and the old original like Leman Russ white metal sculpt from Games Workshop back when he was just a general. One of the only primes that ever had an actual model. The segmented armor, you would think it would look really silly with the spikes and the segments on like these legs. It works perfectly. It actually works perfectly. All the little like leather straps and trinkets, and I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone at this point. The Primarch series is a masterclass in sculpting, and Leman Russ is in my upper half, I think, of Primarch sculpt. He is very, very well done, and I do love this model. And things like the wolf's head, this red wolf's head on the shoulder pad, that is a sculpted on detail. Is a sculpted on detail that is really, really fine, and you need to know what you're doing to get the most out of painting it. And I love those sorts of details because it rewards a great painter. So I normally would end the episode here. I don't want to do that because I want to balance out the Space Wolves range a little bit by trying to bring back some positivity after just dumping all over it for the last 25 minutes or so. So let's go over to Games Workshop. I know this is going to be crazy, but there is a goldmine of parts in Games Workshop, whether it's bits or even in some cases full miniatures, which can be utilised in some capacity for the Horus Heresy. Space Wolf Wolfguard Terminators are one of those things. Apart from the Crux Terminatus iconography on these guys and the Storm Bolters, these miniatures could actually be used as 30k miniatures. Indomitus Terminators are a thing, and there is nothing stopping a person from taking parts of them or trinkets from them and putting them on 30k Terminators. Why can't you use this Wolf's Cloak on a 30k Cataphracti Terminator? Nothing stopping you. You could carve off details, cut away the belt trim, whatever it might be. There are bit sellers, whoever, on eBay, go for it. The heads on these models is bare heads. They look better than the Varagia bare heads. So why not take pieces of them? You could cut the little wolf's fetish. No, it's not a necklace here. I guess it's just a fetish string off that assault cannon, and you could glue it onto a Reaper autocannon, for example. Right? There are things that can be done here. Giant rune axes, wolf's tails. Grab the bits of these miniatures and use them to accessorize what would otherwise be bland, regular Cataphracti and Tartarus Terminators in 30k, or even just make these into your Indomitus Terminators in 30k. You could put the torso, the upper torso of these miniatures, right, just the center torso, onto Tartarus or Cataphracti legs give it Cataphracta or Tartarus arms, and apart from having a very slightly different back of the torso, I think it would blend perfectly. So there are options of what you can do here. We also see that with the Grey Slayers. The bits potential in this box is incredible. It could be the Power Fists, it could be the Totem, it could be some of the backpacks, some of the bolt pistols or bolt guns, or plasma gun, whatever it might be. Bits are everywhere here. The torsos, especially on the Sergeant character at the front here, why couldn't you put all of his parts on a 30k miniature almost exactly as they are? Just change the legs maybe. That would be it. And you'd be like, wow, what a fantastic looking 30k Sergeant. Where'd you get the bits for that? I got them out of the Grey Hunters from 40k. Right? And these models aren't going to be around forever. So get on eBay or whatever, find a bit seller, take some of these bits and put them into your armies. Why not? That beaky helmet with the little runes carved into it, you could use it. And of course the bear heads. It's hard to get good bear heads these days, especially with things like all the top knots and ponytails and the beards. The bear heads that they bought out at Forge World, which I will talk about at some point, they don't have all of those details. Many of them are just shaven heads or have very short, cropped, neat hairlines. Then you go into characters. Arjak Rockfist, still one of the most gorgeous sculpts they've done to date. And you could turn Arjak into an awesome Gygor, Haval Redblade. Give him that heavy bolter on his right arm in place of the Storm Shield. With the left arm, obviously you would change out the shoulder pads, but turn the hammerhead into an axe head. Holy crap, you've got Haval Redblade and he isn't a hideous monstrosity. Why can't you do that? You could. And okay, the armor is not exactly 30k period authentic Tartarus, Who cares? It's Artificer armor or whatever for a Terminator Praetor character who's unique and meant to stand out in your army. It would look great. I'm telling you right now. The Jarl Stormcore, exact same thing. Just plonk it in your 30k army and say he's a Tartarus Librarian. Yeah, okay, he doesn't have Tartarus shoulder pads. It's really the only main giveaway on the armor. So what? They're covered by the cloak for the most part anyway. Just shave away this Crux Terminatus thingy on the shoulder and you're laughing. There you go, Wolf Priest, done. There, you see, this is the funny thing is 30k has far more usable, viable parts in the 40k Space Wolf range than it does in the 30k range. It's just one of those great ironies. Fenrisian Wolves, straight out of the box, can use them in your army. They suck rules-wise, but hobby-wise, they give you a fantastic opportunity, and they make good objective markers for Space Wolves. You know, you can paint the fur in such a way that they have different numbers in the fur. 1 dark streak down the center of the model, objective 1. 2 dark streaks, objective 2. Right? There are things you can do. Then we've got their Dreadnought. Their box Dreadnoughts, they're gorgeous. And there is nothing that makes them look particularly 40k. So get some las cannon arms, stick them on this. Perfect 30k box Dreadnought. Why not? It's up to you what you do with it. Any leftover parts from this as well could be utilized elsewhere. You could take something like that, the power axe and hand, and put it onto a Contemptor Dreadnought. Right, so take parts from this miniature and use them elsewhere. The shield and the axe on a Contemptor Dreadnought, replacing its Power Fist, I think would look pretty good. It would be unique and it would feel different. Of course, there are other parts on this miniature. You could go for just this chassis here, the more basic chassis, where, and I say basic, where it has, again, thinner and finer trim somehow than the regular Terminators do. But this is a box Dreadnought ready to go in 30k. What tells you that this is a 40k miniature? Nothing really. Again, I prefer to go Dakar Dreadnoughts on my box Dreadnoughts, but you could do that, like straight out of the gate. And any leftover parts you could use elsewhere. You could take some of these weapons, like this Frost weapon, and just say that's a Gravis Plasma Cannon. I don't think anyone would complain if you're clear and upfront about what is what, and you don't use that same sculpt elsewhere as a different item. But don't use this Murder Fang or whatever his name is one with the bear head. I hate the bear head sticking out trope. I think it looks awful on Dreadnoughts. Personal taste, of course. Opinions may vary. But yeah, lots of useful parts in here and bits of fur and such and fetishes and trophies. They can be put onto the other Dreadnoughts. This one kit could supply 3 or 4 Dreadnoughts that you have with parts to make them feel more Space Wolf. When it comes to Wolf Lords, Wolf Lord Crom, what armor is he in? Oh, it's Mark 6. So what do you have to do to make this into a 30k model? Pretty much nothing. You could maybe change the shoulder pads if you're like 100% purist and you want to give him Mark 6 shoulder pads or something, but what he's got works. So straight out of the box, here's the plastic Praetor just waiting to be used that is being probably discontinued. Ulrich the Slayer. Hey, look, this is a 30k chaplain waiting to happen. It could even be a Praetor because, well, if you said that's a counts as Thunderhammer or something, and the guy clearly has that leadership aura with that pose, I wouldn't argue with you. That armor, that's not Mark 8, that's Mark 5 power armor, thank you. You know, this is the way I would do it, because there's not a lot to say that it's Mark 7 or 8 power armor, really. Yeah, it's got rounded kneecaps, but they look very Mark 5, and he's got that massive belt buckle, which is used in a lot of Mark 5 sculpts. Hey, works for me. And then, of course, the Iron Priest. That's a Tech Marine. And, okay, he's in Mark 7 power armor. You're using this one model in your army. Only the most diehard of gatekeeping 30k purists who hate plastic and only use original Forge World resins that they bought back in 2011 are going to complain about it. You tell me that this guy is a Tech Marine Master of the Forge in your army, I'm going to nod and go, fuck yeah, that is. And I think most people would. So there are ways of redeeming the Space Wolves range in 30k. It's just unfortunate in that many of the Space Wolves 30k models are awful and they have to be rescued by 40k plastics. But know that they're out there, and there are some great looking models that will literally just slot straight in. You don't have to think about it any deeper than that. And that is a redeeming factor. Anyway, that's it. For me, I am Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. So, this meme was a thing for a little while, because this was the Mark 6 Space Wolf head that came out. And yeah, it was awful, and people defended it, but then as soon as the replacement came out, they stopped defending it. So yeah, this was the original Mark 6 Space Wolf head that came out. It went out of production, and we knew that, okay, it had been received so badly, they decided, let's not continue with this one completely identical head that we slapped a jewel on a couple of them. Just the laziness in these sculpts. I'm sorry, that's what it is. And you know, we're here to talk about the quality of the miniatures when we do these videos, and I try to keep pretty neutral. These are lazy, and Forge World's gotten very, very lazy for what they charge for the quality of these miniatures, and it just needs to be said. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not, kowtow. Let's not hide when we talk about these things and just pretend that it's not a problem. It's a big problem. They're very lazy and they charge a lot of money. Now, that said, they have improved things because they brought out these heads. And these are far from gorgeous, but they're nice. And they're only going to get a nice rating because... okay. Same problem as before. There's 3 sculpts in here, basically. When it comes to the noses, they've got these little slits put into the helmets. Fine. Whatever, it's fine, it works. In fact, there might be 4 sculpts in this set, and the champion. That's neat that they actually put like claw mark styles in there instead of just having the traditional slits. That shows a bit of effort. And they've kind of got a bit of a Celtic knotwork going on, but frankly, if we go and we look at old Space Wolves, here's the Blood Claws over on Games Workshop's website. You'll see at the back there's one with a Mark 6 helmet. It's very hard to get good images of, so I got a couple off eBay. And you can see it's a Mark 6 helmet, but it's got runes. Runes on the sides of the beak, as well as the jewel in the center of the forehead and the sort of top knot, wolf's tail top knot. and here's the same helmet again. Not a great picture of it, because someone's had to zoom in super close to their phone, and it's dark and it's blurry and all those issues. But point being, there are many ways of skinning a cat, as they say. These work. They work infinitely better than these. Horrible heads. That said, could they have been better? Yes. I think this is a common trend we see across all of these Mark 6 heads. Just pure laziness. And you can tell they didn't want to be Mark 6 heads, that the sculptors felt like they were being held back by having to sculpt Mark 6. Which, just sculpt Mark 3. It's clearly what you wanted to do. So just do it. You did it for, the Imperial Fists, no one cared. But to finish out the Legion Praetor. So the Space Wolves got their Terminator Praetor and all that back when the Prospero book dropped, Inferno, back in 2017. So they've been waiting a while to get a Praetor, and it's great to see a Praetor for the Legion that is not another one of these silly, what would I call it? Redo of an Imperial Fists. Haven't had something in 2 days. The players are probably feeling pretty let down. So what an improvement this model is. The fur it's not great, but it's far from terrible. Many of these fur pieces are just like long single noodles. It's not anywhere near as bad as the old banana fur. It's nowhere as good as something like Lehman Russ's fur, obviously. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. I also love that they did more of like that Sutton Hoo thing I was talking about with the helmet, where having the little rings of armor coming underneath the eyes instead of just doing a Wolfie McWolf helmet. Great, that's a good stylistic choice. The Celtic knotwork on the armor is, I don't know, it looks like it's trying to be wolf's heads on the chest. I think that's what they're getting at, but that doesn't really look like Celtic knotwork to me as a person of Scottish descent. I've seen a lot of Celtic knotwork, and that ain't it. It looks almost like it's semi-tribalistic, like Islander tribal, especially these ones on the belt buckle. Maybe even like North American, Native Americans. Yeah. But again, it's okay. It's not really hurting the model. They're just odd design choices. His bolt pistol, interestingly, kind of has a foresight, kind of doesn't. So maybe that ties it in with the Grey Slayers in the Legion. I love the shield. The Three Wolf's Head shield looks great on the back of him, that combat shield. The arms still relatively convertible. They're not completely sandwiched under must-have cloak on the shoulders. Like, you can swap out the hands. Although the axe head is stupidly large and convoluted. It's probably one of the worst details about the miniature. And the stylized, I think, Imperial Aquila on the back, it's okay. But the biggest thing for me here is this is one of the few models where going pretty far from the standard Mark III works, because you know what this Legion is, how unique their styling is, the type of armor that is worn by their elite Terminators, by Lehman Russ especially, and some of their elite troops have that segmented style of plate like he has on the legs here. It works. It doesn't make this model look like it's in a completely different type of armor. You can see a design lineage in there. And that's great to see. So overall, this is a massive, massive improvement, and I think we need to give Forge World at least a round of applause for two things here. For redoing the awful heads, and for giving someone who's not the Imperial Fists or Sons of Horus a miniature, and it actually suits the Legion and makes up for some of the past sins, because you actually have one of the best miniatures in the Space Wolf range. Again, it's still not a great miniature. It's not great. It's good. But that actually is enough to make it one of the best miniatures in their range, which is crazy to think about. Anyway, that's it for me. Make with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you on the next episode. Leave your thoughts and feedback in the comments below. Maybe that's why it works. But yeah, what a fantastic model Alexis Pollux is. Anyway, from there, let's move on to Fafnir Ran. Alright, moving on. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode we're going to be doing the range review for the Imperial Fists. This one is going to be a bit longer because, well, the product line is a little bit longer than what most legions have, and coming off the back of legions like the Iron Warriors, with their all of 0 characters, 2 elite units, minimal upgrade options, this is, kind of a big one. Anyway, let's strap on in and get straight into it, and we're going to start with the helmets. Now, these are the original Mark III helmet upgrades, and they are very boring, I think it's safe to say. I don't know if they were super popular, and frankly, it's kind of hard to spot them in the wild, because all they've really done is take a Mark III helmet, add this bit of a nose bridge, and a crest over the top of the helmet, and that's really it. I do like the one which has the laurel wreath. That's a little bit different. But apart from that, I mean, I even have a set of this somewhere. I can't even pick these helmets out without actually taking time to look at them. They are very boring and uninspired. Then we come to the new helmets, which don't look anything like they should either, because the closest thing these look like is Mark 8 Legion Champion, or the Aegis armor of the Grey Knights in 40k. Either way, they don't look like heresy. Now, I do like the fact that they've putting like the little Templar symbols into a couple of them, and they sort of look a little bit knightish, we'll say, but I think they missed the mark here as well. I don't really like either of the helmet upgrade sets, especially because we're going to see some better helmets later on. But I do like the Sergeant head, both the bear head and the crested helmet. In fact, I think the crested head is very good comparatively. But, I mean, these are a Mark 6 upgrade head. There's no beak to them. Are they truly a Mark 6 upgrade head? They're not a Mark 3, they're not a Mark 4. I don't know what they're trying to be. It's just like someone designed them and then just said, yep, this is, what, Mark 2? Sure, why not? I don't care, right? That's the sort of mentality that I think occurred here. So, yeah, not a huge fan. Then we get to their Dreadnought, and I really like the Imperial Fists Contempt Dreadnought. I think it's pretty well designed. I do find it interesting that they, of all the legions, have the Raptor Imperialis iconography on there. Of course, you wouldn't know it, because now all you have is the torso of the Dreadnought. You don't have the legs and arms anymore, and shoulders. But as a whole, the original Dreadnought was really nice. It was simple, understated, and worked really well, I think, because of it. I think it's actually one of the better Dreadnoughts they had in the series, to be honest. And, you know, it's not the only Dreadnought that has this, but I like this, like, little curving bit of trim above the head that contours to the shape of it. I do like that. It's something they've used on a few Dreadnoughts now, and I do think it works. It doesn't feel over the top or out of place or anything like that. You've got obviously the Legion iconography in here, but there's a little bit you can do with it. You're not being forced down any one particular route. It's not you must make this a Templar affiliated knight or a Dreadnought or anything like that. Yeah, it's a good little design. I like it. Then we get to their weapons. So we have the Cataphracti Iliastus Pattern Assault Cannon. Now, it's not really an Imperial Fist weapon. This is an Imperial Fist or a Blood Angel's weapon. It's an assault cannon. I don't really know how much more I can add to that. So, downside here is it is designed for use on Cataphracti armor, but Tartarus Terminators can take it as well, and so can Indomitus Terminators. And yet, especially in the case of Tartarus, they have not made a Tartarus version of this weapon. They only sell the Cataphracti version of the weapon. It's just kind of dumb. Why have the option if you're not going to actually cater for the option? It just seems a bit silly to me. And we actually fall into that trap here as well, where the Storm Shields for the Legion are also Cataphracti specific. And frankly, they work better on Tartarus armored Terminators, because it almost makes Tartarus with Storm Shields better than Cataphracti with Storm Shields, except in the circumstance of getting shot with heavy weapons. Something like a blast or a template weapon hits a squad of Taurus Terminators, you won't get to reroll your regular armor save against it, whereas the Cataphracti would. That is the one situation where it's better. Every other time, you're able to move faster, you're able to sweeping advance, you consolidate further. There are a lot of bonuses to not being stuck in Cataphracti armor. And yet the shields are made with Cataphracti in mind. I guess that works quite well because this right here is pretty much your special elite legion unit. This is the Huskarls upgrade for all intents and purposes. And of course, Huskarls are one of the most busted units in 30k. You're encouraged to take them as Imperial Fists. In fact, you're not only encouraged to, you're kind of designed to make really good use of Huskarls. And, well, all you need is 2 of this upgrade set, add it to 2 5-man Cataphracti squads armed with Power Fists, and all of a sudden, you've got a Soulrite Gauntlet armed, storm shielded, stupid Huskarl squad, which is crazy good over the top. And I do like the design of it. It's interesting, though, that in, say, the Invictus Suzerain of the Ultramarines, we see a whole bunch of unique sculpted shields. Here, we just see the same shield repeated over and over and over. And it's not a bad design choice. I don't hate it. In fact, I quite like the shield. I just wish they did some more variations with it instead of one arm and one shield just copy-pasted 5 times. Maybe remove the fist icon from one of them. You could have a Templar icon. You could have the castle icon. You could have a Raptor Imperialis in there. You could do all sorts of different stuff with the heraldry. You could even have blank shields. That would have been a nice touch as well. Maybe something closer to a breaching shield available. Or how the Invictus Suzerain and the Ultramarines, they have like inlaid script in some of them. There's just things that could have been done. It didn't have to be the exact same shield with 0 upgrades. It's just very lazy. And I mean, it works, but it is lazy. And I feel like this is somewhere where if it was done just slightly better, it would have allowed a lot of scope for people to individualize and customize these. Because I know people, including myself, often take breaches not because of how they perform in the game, but because of the fact that you can do something with the breaches' bodies, especially those shields. You can put heraldry on there, you can put interesting patterns on them, striping, checker patterns, whatever it might be. You can do that. You don't have the luxury here, and it's kind of a missed opportunity, I feel. But apart from that, they do work. So, going on from there, the Imperial Fists Templar Brethren. Now, I'm curious with the upcoming changes, how the hell this kit is going to interface with the new power armor, because it's an upgrade kit. Yeah, the new Mark III is not this Mark III. I'm assuming that the arms and the hands and all that will still work, but this was designed with the... Well, I mean, you can use it with the plastic bodies, but it was always designed with the despoilers, the old resin despoilers in mind. That's why it doesn't provide arms in this kit. It's assumed that you're going to have arms already that you can attach, pistols and all that too. And so it was only providing the bare minimum of what they felt they needed. In this case, it's the combat shield arm. I'm not sure how it's going to work with the new kits, to be honest, because they are basically the Mark VI kit, which has been sort of had a body kit put on it to give it the look of Mark III over the Mark VI, and that means that they're going to be very rigid in their posing. Yeah, you can change out the arms on them, but all the bodies and legs are oriented in a certain direction. The heads will not look correct scale-wise with those bodies and shoulder pads and proportions. I think it's going to be maybe a rework is going to have to happen at some point to part of, if not all of this kit. Now, that in mind, do I like it or loathe it? Well, just like the previous squad, these shields are all the exact same. Completely uniform. I dislike that. They're a nice design on their own, but not 5 of them. Then we get to the torsos. Now, these torsos are beautiful. I love these torsos, and that's the sort of iconography that I want to see on the shield here, where you have all of these symbology that the Imperial Fists are known for, and yet they've actually spread it out throughout the torsos. They haven't just put the same fist in the middle of every torso. You see some have a large part of a Templar star or cross in the chest, and then a Raptor Imperialis, or you have the Legion Fist, and then a smaller cross in the chest. Just the Legion Fist, but with some laurel wreaths either side. Or maybe you change the position of the laurel wreaths or have lightning bolts on there. Like, it's 5 unique chests, and because of that, they look great, and they work really well on squad sergeants. You can spread them throughout the army. I think they look beautiful because of that reason. The swords, the power swords, are a nice power sword design. Not too big, not too short. Bit of a Goldilocks zone. They hit just right for me. I also like the Solarite Gauntlet, the kind of underhand, like they're going to uppercut someone. I like that pose on Power Fist. I wish that was more options like that. And I like the Champion's arm with the sort of engraved sword as well. And even the little backpack banner is pretty neat. So overall, I really, really like the Templar Brethren. And the only qualms I have with the kit are how it interfaces with new power armor, and the fact that the shields are not very unique. Going on from there, we'll get to the next unit, which is the Phalanx Warders. So, Phalanx Warders. Here we have a bit of a weird unit. I always found it strange that they were in Mark 4. They really seem like the sort of unit that should be in Mark 3, because they're a breaching unit. And the kite shields seem worse for defensive purposes than the regular breaching shields, which cover more of the body. Now, kite shields are designed for things like cavalry, working on horseback, so it's a bit of an odd design. But that's the real world getting in the way of a good story. The axes are well proportioned. They're better proportioned than the Space Wolf axes. I like that. I also like that they've done these shoulders in such a way that they are built up, they have a lot of iconography, but it's not, in my mind, overblown too much. Maybe if you've got multiple units of 20 of these, it's going to wear pretty thin painting them all. In which case, hey, just use blank shoulder pads. The torsos, again, 5 fantastic torsos. Knocking it out of the park. And they're all unique. Unique and different torsos. Unlike the shields, this is a bugbear we keep coming back to. It's like they got the shield design once, they got it right once, and they sort of said, well, do I have to sculpt another one? It was a lot of work doing the first one. Can I just cut it away there? Can we just, make the 5 of the same one? It'd be a lot easier for me. And that's what they did. So it's a little underwhelming. And then you get to the heads, and the heads are sort of a weird, like a variant breacher meets maybe destroyer helmet. They're fine. They serve the purpose. They do have iconography on them, but it's not that great. So, all in all, it's fine. It's a serviceable kit. There's a lot of good parts to it, but I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to get it, especially because of those shields. I think I would rather use regular breaches and maybe convert the axes, the power axes, in the other hand. I think it would look better, personally. The awesome looking torsos and the neat shoulder pads alone are not enough to get me to buy this kit. Anyway, moving on from there, we get to the first of the characters, so the Decurion Sagittar. There's not a huge amount to say here in that, well, it's another character, and another one which has this sort of pseudo-Grey Knight Aegis armor helmet. I know this helmet can be a thing in Heresy, I guess, but it's not a helmet we really saw a lot of. In fact, this helmet didn't really make an appearance as we see it now. Up until the Dawnbreaker cohort, there was a similar helmet on the old Legion champion, the one who's sort of posed on the stairs, who's quite tiny these days, poor guy. But that was really kind of it. And in fact, being having the bionic arm and such on this model, it feels more like it should have been an iron hand. Not because other legions can't have bionics, they can. It's just, tank commander, iron hands, bionic arms, all of that just makes a lot more sense to me than Imperial Fists getting one. But hey, that's the way it panned out. And what they've got is, it's okay. And it's only okay because Well, one, $63. Like, this is a case where I can't look past the price. Normally in this series, I haven't really spoken about the price at all, but you're getting half a model, you know, with a pintle weapon. I don't think it's worth it for what you get, frankly. And whilst there is some neat stuff in there, like, hey, you know, he's got neat little lightning bolts in the chest and such, it's all hidden by the fact that his arms are held up, that he is holding that weapon. You're not really getting to enjoy that detail. And, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's better than fine, really. I shouldn't be too harsh on it. It's probably like a 7 out of 10 model, realistically. Like, it's above average. But at the same time, woefully lacking. Then we get to the Praetor in Power Armor. And I think this is a gorgeous model. I really do. I like the pose. I like that they did something dynamic for once. I think that the helmet here works much better, this style of Mark III helmet, than the other Legion sort of specific helmets that they've done. This is gorgeous. The beaten or hammered metal on the greaves, that's very much more like the White Scars would have. So it's an odd design choice to see here. It really feels out of place, like it should have been on them. But whilst it may be out of place, it is not at the detriment of this model. This is a lovely looking model. Has the same sort of sword off the Templar Brethren, looks great. I like the little bits of filigree trim, and I have done something very similar on some of my models. So yeah, that means I really do approve of it. And all in all, well balanced, well proportioned. It's not covered in different symbology on the legs. Okay, it has the pointless sort of tassets on the belt buckle that do nothing, but, well, we can forgive that. And its cloak is actually a bit of a cloak. It comes up over the shoulder. It's not, you know, tucked in under the chest for some reason, like they do on the Blade Guard veterans in 40k and that new champion in 30k. I prefer that look. It's got just enough sculpted on detail and not too much. It's, well, this is a 9 out of 10. Yeah, this is a solid model. And then we go from there to this one. And, well, frankly, this is another good model, but a clear step down from what they had. Why couldn't they just keep the exact same pose they had and just scale it down by 10% or so? Why did they need to take the model and then repose it and re-release it? What an absurdity. For those who weren't aware, this model had a pose where it was sort of running with the sword held out. Much nicer pose than this. This is a rather boring version of the pose, to be honest. And again, a weird situation we've fallen into with Legion units where, okay, we've got Legion Elite Terminators, and yep, that's fine. I mean, and I like this Storm Shield more, I think, than the Huskarls kit. And yet, what did I complain about with the Huskarls and with the Storm Shields and the Ilias's Assault Cannon? It's that they are designed for Cataphracti Terminators. And yet, what Praetor does the Legion get? A Tartarus Armoured Praetor. If you put him in with the Cataphracti, he can't sweeping advance, he can't consolidate as far, and he can't run. And the Cataphracti, they lose the heavy rule, so they can no longer get their re-rolling saves against blast and template weapons. So it's just a lose-lose for everyone involved. Why would you put this model in this armor in this Legion, at least with the options that are available? It's a weird choice to me stylistically. Apart from that, though, the actual sculpting of the model is lovely. It is very busy, but not to its detriment. You know, there is plenty of yellow panels, whatever you want to call them, left behind. There's lots of room on the cloak if you want to add decal or anything like that. Yep, the 7 isn't required on the cloak. You probably don't need these little zigzaggy lightning bolt things like on that new Praetor they showed the other day. Yeah, they don't do anything with the model, but it's like those are nitpicks. Really what lets this model down is like with the Emperor's Children, how they released the Phoenix Terminators 10 years ago, and then they released the Consul. The Consul just can't live up to what came before it. This is the same situation where the previous version of this model, which was too big, was the better posed model, and This had the potential to be, an 8 or a 9. It's a 7 because the other one is an 8 or a 9 at the end of the day. Anyway, then we get the Imperial Fist Legion Command. Because the Imperial Fists were just lacking so many units, they've got a command unit as well. And this one, I think, is actually a really good purchase. Okay, they're getting a bit short, a bit stumpy in comparison to the new plastics, but that's because scale creep is very real, and for better or worse, the company is really keen on changing the scale of things, whether it's because people want it or not. Don't care, it's irrelevant to the video. But these are short. Those are 25mm bases. They are on not 32s. That's how small they are. The average Marine will be half a head to a head taller than these guys in the current game. But there are ways around that. You can put packers underneath the feet, put them on slightly taller base, whatever it might be, just to get the height up a little bit and make it look, more symmetrical. But I really like them. I like them a lot because the fact that the banner doesn't have a lot of sculpted on detail. In fact, the actual banner surface is designed for decals. Okay, the sculpting is a little raptor headed symbol in the corners of the banner and the fist inside the laurel wreath at the top. Apart from that, you can put any banner on this you like. It's a cool conversion part, therefore, for other legions, because other legions can just shave away the fist in the top icon of this or remove it entirely, the entire top icon. Any legion could use this model as a basis for a herald. He also has the, Raptor Imperialis symbol on his shin, little icon in the middle of the chest, and lots of blank space on the canvas for you to put any iconography you like, and he's got his little fist on the back of the backpack as well. And I like his mace. This flanged mace is very medieval, and I think it suits them nicely. Then when it comes to the champion himself, like on the Templar Brethren, he has that engraved sword. Looks great. Looks great there. Looks right here. Has a very traditional tabard, which is also nice. I like that they've done this sort of trim on the backpack, like this split trim thing. I actually think that looks pretty neat. It's still clearly recognizable as a Mark IV backpack. Again, it's not like that new Praetor released the other day where it's like, what the hell are you? With the party model. Like, this is Artificer armor done right. And of course, I like the little bit of trim going on around the kneecaps and such, and this interesting filigree pattern that is on the armor. I think this model would lend itself really well to a legion like the Blood Angels or the Emperor's Children because of that. Again, if it wasn't for the scale creep, because it is really noticeable. But apart from that, I really like it. Not a fan of the helmet. Although in this case, it's a little bit more tolerable because they were trying to echo the sort of champion's helmet that we've sort of widely seen. It's more bearable, but I still don't like it. Going on from there, Lord Castellan Evander Garius, the Tyrant of Chthoniya. This is actually a really nice model. Again, another strange choice with the bionics here, because, again, Imperial Fists, why have they always got the bionics? And why is it the left arm each time? Yeah, what a curious question. But the underslung Volkite looks good. The different style of knee pads on this Cataphracti armor, I actually really like that look. As a custom Artificer suit of armor, I think that works. The model is busy, but I don't feel like it's overblown. In fact, I think with minimal work, this could provide the basis for many legions to have a pretty decent Praetor model. Especially something like the Iron Warriors or the Sons of Horus could use this model a bit. Space Wolves, they need someone who's got decently sculpted fur, come on. I really like the model. I'm not sure how his Volkite melted such a perfect hole in that Marine on the base. The Marine looks like he's been dead for a while, though, because he has no charred flesh or anything on his skull. He is clearly just decomposed nicely. So good for him. Has the Solarite Power Gauntlet as well. You can see the difference between them and Power Fists because they have this sort of socket or plug in the back of them. By the way, that's really the only difference. It's cosmetic. But yeah, I really like this model. And it actually is a circumstance where if you swap out the arm, maybe you can cut it off just at the elbow, get a Storm Shield onto him, and all of a sudden you have a character who could actually join the Huskulls or your Legion Terminators with all their upgrades. So, yay! Another good model. The whole range is actually pretty solid, I think. Going from there, we get to Alexis Pollux, and Alexis Pollux is sort of one of the goats of the OG Heresy. The worst part of the model is the shield. And that's saying a lot that that's the worst part of the model. And it's only because it's just this thick sculpted on detail, you know. Like, yeah, it's a very thick shield because of all these sculpted on eagle. This was hand sculpted, I believe, not digitally sculpted as well. Many an army has an Alexis Pollux in there as its Praetor, because all you had to do on it was shave away the fist on the chest and the little bit of wreath. Maybe shave away, if you want to use these same shoulder pads, the other fist. That was it. Alexis Pollux is awesome conversion fodder for characters. Has a great pose. He looks, again, this is clearly Mark III armor, but it's also Artificer armor. He's got slightly different knees, you know, slightly different feet, slightly different backpack, but it's all clearly recognizable as Mark III armor. It works, and it's hard to explain why it works here, but doesn't work in other places. But I think it's just because so many of the same characteristics were carried across. Like, he has different knees, but the knees aren't so different you can't tell that it's just an extra plate over the top of the normal kneecaps, for example. He still has all the traditional segments on the back of the armor. The backpack is still all the same shapes and vents. It doesn't have a bunch of extra hoses or armor plates, but it does have these little sort of nacelle covers at each end. Maybe that's why it works. But yeah, what a fantastic model Alexis Pollux is. Anyway, from there, let's move on to Fafnir Ran. Alright, moving on. So Fafnir does have a model, but Games Workshop in the Infinite Wisdom likes to produce things, and then they just don't sell them anymore, because that's a really healthy strategy for how you want to treat people. Have up-to-date rules for a character in the game, a character who is quite decent in the game, and then don't keep the bloody thing in stock. This goes back to people like Narek Draeger. To this day, the only Iron Warriors character released for Horus Heresy in, 13 years? No, it's not been that long. 11 years, going on 12. And he was a limited edition event-only exclusive miniature you could get at Forge World. Oh, that was helpful. Yeah, I had to contact people in the UK. I was salty on that one, don't worry. But, yeah. As a model, he's good. Where he falls down is, he was... And I remember talking about this when he first dropped, and going, what the hell is this armor? This is nothing like Mark III. Well, now we know this is the new Mark III. And in which case, well, he blends in pretty well with that in mind. But where this model falls down, for better or worse, is the fact that he is not his same self that we know from the artwork. We have pictures of him, what he looks like, and he's got these comically, and I mean comically large axes. They're the size of his torso each. When he had these just simple, basic Mark IV power axes, which were commonly available in the Horus Heresy, it was like someone said, that's not grand enough, we need to do something with it, and we ended up with this. And when you look at something like this, and you compare it to Alexis Pollux, and just how different they wear their power armor, you know, it's kind of a stark contrast, because Fafnir, I've not seen making it into every army as a, oh my god, I must convert this into an awesome Praetor. Whereas Alexis, I've seen him in so many armies. So one clearly has a broader appeal than the other. But that could also be because people just can't get their hands on Fafnir Ran. So there's that as well. But overall, it's a fine sculpt. It's just not the character as described, as shown. And he's not the only one that falls into this, to be honest, in the series. Now we're getting to the pointy end. So, Sigismund, the first captain. I do not like the model. I know, it's Mark II, and I love Mark II power armor. I should like the model, but something about the pose, the stumpiness of the... It's like his leg is shorter than the distance from his belt to the top of his head. It just feels wrongly proportioned. It's not terribly sculpted, but there's something not right. in the pose, in the proportions. And I know they're trying to do something more interesting, more dynamic with it, but it ain't working for me, I'm sorry. So the bottom half and the cloak almost looks like it's two different sets of fabric, not the one set of fabric that's like smoothly flowing down. It's tucked into the belt and then, I don't know, it's a new piece of fabric from there. Yeah, the bottom half is a mess on this model. I mean, I like the filigree, I like the Raptor Imperialis, that's fine, but something about the posing just doesn't work for me. Top half, though, fantastic. Love what they did with the top half. The pose with the sword, the sort of dueling pointing at you. The black sword has never looked so good. It really hasn't. I like the very fine filigree in the hilt. Nice little text in there. It's not overblown. It's not some 19-foot long blade. No, it's very tasteful. So is the chains holding onto the arm. They're very, very delicate chain. Looks great because of that. Also, the shoulder pads, they're Mark III, but with like this little round knob. I actually don't mind that look. I think it works for him. This sort of Mark II Plus, we'll call it, not Mark III. And the Iron Halo, it's more of a mechanical Iron Halo. But again, that works for me. Same sort of backpack as Alexis Pollock's. So it's like again, that new Praetor that they released the other day. One half of this model is great, the other's a mess. And in this case, it's the inverse. It's the lower half is a mess, the top half looks great. And as for the base, a whole Sicaran battle tank's front quarter that's quite the base, and it does mean that a lot of these characters, they fall into the trap of, if you want to have them on their scenic base, they don't blend into the rest of the army unless you take the rest of the army and you base them the same way, and I'm not always the biggest fan of that. And lastly, Rugal Dawn. I like the model a lot, but I'm going to complain about something first, and that is the unnecessary base. Why, of all the Primarchs, did he come on an oval base? Everyone else was on a 60mm round base, and this bastard comes along on a 100mm oval. I had a whole Primarch collection. I mounted them all on plinths, 60mm plinths, identically posed in my display cabinet. And then this guy comes along and he overhangs the plinth by nearly twice the width of it. For why? Was it just so important to add an extra stair on the right hand side, or to add the bottom half of this Marine's legs, or whatever it might be? No, it wasn't. It was just a weird design choice. And I hate them for doing things like that. When you have a consistent series of models which are all produced the same, why would you go and change the formula on just one of them out of all of them? Just one. It just makes no sense. It's like how Sanguinius had the scenic base sold separately, or how the Lions is on just a generally larger diameter. It's like, of all the changes to make in the series, why that? It's not like he's some oversized Primarch 10 times bigger than the rest who needed the bigger base. In fact, the only Primarch who needs a bigger base is Jagadai Khan for his bike, which we're never going to get at this rate. Anyway, that is the saltiness out of the way. The miniature. I like these more reserved poses. Some people really hate it. They complain about Gilliman or Lorgar. They're not active enough. So there are more poses available than holding weapon up in air, standing with one foot up on rock. Okay? This is nice. This is contemplative. I like that. It suits the steely character of Rogal Dawn a lot better. And we get to just sort of take in the majesty of Dawn. The very similar sort of styling he has the Legio Custodes, obviously the gold armor, but also a lot of these round gems, the filigree on the red blade of the sword. That is very Custodes. It kind of tells you that he is the Praetorian of Terror. He has so much iconography that is like them. And I like the fact that he has a bolt gun as his sidearm. It's just what a vanilla paste thing. It suits the character really well, because he would just have a bolt gun. That is the character that he is. He is boring, bland, and in the best of ways at times. I do not despise Rogal Dawn as a character, But this is one of the few cases where the Legion has a more interesting character in their first captain than they do in their Primarch. I think another one might be Angron and versus Khan. I think Khan is a more interesting character than Angron is, and maybe I would also put Sevatar into that. Sevatar is possibly more interesting character than Comrade Kurz to me. That's going to get me more hate than Reagan on this base, I think. But yeah, Rogel Dawn, he's a nice sculpt. I really, really like what they did with him. I think he has, again, just a really good balance of detail with like the shins, but then they've known to leave well enough alone and leave a lot of blank canvas in there that just lets it breathe, and that's appreciated. Same with the cloak on the back of him. Yes, he has this very rich, fancy cloak on, but they didn't load it up with icons and details. They didn't have to. They didn't feel the need to, and it works really well because of that. Anyway, that takes us to the end of the Imperial Fists model range review. The next one up is going to be the Night Lords, and that is going to be an interesting one right there. Anyway, I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching. Please leave your thoughts and comments in the comments section below the video, and I'll catch you on the next one. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle. In today's episode, we're going to be looking at the Night Lords. And once more, we're obviously doing the Legion reviews. So, let's kick it off with the original Night Lords helmets. And I have to say, these are some of my favourite helmets in 30k. I especially love this one that's down near the bottom right. Just something about it. I use it in nearly every army. I think it's the sort of best chaplain's head. Something that a lot of newer models lack is they lack the defined teeth. When they do it, they're often very bucktooth, or they look like horse's teeth, or the teeth just come straight out of the upper mandible, which is bizarre because they should have a root of some kind and go into the jaw. Yeah, these ones have that. On top of that, many of them have this sort of upturned nose, which is very much like a bat's nose, which I think is a bit of a wink and a nod to the Legion in general. A bit of a Nosferatu vampire thing going on as well. I love it. There's also these lower ones, which almost look like it might be an actual human skull that's been broken apart and attached to their helmet, as opposed to just being stylized. In fact, many of these look like they're actual pieces of bone. And I just think it looks great. There's a bit of variety in here. I think there is actually 4 different sculpts of bones in here. You've got these guys in the middle who have this sort of batsy look minus the nose. These guys up the top who have the nose. These ones to the side who have the sort of jawbone goes around. The guys at the bottom with the full face skull, and of course the awesome one there. So yeah, absolutely love this helmet set, and I think everyone should, if you can, just get a set of this because you'll use the helmet somewhere in time. Then we have the beaky heads, which I don't know. Are they true beakies? Are they not? It's the same head almost over and over. Just these two are the same one, just repeated, with such minor differences you can't even really tell. You can't notice them. It's just like many of the Mark 6 helmets, very underwhelming, like very minimum effort sculpting went into them, it feels like, comparatively. It doesn't feel like a set of unique helmets. This last set, this felt like a unique set of helmets. This doesn't feel unique at all. It just feels like a copy pasta. Even the Sergeant's helmet doesn't really do anything for me. The bare head doesn't even do anything for me. So, yeah, personally, I think this one's a miss. And it comes down to things like not having those same sorts of teeth, not quite pulling off that bat's nose. It's just something about them looks off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Anyway, on from there, Nostrum Chainglaze. We actually have a Legion weapon, which is great. Nostrum Chainglaves aren't the worst in the rules. These are obviously designed to go with Mark IV power armor, and they fit a very particular way into the arms. And of course, the Mark VI power armor that's everywhere now, and the upcoming Mark III will not fit these without some chopping, changing, converting. So a bit of a lack of foresight there, but where you can use the existing arms that come in this kit and you can make it work. So good enough, I guess. They do the job. I've never been a huge fan of these as designed. I prefer the style that Sevatar has, which we'll get to later. I think his chain glaive looks a lot better than these ones with their just sort of long, consistent curve. I'm not a huge fan of. I think I prefer more of a straighter blade. These have a sort of pseudo-Naginata look, which I think suits the White Scars better, but I don't know. I just can't quite put my finger on what doesn't quite work about them. Then we get into the Contemptor, and they actually had a gorgeous Contemptor, the Night Lords. The heads on this torso, you can actually glue them on in different positions, so you're not having to use them all, or in those particular areas, but that is how it's designed. The full Dreadnought worked a lot better than just the torso, because now you have this elaborate torso with, all these trophies hanging off it, and meat hooks and stuff, and then with the plastic upgrade, you're sort of left with a very blank Dreadnought around that. Night Lords need stuff hanging off them. They are the proto-Chaos Space Marines. They set the template for a lot of what we see that comes later. They should have chainmail and random spikes, and they're trying to instill fear in their enemies, and the Dreadnoughts are a great palette for achieving that. So the new Dreadnoughts lack that, I think, to some extent. And this one is one of the ones that's really suffered for it. It was otherwise a pretty nice upper mid-range Dreadnought. From there, we get to the Leviathan, and you can see this very principle in action, because this Leviathan actually still has appropriate Legion shoulders and, of course, legs that suit it. Now, you can imagine how it would look having this torso with the spikes running along the torso, and the chains dangling off it, that optional Space Marine torso as well that's there. And if it had all of that, and yet somehow the legs were completely barren, it wouldn't look right, would it? And here they've got the little parchment pieces on the legs to just to add a little something, some chains here and there. And I think it's a pretty nice Dreadnought. I have issues with it, mostly just down to the Marine himself. Marines, as we all know, have a fused ribcage. A big one-piece fused bone ribcage. So why does this one have multiple ribs? It's because the people who sculpt these don't necessarily remember that bit of lore, or they say to themselves, hey, that's what it's supposed to look like. But it's those little details that stick out to me, and I go, that's not right. And yeah, the skin tone could be painted a little bit differently. It just looks weird in that colour. But that's not anything to do with the model, that's just the colour of its skin. On from there, the Night Raptors, and I really, really like the Night Raptors. They are gorgeous sculpts. I'm a bit mixed on the skin gloves, because I think where the hell did they find a glove, even from a dead Space Marine, that's big enough to fit over their entire arm, power armor and all? Well, that's a lot of flesh, and those are arms. They're not pieces of leather or something, or flayed skin that's been stitched into the pattern of an arm. Those are someone's arms. Yeah, not sure where they got the skin from, but it works for me regardless. I love the randomized bits of bone hanging off their armor, the strips of flesh, all of that. The only thing I dislike about this kit is the kit itself doesn't come with a great variety of weapons. It's pretty much what you see right now on the screen. And it really needed other weapons in there, all of the weapons options. In fact, it's a pet peeve in general of mine that we have many units that are sold to us which have interesting or unique items of war gear, and they're trying to convince you to use this war gear, and they don't give you any means of actually taking it. I don't want a guy with one power axe in the squad. You probably want to run this squad with, all Nostraman chain glaives or something like that, or all lightning claws. Convert these into a sick command squad, whatever it might be. And that's not the easiest thing in the world as supplied, and I really wish they actually gave us more bits, more parts in these kits that we'd utilise elsewhere. And I guess that's probably why they don't, because they don't want us to utilise those parts elsewhere. They want us to buy another kit, which is a shame. I do absolutely adore the helmets as well on these. You've got to remember, when these came out in Book 2, this is the first Nightward sculpts we've gotten since 3.5 Chaos, and 3.5 Chaos gave us these giant bat's ears just coming out of a Marine's helmet. Having these much more stylized, reduced wings on the heads, it really looked good in comparison. So there might be a bit of nostalgia from that for me, but overall I think these are some of the best Nightward sculpts that they've ever made over at Games Workshop / Forge World. Next up we have the Contacar, and it'll surprise no one that I'm not the biggest fan of these, not just for the background reasons, the lore of the Nightwards as a legion, but the weapons make no sense to me. I'm fine with the chain rakes or whatever they're called. I forget the name of the big chainsword thing that they've got. The Volkite weapon and the Flamer doesn't make sense to me as a weapon. I imagine the Nightwards would have something closer to like a Needler weapon, like a Dark Eldar Needler, something like that. That's what I picture when I think of the Nightwards. Some sort of like poison barbed weapon. That would have been a really fun inclusion on the squad, but giving them these Flamer weapons and these Volkite weapons doesn't quite look right to me. Especially the Volkites. It seems like it should be something like the Salamanders or the Iron Hands would take. I don't associate it with Nightwards, and that's just not to say they can't have it. It's just not what my first pick would have been. And then we have a design detail on all of these Marines, which I just hate. It doesn't work for me in any way. And that's the weird sort of shark gills blades that are embedded in each leg. For some reason, you see it here, there's these blades on the side of each leg, and they're not hard to remove from the models, but why do they have them in the first place? It's a strange choice. Very strange sculpting choice. Then we get into things like the helmets. So we've seen good heads on previous Nightwards models. These heads don't look right. They look more like Primaris Reavers in the skull faces and such. It doesn't look anywhere near as good, as mean. I know it's strange to describe, but these faces look mean. The eyes look very angular, very aggressive. The upturned nose on the bits of bone, the very angular bits of bone and the cheeks, okay? And then coming into these guys, they're very, very soft. You know, they look like a caricature of angry evil skulls. They don't look like angry evil skulls, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it's those little details. I think with a head swap, getting rid of the blades off the legs, and a different weapon, this unit would go from being probably, I think there are 4, personally. They would go up to probably a 7.5, 8 out of 10 immediately, just between head swap, weapon swap, and getting rid of those silly blades on the legs. Like, it is that close to being a really nice looking unit, and I think it is let down specifically by those few things. Oh, and one other pet peeve of mine, which you'll hear a lot of pet peeves over these videos. I hate it when we get Terminator units where they have melee weapons in the right hand and weapons in the left for ranged combat. Because now they don't convert very well with existing bits for regular Terminators. Regular Terminators, they have the melee weapon in the left hand, the ranged weapon in the right hand. You're messing things up when you keep having these constant arm flip-flops, because I can't easily now convert just hands onto these models. I have to start replacing whole arms on these models. And that can get very frustrating, especially if I want to keep, say I want to keep the sword on this model and I want to change his ranged weapon to a combi bolter. I can't. I need to now change weapons around, start cutting and hacking things apart and pinning things and all of that. And whilst I enjoy that, I don't just look at this hobby from the perspective of a seasoned modeler. I look at this from the perspective of someone who's getting into the hobby. You know, maybe they only got 2 or 3 years under their belt. They're deciding into Horus Heresy. And then they're faced with that challenge. And I think that's a very frustrating challenge that many of us have faced. There was no need to swap the hands on these models. So why did they do it? It just becomes a bit of a frustrating thing. And lastly, and less importantly, because this is from the Tactical Rock era of Forge World, where every model in every unit has a foot up on something. Well, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And 3 of these guys have their feet up on rocks, but this guy on the left has his foot on a Marine or someone's torso. Now, I'm no scientician, but I imagine that a fleshy lump of skin with all of its bones broken and exposed probably isn't going to cope very well with the weight of a 1 ton plus Terminator. I think a Marine's about a ton. A ton plus of Terminator armor pressing down on it is probably going to just squash straight through that flesh. So I don't know, it's the little things like that attention to detail that I don't like. Like that flesh should be squashed and bulging out of the way of the foot, or put a rock there. Either way, minor problems. Alright, then we get on to the Terminator in Tartarus armor, and I really like the model. I do. I have one big qualm with it, maybe 2. The minor qualm first, the minor issue, is the little Batsy symbol on the chest and shoulder. It's not their best sculpting work, especially compared to other models in the Legion. But the big problem, the elephant in the room, I think you all know what it's going to be. It's the, look at it. What the hell is that weapon? It is ludicrous, it's impractical, and not in the fun way. Okay, this is semi-serious 30k, where a lot less random, Mad Donna, it was in Rogue Trader, therefore it's canon sort of stuff happens. This is the more, what if this was a real history sort of setting? And this weapon is pants off head stupid. I don't like it. Is it easy to replace? Sure, but you could almost put any other weapon in place of this thing. That's how bad it is. And, I'm not going to harp on the point. It's big, it's chunky, it has this tiny little saw blade, and I don't think it would hit anything with it. And even trying to, this weapon looks like it would hook the user more easily. In fact, it looks like the back end, the spike, is probably a more usable weapon than this end up here, because there's this whole big fat motor on it that's just going to protect people from being struck by it. No, it's bad. Weapon's bad, model's nice. Even, I think the bare head on it's not too bad either. So, and I like the trophy rack as well. This horizontal trophy rack, instead of the running down each side of the Terminator like on previous customers, it looks great. Yeah, no, I like the Terminator here a lot. Then we get to this one. Well, same problem with the face. It's very rounded off. Has these buck teeth. Looks like, a 1940s caricature of the Japanese army. Oh, I can't say that. Politically incorrect. I don't care. That's what it looks like. And it looks horrible. So does the skull on the chest. Those things are bad enough. The chain blade on it, though, I like that. That's good. Then we get, again, these are the little things that stick out to me. What's this? Right there, inside the chainmail on each side. It's just blank space where the hook should be. Why aren't there rings of chainmail? Oh, we didn't sculpt it in, we forgot to sculpt it, we covered it up with another detail later and didn't go back. Whatever the reason might be, it's not there. I've noticed it. It makes me dislike it. At least in this instance, we've got a Legion Praetor who has a jump pack and can actually, move around with like the Night Raptors and stuff, which is nice to see. And I wish they did that with other legions like the Blood Angels when we get to them. But, yeah. How does one get past that giant silver ball, flat, is a ball, just flat material on either side of those hooks? That they had an asset and they've literally just flipped the same asset digitally in a computer and then just slapped it back on that chainmail. It shows. It really shows that that's what they've done. So, yeah. But apart from that, the rest of the model's actually pretty nice. Yeah, okay, the Night Lord's symbols on the chest, on the shoulder, None of those are too great. I don't mind the head. The paint job's a bit weird. This sort of weird grin on it. Yeah, I don't know. The flesh could be a bit better. That's nailed to the armor. It's far from the best. And again, like with the Emperor's Children, who we've looked at previously, when this is the established standard, okay, and this is what people are expecting, and we go, well, geez, there's 9 years between these sculpts and this sculpt. We don't expect to take a step backwards. We expect to be on par or better. And, well, it's not, frankly. And the Emperor's Children suffer from the same problem. All the newer stuff is nowhere near as nice as the old stuff. It's a downgrade, and people notice that. Sevatar. Sevatar, what do I think of you? I think you are gorgeous. I absolutely love this model. Very, very busy model, though. There are some parts, like the trophy rack on the left shoulder, that looks like a ripped open Christmas turkey. Yeah, I probably would change that if I was picking the sculpt. The little pieces of skull where they're strapped onto the nacelles of the backpack, love that detail. The bits of flesh inside the cloak all looks great. The little Dark Angel's winglet works. You know, it tells the setting of where this character is in the heresy. The armor is unmistakably power armor. Yeah, it looks more like a Mark 6 derivative based on the fact that it has no knees. But nothing makes it so ridiculously different to what's come before, like that new Sons of Horus Mark 3 Praetor, Traitor Legion Champion. Yeah, Sons of Horus Praetor. That nothing so different about this that makes it look like this is a completely different unseen mark of armor. Nothing like what's come before. No, it's not like that at all. This looks great, looks gorgeous. Bare head looks great, and I do really like that he has the most impressive helmet in the Night Lords, and it's really just the Night Raptor's helmet with larger wings on it. Really all it is. And it is a gorgeous looking helmet. It has that angular aggression to the bone, and there's not much more I can say about it. I just love this model. The little bits of trim and their just wise use, again, hints at like Chaos Space Marines and the brass trim they'll have around their armor in the centuries to come. Love it. Wish more models were sculpted to this level of quality. Then we get to Conrad Kurz. This is one of my least favourite Primarch models. Like the Kontakari, has these little blade winglets on the shins. So, I mean, at least they're aping him, but I don't really like those winglets at all. I think they detract from the model rather than improving it. Every edge of his armor doesn't need to be a weapon. It just becomes grim derp after a while. So yeah, there's that. The flesh cloak and all that on the back's fine, looks good. I don't know how I feel about the sort of bat's wing motif coming over the power pack on the back. Fact is, he's meant to be some sort of jump infantry and has rules for it, and yet nothing on the armor represents that. So is it just he's preternaturally fast? Korax isn't, but this guy is. I mean, maybe. I guess Mortarion has rules like that, right? But little things like that never sat the best with me. I'm also not a fan of the claws, probably because I've snapped them off on my own Conrad Kurz handling him before. But the 2 claws does nothing for me. I think no claws works better. Leave the claws to Korax and have the actual talons being in his fingers. There's something more animalistic, more brutal about that than the wrist blades. The wrist blades just, I don't know, it doesn't hurt the model having them, but there's no point to having them. It doesn't make him any more threatening or intimidating because he has those blades. I'd be more scared of him clawing at your face with his bare fingers, or with his spiked gauntlet fingers, like a Freddy Krueger, than with those long wrist blades. Like, this guy ain't Wolverine, he's Freddy Krueger. And, yeah, I do really like the segmented bits of angular armor plate on the thighs. That looks great. Very rib-like, maybe Bram Stoker's Dracula, the armor that he wears at the start of that film. The cupola Francis Ford Coppola film. Those are great. The head, probably my least favourite Primarch head in all of 30k. Doesn't really... it looks like another Primarch's head, like Horus, or maybe Lorgar's head, and someone just badly green stuffed it hair on to it. It just, I don't know, it doesn't look right to me. Sorry, it doesn't. Yeah, not the biggest fan of Comrade Kurz. Definitely in the bottom end of Primarchs. They are all gorgeous sculpts, though, like I say, and it doesn't mean he's a bad sculpt. There are just things I would change if I got to have my pick on this model. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode, we're going to be looking at the Blood Angels range in this range review. So, let's kick things off, shall we, with the original Blood Angels helmets. These are really nice. I like them quite a lot. The one I like least is the fat helmet here, because the sort of extra gorget meets mouth visor piece, it kind of feels like a slap on over the top of one of these helmets, which, funny enough, are the helmets I like the most. The ones which have sort of this completely flat face with the teardrop, I really like those. And I like these ones that are sort of more like a stylized Mark IV with like the little blood drop and such. They're neat. I really like these helmets. They have a lot of character. They are clearly different from the standard armor types, although you can see the Mark IV heritage in them. And the bare head is rather pathetic and boring, but hey, is what it is. I also really like the little sort of angelic halo thing going on them. That is very old school Blood Angels, and I think it suits them to a T. Then we get to the new Mark VI heads, and look, people think I have a bit of a problem with Mark VI. I don't have a problem with it in general. I think there are legions who are far better suited to it. My problem with the use of these Mark VI upgrade heads is that clearly they were a bit of a sales tactic. Okay, they decided for whatever reason to do Mark VI as the main box set and to make these heads the focus of the box set upgrade kits. And really it doesn't work. The legions having all this stylized armor with all this extra bling added to them, well, it doesn't really make sense because the bling is something that's added over time. You know, and for suits of Mark II that might have been in use since the start of the Great Crusade, it makes sense for them to have a lot more bling. Whereas brand new suits of Mark VI, if you're just churning these things out because you just need armor for the battlefield, it doesn't get stylized the same way because there's no history to it yet. You know, it's fresh equipment. And so I don't like many of these helmets just because they don't tell the narrative that I picture in my head very well. And these ones in particular have zero character. Yeah, they've got some gold trim and such on them, but you can almost see the design process here, the thinking behind it, like, oh, well, we need to add like some trim of some kind on here. Well, where do we do it? Well, we can't do it on the nose. It's just a pointy beak. Where should we put it? Well, we could do something like a teardrop down the eye. No. Let's just slap some gold and a teardrop on the helmet. And frankly, if they didn't have the gold on there, and it was just the teardrop, it would probably look better. Whereas you contrast all these helmets and what they could have done with these helmets. Well, for a start, there's more unique designs here, but little things like this little halo I was talking about, the spiked halo, they could have added those on. You know, or this line of trim that runs up the center of the face and then around to the sides, they could have done something like that. Basically, they had options and they chose essentially the laziest one because it's the same gold trim pattern repeated on every one of these helmets. Then they just changed where they put the slots in. And for those who are curious, that is a 5-minute job in any sculpting tool. So this is not like a lot of time and effort and such went into this. I do like the bare head much more in this set though. And I don't mind the beaky sort of sergeant's helm, but I would not go out of my way to buy the set for either of those things. Anyway, going on from there, we get to the Contemptor Dreadnought, and this was okay. And only okay. I don't like the new stylized sort of wing that they have for the Blood Angels in 30k. I'm very mixed on how I feel towards it. I don't love it, don't hate it, but again, definitely don't love it. And this type of gold trim around the outside, it's not the worst, but I'm not a fan of that trim. and we'll talk a lot more about that later. And the last little quirk of it is the helmet on it looks very much like a Grey Knight's helmet. And this is something you're going to see a lot of, again, as we go through this Blood Angels range. The things that I do like about it is the sort of size, shape of the teardrop gem. Great. The gem on the helmet, fine. And I love the stylistic sort of halo around the helmet slot. Looks really, really good. As far as Contemptors go, this was one of the weaker ones I felt in the original Horus Heresy releases, and it's made even weaker now by the fact that there's all this gold trim on it, and then it's nowhere else on the torso because, apart from on the torso I should say, because they decided it should now be a plastic kit. Then we get the Incendious class Dreadnought. So this is the Dreadnought which has part of the Saturn V rocket jammed up its backside, which is great because it can achieve suborbital flight. Now, part of this is the paint job. I think if these weren't solid gold, these little sections of filigree on the knees and crutch with the paint job, I think if the gold was picked out on the raised sections, this would look better. And I actually think as a design, this Dreadnought over time has become my favourite out of the two, with the exception of, was this honestly the best they could do for the back? Because it just does nothing for me personally. Opinions may vary, of course. I really like it. I think it's mostly a pretty good Dreadnought, even with he's got the Assault Fist hands and, all sorts going on here. Fine, great, whatever. It does the job, okay, it works. But it wouldn't have been my go-to pick on every little part. I prefer the trim that comes over the top of the shoulder pad, like on the Death Guard Contemptor. I think that would have looked really good here. And I think if this torso had that halo of the other Contemptor, it would be the best merging or blending of the two. But yeah, I don't hate it, and it has a nicer helmet than the other one as well. I just wish that instead of this ridge on top, this sort of, I don't know what you want to call that, let's call it the blowhole. If it didn't have the blowhole up on top of it, and it had the gem, that would really help it. But yeah, solid design, and just these little bits of filigree and such on there, it works for me. Then we get to the Leviathan Dreadnought. Again, it has this, see the Blood Angels icon on the chest? Perfect, that's my desired shape. The one on the leg, like on the other Contemptor's chest, I'm not a huge fan of it. And painting it, also not a big fan of it. This trim pops up again, of course, on the torso. I do like that this kit includes the assault cannons because it's just a natural, great weapon to take on a Leviathan Dreadnought, although it is very pricey. But hey, you're taking a Leviathan Dreadnought. You've already committed to paying those points. I don't like the grill, the lower half of the visor, again on the helmet. That really, it just looks like Aegis armor out of 40k. It just does nothing for it. It's also odd how it has the Legion numeral on the left shoulder pad, nothing at all on the right. A little bit asymmetry going on there, and it just sort of feels like a slept on afterthought, like, oh, we need to make it feel more Blood Angels-y. I don't know, put a numeral on there. Doesn't feel like it was a natural progression of the design aesthetic, because you look at the legs, you've got all the trim deliberately put onto sort of the waist, upper leg section, the gold trims there. You've got the gold trim all around the torso, around the head of the miniature. You've got blood drops and skull icons and filigree and all sorts of stuff going on. And then you just sort of have two blank shoulders, but with a 9. I don't know, it just doesn't offend me in any way. It's just a bit odd. But I really like the design otherwise. And yeah, it is one of the nicer designs out there for the Leviathan. Then we get into the Iliastus Pattern Assault Cannons. I spoke about them in the Imperial Fists range. These assault cannons are available to more than just Cataphractii Terminators. So why have they only ever released these upgrades for Cataphractii Terminators? Can't get my mind around it. Yeah. Then we get to the Angels tier. So now we're starting to get into the Legion Elite Specialist Unit territory. And we have two flavors here. So we have the grenade launchers, which, yep, they're grenade launchers. The grenade launcher is the same on all of the guys. There is nothing Blood Angels about it. There is, no big changes made to the miniatures, so let's just focus on one of the Angels Tiers sets. The Volkite pistols. Now, one annoying thing to point out, you only get to pick grenades, you only get to pick the Volkites. You don't get to pick a mixture of the two. They don't include the extra arms or weapons in one set. This is kind of frustrating, especially because there are two other weapons available off the top of my head to these guys. There are, I think, heavy flamers and assault cannons are also options that the unit can take. So if you want to take those weapons, well, they don't include the arms that you need in order to actually put those weapons onto the models. And they aren't really compatible with the new range of resins and such. So, the new range of plastics that have come out. So it's kind of annoying for upgrading the set. When I look at these models as well, they have this very unique armor, and it's not interesting like the Sanguinary Guard of 40k, but it's trying to ape on that with these stylized chests. Now, I like the stylized chest. What I don't get is the single giant crutch plate underneath that, and this identical 3-teardrop winged icon underneath. It's like they sculpted one version of this model and then they just reposed it with pretty much no changes, except for they moved this icon that you can see on the knee here and the shin of this guy. They just moved those around on the miniatures. They'll have the exact same trim in the same places, and it just feels very lazy. And I guess it's meant to be like a reinforced Mark IV, and you can kind of see behind the legs there's like little pistons to help them, but none of the other Destroyer variants have those. It's odd, you know, it's like up-armored Mark IV, but then the chest doesn't have any extra armor. It's just like the crutch and the lower legs, and then like this butt plate here, the upper butt plate is like extra armor. It's some weird stuff going on with this unit. And then we get to the helmets. I don't hate the helmets, but I do hate them for Blood Angels. I think these helmets are screaming to be Emperor's Children helmets for like miniatures who have upgraded like sonic weapons of some kind, you know. This doesn't look like the sort of helmet that I imagine for a Blood Angel. I think a traditional sort of Sanguinary Guard style death mask would have looked far more interesting. Think Titus of Gaul from Gladiator. You know, just this blank, emotionless face. Having the Vox grill in the front of it, that tall, almost open-mouthed, screaming Vox grill, doesn't look at all like I picture Blood Angels. And yeah, I think the unit's a bit of a letdown, a bit of a wet fart of a unit. Then we get to the Dawnbreaker cohort, and yep, the helmets. That's immediately what I look at, but it's not just the helmets. There are three things going on here. First thing is the helmets. Those are pretty much Grey Knight 40k helmets. They don't look right on 30k models. These guys really needed more 30k style helmets. Then you've got the gun. The grenade assault pistol twin barrel crappy looking where you can't believe it's not Grey Knight's gun, because that's what these guys look like. They look like proto Grey Knights. Instead of halberds, they've got the spear. Instead of Aegis armor, they've got this Mark IV but with an Aegis looking helmet. Instead of Mark IV shoulder pads, they've got these sort of pseudo Mark VI shoulder pads that look like Grey Knight pads a little bit. Instead of pistol weapons, they have this not Stormbolter grenade launcher supposedly stuck on the arm. They just want to be Grey Knights, and they've even got the little loincloth and everything. I hate this unit as sculpted. But there are three changes, and I know this because I've personally made these changes, that dramatically improve the look of this unit. Number one, head swap. Immediately go and look at these heads and picture putting those into the unit. Second, get rid of that left arm. Change it out so that instead of being that left arm twin grenade launcher thingy, it is the same as the right arm. In my case, I 3D printed replacement arms for them. Then the next option is changing out the shoulder pads. Put something else in there. There are so many great STLs. But failing that, just use Mark IV shoulder pads, because having this lopsided trim on the bottom edge of them only, for whatever reason, it just doesn't look balanced enough. And I tried a range of different shoulder pads to see if it was just me feeling like this. But there were definitely shoulder pads that look better on here. And they needed that bit of gold trim, because once you start painting the backpacks, as you can kind of see, you sort of end up with this no color variation happening at the top of the miniature, because the gold cuts off the bottom of the shoulder pad and then it's just matte colors above that. It doesn't look quite right. And I guess the fourth thing that you can do, and the third problem with the unit, the stupid flying stands ripped straight out of 40k. No other unit in 30k needed them. Why do these guys have them? And we can throw a 4.5 complaint on there, which is, why do they have such stupidly long loincloths? And why they just look like they're being lazily nail-gunned onto the belt. So there's a lot of issues with this unit. Now, what did they get right? Spears look great. The legs themselves look great. The backpack is one of the nicest backpack designs they've ever done. The sort of 3-engined jump pack design, which also has a Blood Angels icon / logo on the jump pack, which I think looks really, really nice. So yeah, they got that part right, but that's pretty much it. If it's just the weapon, the majority of the legs that doesn't offend, and the backpack, I think it's safe to say your unit has problems. And a lot of people I've spoken to about the Blood Angels range in the past seem to have the same sort of feelings I do. I know that's anecdotal, but I think many of you would agree. Nothing about these guys feels very 30k beyond the fact that they got some square knee pads and maybe the paint coloring choices, I don't know. But the helmets and that left arm with the horrible grenade launcher that we swear these guys aren't designed to look like Grey Knights. Yeah, no. Sanguinary Guard might have been a really good choice, just saying. Alright, Crimson Paladins. These guys suffer from the same thing that many other units do. In fact, that the Angels tiers suffer from, which is, here's a lot of war gear, especially custom unique war gear that you and only your unit can take and only your legion can get. By the way, we don't sculpt any of it. And not only that, we're not even going to give you all of the parts you need to have an identically armed unit. I can speak for pretty much everyone when I say that is really frustrating. Like, add a few extra swords in there, you know, or add a few extra shields or whatever it might be, because otherwise it's kind of a pain in the butt. Now, as a design, these Terminators have an obvious major flaw to me, and I spoke to another person who does a lot of 3D sculpting. They agreed, so I'm going to say that this is 100% true and everyone in the world agrees. And that is, the legs look too small on the bodies because they've been wasted away. What do I mean by that? Well, the legs have a sort of cutout. Let's see if I can get a more precise picture of it for you. So there's this flare look, like Saturday Night Fever pants, you know, where it's wider at the ankle and at the knee than it is in the middle of the shin. And it's further emphasized by having the trim there, which of course bulks it out to a greater degree. Then with the posing chosen on the miniatures, you now have torsos which look significantly longer than the legs. And it doesn't look right to your brain, because you know that torsos, even on Terminators, shouldn't look longer than the legs. It's like the legs were put on there at 95% the scale of the torso that they should be matching, and then they just produced it anyway. And it really hurts the unit. But apart from that, I quite like them. But then you fall into this other little category of, okay, maybe I do want to swap out all the weapons and such. Well, swapping out the arms becomes a bit of a pain because they've got these leather straps with blood drops on every one of them. Really cool, really iconic, but it means that changing out arms becomes a lot more difficult because now you want to keep that so that it suits still. And I don't like this. Now, the torso, the gold filigree across the chest, the little conic point at the top of it, love it. Looks fantastic. I also think they've got just the right amount of trim and gold and gems and little accessories all over the armor. So all of that stuff is perfect about the unit. It's just the legs really let them down. You've also got things like this one assault cannon. One assault cannon sucks, and this unit's main buff comes from having those shields. I would rather have more of those shields, and this is clearly meant to be an elite Terminator unit that can contest the field against other elite units. A pair of assault cannons is not doing that. You don't have enough firepower to make the investment in the firepower worth it. So I don't know why the developers of the game have it in their head that people want more of this. They don't. Just make the arm a separate part that you sell in other kits or something. Then you get to ones like this one, which when we get the 3D view up, you can see also the sword is wasted away, but it works here. The shield's not even correctly aligned on one of these guys. Yeah, see the handle of the shield in the hand wasn't glued on correctly. Nothing to do with the miniature, I just thought it was funny. But the trim across the chest with that head in there, very Emperor's Children, in a good way though. And I wish they had more of that kind of trim and filigree, and the filigree that's up here, either side of the blood droplet, that's only been painted black for some reason, matte, flat black. Yeah, must have taken photos before they'd finished painting it, because every other gem is painted on this miniature. Laziness in Forge World, I know it's shocking. Anyway, sometimes you've got to hit that deadline. The trim looks great. And it makes you wonder, because this trim is used pretty much nowhere else in the rest of the Blood Angels range. Instead, they went for this horrible, lazy trim. And I find it ironic, because in the novels, we're told about how the Blood Angels seem to just effortlessly look beautiful. You know, that they just seem to wear it naturally. And the Emperor's Children seem like tryhards. They've got all this gold and bling and gems, but it doesn't really suit them. It's like they're trying to look more fancy than they really are. In the 30k tabletop miniatures, it's the polar opposite. The Emperor's Children range is far superior to what we get in the entire Blood Angels range. So, funny how all that worked out, I guess. And then we're on to the characters. So, Blood Angels Sergeant in Terminator armor, Tartarus to be specific. Well, the miniature looks nice enough. I don't have any particular hates of any kind. I think the trim, although being the same as like on the door breakers, it seems to have been, maybe it's a little bit finer in detail, and it looks a lot better for it. And they've used a bit more actual filigree swirls rather than just the sort of, we'll call this the fishhook pattern that they have going on around the shoulders and the torso. The fishhook pattern and the stupid one going down the upper thigh. It looks much, much better on this model. The sword looks nice as well. The fact that the arms aren't cloaked, there isn't a big cloak coming over the shoulders, means it's easy to change the arms. Great, fantastic, which more miniatures were like this. But you may notice a slight problem here. We are being sold a Tartarus Terminator for a Legion which has Cataphracti Elite Terminators. Why do they insist on doing this all the time? I get it, it's cool, looks great. Who's it going with? Oh, it's not going to go with Cataphracti, because then the Cataphracti lose their hardened armor, basically. They lose that heavy reroll, but they suffer all the movement penalties still. So Tartarus and Cataphracti do not complement one another at all in this game. It brings them down. Really odd design choice. Speaking of odd design choices, this gem's painted gold, this one's painted red. This is a constant thing I see with the Blood Angels range. It's like they just forgot to do things throughout, or changed their mind on how they were going to do them partway through. You saw there's a bunch of Terminators with mismatched gems, and the Praetor also has them. It's a way to make you feel like the range is just rushed out the door, and it's just, who cares what they look like? Just buy the product. If you're going to do that, just show it to us in grey resin. We're crying out loud. Then we get to the Power Armoured Praetor. Has the nicest power armored helmet out of the entire current sort of newer range. Trim looks good. The legs suffer from that wasting effect. It looks like he has these shins, which are really, really, really stumpy compared to the upper leg. It doesn't look right, I think we can say. And it also means that the head, because it's got that halo and it is a large head and the torso feels a little small, makes the miniature feel very, very stumpy. And in fact, you see the other thigh looks like it's shorter than the upper shin. I mean, with modern sculpting and people saying they want true scale, I think this is one of those cases where it's like, yeah, I think they're onto something, because these shins, the lower legs, definitely needed to be lengthened to suit this model. And I think the helmet needed to be shrunk ever so slightly in proportion to the body. because it just looks like a ginormous head. You know, from this profile, it looks like his head's the size of his entire torso. It's not, but that's what it looks like. The trim on these shoulders, the shoulder pad trim, yeah, that's more like the sort of shoulders that the Dawnbreakers needed. So again, where is that? Why is this pattern and these swirls used here and they're not used on the other units in the range? It's like, well, it's probably a case of different sculptors worked on these models and took them in different directions. But yeah, it's fine. It's a serviceable miniature. Yeah, it works. All right, now on to more fun stuff. Relderan, the first captain of the Blood Angels. And yeah, someone decided to get fancy and paint it in non-metallics, and I don't think it does anything for this particular model. Relderan, I think, is a lovely model. It's a nice model, and it's good to see this sort of more interesting armor style. It definitely has this sort of artificer set of Mark III going on. At least that's what I feel it is. There are elements of Mark VI in the lower legs, but it works because this is the first captain. He's going to definitely be the one who has the fanciest armor aside from the Primarch. We have... I like the tacit plates that actually come off the chest. They're not coming off a belt buckle or anything. They're coming off the actual upper chest plate. And it kind of does cover the actual vulnerable points, which is the joints in the legs if he turns his torso. So, okay, that's actually a nice touch. The model clearly has some more of like those 40k tropes. There's like the little lanyards here across the chest. Looks good. Also, it's nice that out of his iconography, he doesn't have a billion swirls and again the hook trim. Okay, that's the silly looking fish hook trim going on. Doesn't have that. He's got plain straight edge trim, but with some fancy little additions like this little filigreed head on the knee plate or the winged motif on the arm. Not my favourite set of wings, but he's got them and it works. And this model feels appropriate. And the combi flamer on the belt, very old school Blood Angels taking that sort of weapon. Where does it fall down? Well, I've not seen a helmet provided with him. I think a helmet would have looked really nice. The sword is fine, but I think many people have issues with the Ghostbusters ectoplasm dripping off the blade. Can it be cleaned off? Yeah, it can, but it would have been nice to have a version of this miniature where we actually got to see the sword in its full glory and being wielded, you know, maybe something actually closer to this pose, and the way this guy is wielding his sword would have been nice to see on Relderan. So a solid entry in the character series, no real flaws or faults that I think detract from the model, just preferences that I would have rathered on it. And that takes us through to Sanguinius, who is the only Primarch sold without a display base. So we spoke about Rogel Dawn having an oversized oval display base for no good reason. Well, Sanguinius' display base, they decided to make an event-exclusive display base, and they sold it in limited quantities, and then they sold it for a bit as a separate item or a bundled item on Forge World. And then, so if you have, like me, the entire collection of Primarchs, here's this odd one out who has no display base. Now, in my case, I got a display base from the Weekender for him and him at the same time, because I have friends in the UK who are really generous and help out in that way, which is great. Thank you so much, guys, for sorting me out. For those of you who did miss out, hey, Uncle Mao, friend in China, he will help you out. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, because, yeah. So that, to me, is just a faux pas. That does nothing at all for the player, removing that base. If you wanted to produce all Primarchs as an option without the scenic base, so people could buy them a little bit cheaper, that's fine. If you want to release all Primarchs with a scenic base, that's fine. But the mix and match approach it does nothing for the customer. And as you know, I'm all about the consumer and their rights, and I find it very unimpressive. Now, as a Primarch model goes, he is one of my least favourite models. I enjoyed painting him, but something about the sort of splay-legged pose and the way the hair poses over the back of it, there is not a lot you can do with this model. Very low posability. And it doesn't look right having him in this pose necessarily without the demon who he's fighting on the scenic base, because then it makes a lot more sense, because the left hand actually ends up holding the horn of the demon that he is slaying as he's driving the spear or the sword through the demon. And it looks really good, like that he would be in that pose because he's fighting this gigantic demon. But against something like a regular Space Marine, this pose makes no sense. Other than that, I guess it's unoffensive, but yeah, could have been better. Definitely, for me personally, one of the weaker entries in the Primarch's range, because less posability than pretty much every other Primarch, which is saying something. Even Fulgrim, you can turn the head a little bit. In this, you can't, because the sort of sun ray inspired iron halo behind the head, the hair has to go a certain way in order to not break those off. And yeah, the leonine cloak and that's fine. The little Eye of Terror icons, that's what that's called on the chest. Yep, looks fine. The filigree, the trim, all of that on the armor, it's great. It's a Primarch model though, it should be great. But for me personally, and the sword, this rapier, yeah, it's fine. Kind of reminds me of, what's his face from Fantasy, the Slaneshi, the really vainglorious Slaneshi Chaos Warriors character, Sigvald the Magnificent. Sort of reminds me of his rapier. And yeah, whatever. The spear's nice. The Spear of Telesto is definitely the better looking weapon. But yeah. And Sanguinius is not that great a fighter this edition either. I just thought I'd point that out. So yeah, take that how you will. Anyway, that's it. That takes us through to the end of the Blood Angels range review. I think you can all agree it's a rather underwhelming review on my behalf, but this is how I feel about the range. There are so many minor changes that I feel could have been made to these sculpts that would have turned them into 7s, 8s, and 9s, and yet most of them fall into the 4s, 5s, and 6s category. You may feel differently about this, and if you do, please let me know in the comments below. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode, we're going to be looking at the Iron Hands in the Horus Heresy. Now, the Iron Hands suffer from... well, they suffer from being a less popular legion in someone's world. I think they're quite popular. From an earlier age of the Horus Heresy. And therefore, they sort of are lacking in the models department. Not that their models themselves are lacking in quality, which we'll get into, but the amount of models they have is really lacking because, well, what you're seeing on screen, plus another couple of items down the bottom, that's it. That's everything. And when doors and shoulder pads make up nearly half your range, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But we'll get into that as we go along. So, first up, the old Iron Hands Legion upgrade set. They're decent. They're nothing to write home about. They're just pretty simple. And I mean simple in a nice way. Except for this one helmet here, who almost, you can't tell that it's an Iron Hands helmet. It looks almost like a stock Mark III. But all the rest, with the interesting use of cables, I just like them, and I think they look really good as an upgrade helmet for other legions, things like rapier crews, for example, because it makes sense that like heavy weapons teams or rapier carriages, they would have these extra ocular implants. Works on tech marines as well. And I like the bare head on this squad because it works quite well. It's a very bionic augmented head, and well, if you're going to use a bare head, at least he's got something to protect half his face. Then we get to the Mark 6 upgrades, and, well, I'm not exactly sure what makes these Mark 6, but I really like them. I also really like the bare-headed sergeant who has like the Batu from Ghost in the Shell, sort of looking eye lenses. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Interesting, the whole hoses in the noses thing. That's an odd choice. But this is a set of these helmets which I actually want to buy in multiples. I have one set, and if I was doing more Iron Hands stuff, I would definitely buy more. I don't think they need the little skull on the helmet, just the fact that it's got this sort of segmented faceplate and a little bit of piping and hoses. I think that's perfect. Understated can really work well. I'm glad they didn't do what they did on many of the other helmets, which is just add gold trim above them, or in this case silver trim, onto the head and call it a day. No, this is actually something unique, and it looks like something they would have actually worn in the Horus Heresy. I especially like the crested helmet. I think for even up to the Praetor, that would be a good looking helmet. Wildcard entry in here, because again, this is a really, really underutilized range. This is the 40k Iron Hands Primaris upgrade set. Yeah, I know, 40k, shocking, but all of the purity seals work well as Oaths of Moment. The bionic arms here, very well scaled for the larger Centurions and the Praetor miniatures, and also will work on Terminators. You can convert them, and they are a very good size for the old plastic like Tartarus and Cataphracti Terminators. Same with these arms here, with the bionic hand holding the call pattern bolt rifle. Chop the bolt rifle off, attach a combi bolter in its place. Excellent weapon right there. Also, you've got all these little trinkets which you can glue on wherever you like, and yep, there's a couple of obvious Primaris helmets in there, but remove these two helmets out of the way, and you're left with just these bare heads, which, well, they look fantastic. So there's a lot you can use out of this. Also, these shoulder pads with the large cogs going around the outside, something like a Indomitus unit might be able to make use of them, but I would suggest you could, if you're decent with the old hobby knife, slice the cog part off and glue it onto another shoulder pad somewhere. You can also cut these little trinkets on the chains off, and it gives you more trinkets to use, or you can just sell all the shoulder pads on eBay or something. But I think this is a set that you could get a lot of utility out of if you're willing to do the conversion work to make up for the lack of available options. Then we go into the Contemptors. Now, their Contemptor was quite a nice one, and a very unique one in that, well, you can't see it in these photos, but on the back, instead of having the regular sort of power plant with the exhaust vents, it has this sort of adamantic reactor that looks more like something Mechanicum. It's this rounded reactor, and it looks really cool. Of course, it's got the right head. It's got these nice bionic attachments that, even though the Dreadnought's head isn't the actual head of the Marine, it's cool to see them utilised, as well as the cabling and the segmented chest plate. It's understated relatively, and I think it looks quite good. Definitely in the upper half of the Contemptors. Then we have the Iron Hands Legion Mark III squad. Now, you could in the old days, because of the scales, utilise these in a regular Mark III unit, and just to have a couple of guys that read more artificed armour. Me personally, I always just saw these as character fodder for both the Iron Hands and the Iron Warriors, because you have all these awesome Mark III bodies with clearly different handmade sets of armor plates, and of course the little cogs and such. That made them really good conversion material, and both legions have like a lot of chainmail and cabling and things like that. It worked really well. If you shave the Iron Hand symbol off, the Iron Hand hand on the shoulders, that was, a neat little shoulder pad with the cog, but the other arm with just the plain cog and the gear teeth around the outside of the trim, yeah, that works really well for, again, many different legions. Tech Marines, looks good on people who might be a bodyguard to a Tech Marine Lord, that kind of thing, or you can save them all for an Iron Hands command squad, for example. And even the Vexilia on the back, this sort of cog Vexilia with the servo skulls, yeah, that is proper grimdark, not grimdark. And yeah, fantastic. I mean, I hate to say it, there's not really an Iron Hands model I don't like. Then we get to the Medusan Immortals, and these guys have one minor issue, and that is that they are very monopose. You can swap arms, and that is it. The heads and bodies, with the exception of the bare sergeant's head, are sort of fixed in place. That head, that body is a one-piece casting. The legs, the chest, the works. So it's arms and shoulder pads are all you can really change on these guys. Now, these guys have a really, really cool shoulder pad as well, in that they've got the segmented right shoulder pad that's kind of like just like a Thunder Warriors one. You can see it in the back there. Yeah, they're pretty cool. This squad is cool, and again, awesome conversion fodder. Depends if you want to keep the shields or not as well, but there's nothing wrong with having shields on characters in 30k, and shields are a great place to have all this extra Legion iconography and to add some more interesting visuals to your army. You know, use of decals, hazard stripes, that sort of thing. Shields are a great option for that. So, just like with the previous unit, the Tacticals, consider using these guys as conversion fodder for your characters. Or run them as Medusan Immortals, because they're pretty good on the tabletop and really good in the Rite of War. I also like that the set actually includes the Graviton gun, because Graviton guns in the Iron Hands range, they are really the only Legion that makes heavy use of them, because they're the ones in the rules who get to. Most other Legions struggle to get access to the things. Iron Hands, upgrading Graviton guns to Graviton shredders become absolutely terrifying. They're one of the few Legions that can really deal with Contemptor Dreadnoughts and large automata, because they can just throw so much haywire out. Iron Hands Moritat in particular, with twin Graviton pistols, that's a Dreadnought killer. Then we get to the Gorgon Terminators. Again, I really like them, but look, performance-wise on the tabletop, they're middling this edition. They were much better last edition. They need to be able to swap a little bit more easily to Power Fists. And yeah, they don't have enough access to Thunder Hammers, which are of course king in this edition. But what's interesting about the Gorgons is they're basically proto-Indomitus pattern, which means if you don't want to use Gorgons as Gorgons, you can run them as Indomitus Terminators. And yeah, they make fantastic Indomitus Terminators. So consider that as an option. I do love the shoulder pads on them. That, again, segmented look to them, just like on the Medusan Immortals. Really, really hot. The helmets, they're sort of like a shortened version of the Indomitus Terminator helmet. Looks really brutal, aggressive. I like it a lot. The bits of pipe work and such around the bodies, yep, it all works. And I've painted... I'm going to say I've painted and finished 10 of them. I think I've done more than over the years, but I definitely did 10 for one of my armies, and they were nice kits to put together. They assembled pretty easily. They were fun to paint. They weren't overly detailed. They had enough room left to breathe. Yeah, I quite like them. And don't forget that you can get things like Graviton Shredders on this squad as well. So yay for that, because it's a much more effective weapon than, say, a heavy flamer, which you'll see on other Terminator units. Gorgons also make a good upgrade option for characters, because you can pretty much call any character suit of armor an artificer set of Terminator armor. So a quick arm and shoulder swap, and ta-da, your character is whatever armor you so desire, and it nicely suits the Legion. Speaking of characters, we go into the Iron Father, and I do like the model. There is one thing that has always irked me, and that is that this head is sculpted in. That's it, you're stuck with the bare head, and because it's a dark armor scheme, most people are going to, spray base coat it, and there's a lot of airbrushing to get Iron Hands to look like Forge World's Iron Hands with this sort of metallic green, purple, brown scheme. I do talk about how to do that scheme on my Instagram, and I did have it confirmed by a person who painted them that I was correct in how to do the scheme. It is basically using Tamiya colours, Tamiya clear reds, orange, blue, yellow, that kind of thing, over the top of metallic base coat, and then using Tamiya's smoke, and maybe with a little bit of black mixed into the smoke. Smoke is like a clear, dark colour, and you just darken it up until you get just the right consistency to it. You don't want to have very, very super shiny models. And apart from that, yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, so the head is kind of the detracting factor here. I have cut just the servo harness itself off, because the way it attaches to the back of the body, you can quite easily remove it. the little mount, and then you can stick it onto another Terminator's body quite easily. So consider that an option for you if you want to go down this road. Also, the way this one is designed, yes, it is very, very easy to swap the arms on, which is, of course, a huge deal to me. I bring it up often because it is important to see. Anyway, then we're going to throw another wild card in here because, again, I want to try and get the most out of this range and provide a few options for your conversions along the way. And the Legion Praetor with Power Axe. Oh, Macca, what are you thinking showing this? Well, what I'm thinking is we get rid of about half of this model. We cut off the arms, we get rid of the backpack, we get rid of the head. So we're keeping just the chest and the chainmail. And then we take this model from the 40k range and we put these arms, that head, and this backpack. Yeah, okay, it's a Primaris backpack. Who really cares? It's an Artificer backpack, okay? If you're super keen, cut the offending pieces off this backpack, like the nacelles, and attach them to the other backpack's nacelles instead. You can make this very, very easily into a fantastic Ironfather. Yeah, it's Primaris scale, which means it's big, but hey, guess what? In the new Horus Heresy, the characters are like orcs. They sculpted these guys big because they're the boss and the boss is the biggest git. Therefore, the Primaris parts perfectly fit onto this model because he is bigger than a Terminator. So, yeah, but that means you can have basically this model, who really, the only parts that don't work for 30k, yeah, okay, technically the shoulders aren't 30k. The legs, though, the legs are not 30k. But you can take this model, hell, you can take everything but the legs and attach your own legs to it. And this thing will look fine in 30k. Yeah, it's got these little round bits in like the elbow region. Who cares? Again, this is a character. This is the master-crafted armor. The guy leading the army. This is the Ironfather. So use this as conversion fodder, and you end up in a very similar pose to what this basic model is, but you're doing something more interesting with it. Okay? And you might have things like, say, if we go all the way back to the start of this video, you might take something like this crested helmet from the Mark 6 upgrades and plonk that onto this body. And what you're going to end up with, along with the chainmail, because this is why I picked this miniature in particular, the Volkite weapon, the chainmail, it feels very much more iron hands than many of the other options do. So that would be my advice to you. Now, let's round out this video with the Primarch, Ferus Manus. One of the dumbest Primarchs in 30k, beloved by those who play the Iron Hands, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest Ferus Manus fan, rules-wise. For some reason, the 360 view isn't working at the moment, so go websites. But this is one lovely Primarch. It's one of the best. Yeah, this is... I think he was the third Primarch released. I think it went Angron, Fulgrim, Ferrus. And Fulgrim and Ferrus, when they originally released, you could buy this limited edition diorama scenic base, which allowed you to combine Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim together, so they were actually fighting out the duel, which ends in Ferrus's death. Doesn't make sense, though, because Ferrus didn't have the hammer in that duel, and, well, anyway. Close enough, right? But this is a really, really nice model. The armor is meant to be Terminator armor. Now, it kind of looks more like power armor with Terminator shoulder pads, I think we can all agree. And that's because it doesn't have the big back sort of section, the hood, over the top of Ferrus's Manus head. I guess I had to remove that because otherwise, how did Fulgrim even get the sword in there to cut his head off? I guess maybe that was the thinking behind it. So it doesn't really strike me as looking particularly like Cataphracti Terminator armor. It really just looks more like a special custom suit of power armor to me, but hey, who cares, right? Again, we're arguing like semantics here. But Ferrus Manus just has this lovely detailing of like the numerals and the little cogs and rivets on the armor and all the folded up servo harness on the back with the different weapons. It looks really, really good. And yeah, they knocked it out of the park with this model. Ferrus is one of those models who we didn't have a lot of visuals to go on. Some Primarchs we did. You know, we knew what they looked like quite well. I think Horus is a great example of that. Or Gilliman's not a bad example. We had seen quite a few pictures of Gilliman. We knew what Mortarion looked like, and Magnus especially. Everyone knew Magnus for his titty horns. The one thing they really lacked on in 30k. But Ferrus was one of the ones who we only had a couple of really distant blurry images or old like visions of heresy stuff where he looked completely weird, tripped out of this universe because it was drawn by a drug-addled Blanche or something. That's fine, but obviously translating that into the more realistic, quote-unquote, pseudo-historical version of the Horus Heresy, they had to do something with it, and this is what they ended up with. And what they ended up with is a Primarch that's probably in my top 5. Yeah, it's without a doubt in my top 5. Yeah, my very favourite Primarch may surprise you guys when we get to it. But yeah, Vedus Manus, beautiful sculpt, absolutely gorgeous. And if only they were all at this level of quality, it's just wow. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm back with the Outer Circle. I hope you enjoyed this episode on the Iron Hands. Again, I apologise for the fact that it's probably a little bit saltier than we'd like because, well, these episodes are meant to be a bit of fun. You know, looking back at the range as it is now and saying, you know, what works and what doesn't here. And this is a range that everything basically works. And when you're saying something isn't perfect, it's literally just that. So, oh, well, it's not perfect, but it's still a 9 out of 10. You know, that's the Iron Hands in a nutshell. Very much like the Emperor's Children. The Emperor's Children, all their older stuff is like this. It's fantastic, you know? And we're going to see that again with a few other legions, where it's like, we look at it and we're just like, this is awesome, 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 awesome. And this is one of those. And it just really sucks that they have just not been given the attention that they really need. A proper Praetor, not just the Iron Father Cataphracti, which is nice, but it's really more of a stand-in for their special character, Ortec Moore. That's how he's armed anyway. And what they need to do was something, they need a proper Terminator HQ, especially one in Gorgon armor would be nice. Or maybe one in Tartarus armor, something different, okay? And of course one in power armor. But until then, I've given you some conversion advice that I think you should take on board, as I did for the Space Wolves and I did for the Iron Warriors before this. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you for watching. Thoughts and comments below, and I'll see you on the next one. G'day guys, back with the Outer Circle, and today's episode we're going to be looking at the World Eaters Legion range. So to kick it off, we have the original World Eaters Legion Mark II upgrade set. This is a series of kind of cool heads. They sort of have this Greek Corinthian helm style thing with that Mandalorian T-visor going on. And it does harken back to, you know, something that you could almost imagine being in like the Gladiator pits or something like that. The bear head, pretty far from my favourite, and most of these sets have pretty poor heads by today's standards of sculpt, so not the biggest fan of those. And it falls into the pitfall that many of these sets fell into, which is that they only give you 9 helmets, and you kind of need 10 for a squad, if you're going to equip an entire unit. And if you have a 20-man unit, well, do you need 2 crested sergeant's helms? No. So, you know, it would have been nice to have 11 or 12 heads in these sets, not 10, ironically. And a lot of people also don't want the bear head. I don't really use them a lot, except on maybe the occasional character, because it's a bit distracting just seeing like one random tactical marine with a bear head, for example. Not the biggest fan of it. Then we have the Legion Mark III upgrade veteran heads, and these are a cut-paste job. They basically sculpted one and decided to release it as its own set. And I like them, but I've never seen a time where I thought that I needed an entire unit full of this particular head. Obviously, it's heading in the direction of, say, the Khorne Berserkers of 40k. It's got the bunny ears going on. I thought that one of this set, and just using these as, say, sergeant's helmets to go with these helmets is probably the better use for them. put them on the occasional characters and such. And I do like the sculpt. It is, of course, one sculpt, and I pick on a lot of the Mark 6 ones for that. I'm going to pick on these for it, because it's not really a set of veterans' heads. This is just the same head over and over again, and then it's a bit lazy. Now, the bunny ears come out of literally the ears of the helmet, which is very different to the next set, which is where the bunny ears actually come out the sort of side of the head above the ears of the helmet. And I won't lie, I'm not actually the biggest fan of this set. I prefer the older style. This is much truer to the World Eaters that we've had in the past versus this set. There's something about the less aggressive look of these, that they don't have that wide angular appearance that the older ones did. Now, it does make it a bad set, but I'm not particularly drawn to them. I think I would have much rathered a very much more Sarum patterned helmet, something very similar to what Khan has in 30k. These just, I don't know, for whatever reason, they just don't quite work for me. I think it's partly because the ears, they all have this sort of upwards angle. They come up and they're above the ear, versus the other heads here where it's a much more shallow angle, so it's very, very sharp edged, almost like the head of an axe forming the ear. Whereas on these, it doesn't feel like that. It feels much softer, much more curvy. Could just all be in my head. And of course, this is pretty much the same helmet copy pasted as well, with little skull on the top of this helmet. Yay, I guess they're totally different now. Yeah, the sergeant's helmet with like the pseudo butcher's nails sculpted into the top of it does nothing for me, but I do like the snarling sort of snout here. And the old World Eaters upgrades that were at Forge World, those heads look really good too when they're interspersed here. And I'll give it to them. This bareheaded sergeant sort of model, much, much better choice and would look good on a character in the World Eaters. But I wouldn't go out of my way for this set, and I would occasionally use these ones. But really, I think these helmets are where it's at for the Legion. These are my favourites by far out of the three choices available. Then we get to the Contemptor, and this is just a shame. Losing the rest of this model is a real letdown, because this was a fantastic Dreadnought. It was the best, in my personal opinion, with the Death Guard one following very closely behind, so spoilers for my opinion there. This Dreadnought was amazing, and it was the standard which no other Dreadnought really lived up to. There were a few contenders, the Alpha Legion one, the Thousand Suns Dreadnought, the Death Guard Dreadnought, they were up there. But the World Eaters Contemptor was just the perfect blend, I felt, of heresy details, without having too much ostentatious trim, without having too many symbols, without going over the top. It had just the right amount. It had space for you to add your own decals, but it also had sculpted details that were interesting. And the World Eaters Legion icon works really well for being a sculpted on icon, which not all legions do. And the use of things like the lightning bolts very much is that sort of Great Crusade era motif, and it really helped to sell this Legion as being around for a while. These aren't Khorne Berserkers, this is the World Eaters, and I love it. It's still my favourite Dreadnought, but damn, it suffers from not having the full resin kit anymore. Then we get to the Legion Elite units, and I like the Rampagers a lot, but the Rampagers are a bunch of small, angry men. They are tiny in comparison to the rest of the current range, and they are some of the last Mark II models actually available. Now, I like that they've got the sort of Mark II chest plate, but on the belt buckle, they have a sort of ball or half ball bearing sort of thing happening there, which replaces the traditional Aquila Eagle that you see on, the guy at the back does have one, but it feels more like a Besigu. Those little round shields you see on the shoulders of a knight that protect the armpit. Kind of feels like that, which is interesting. And the collar of the Mark II being spiked, basically. It's had little perforations made in it where they've stuck in spikes, so it's almost like the World Eater's own armor is a weapon. They're that violent a legion. Same with the spikes running down the outside of the upper thighs and around the shoulder guards. All of that just adds to the menace. I don't really care for little bits of chain dangling off the hip. That sculpted on chain, it does make posing them a little bit more frustrating. Not hard, but more frustrating, because it limits the amount of poses you can put the torso into. Now, the bad part of the kit is the heads. They are not the best sculpted heads in the world. They look very, very munted and weird. Mr. Potato Head. They were fine for the time, but compared to the sculpting of fleshy heads today, they are very underwhelming. And they're gigantic. They're gigantic helmet-sized heads comparative to the bodies, which looks a bit weird. I like the bare arms on the miniatures. Again, going for sort of those 40k World Eaters looks, which is great. But then we fall down in one key category, and that is the cutaway weapons. There is one cutaway weapon that's fantastic, two that are okay, and one that's underwhelming. And of course, the best one's the one up front. There's the Phalanx Blades. Any rumours that you might have heard that there are other weapons, even spread by me, are a lie. There are no other cutaway weapons, only Phalanx Blades. And the problem is, you get basically one set of most of these weapons, or two sets of these weapons. And because these are thin, brittle resin, it's very easy to break many of these weapons. So I made 3D STL that I print with tenacious resin to try and make up for that. So like Kat, for example, co-host on the channel, I think I gave him like 100 3D printed ones that I did. I drew up a design, modified them, and put them into a tenacious resin, which means they're flexible to avoid that snapping issue. But the squad as a whole, you aren't able to arm them all identically, and that's annoying because most people like to run units of identical weapons because it's easy to roll, and usually if you're taking weapons because the one you like the most, or you like its performance characteristics, or whatever it might be. So being limited in what you can take is really annoying, and I'm pretty sure it's two sets of each weapon that you get in the kit. Yeah, I wish it was otherwise, because it's really annoying. And the weapons look so cool. I mean, I'm not quite sure how you can take twin Phalanx Blades off a model and also have a Thunderhammer at the same time if you put them on a character, but you can. Rules is written, funny things. Of course, the Excoriated Chain Axes, they're the coolest looking weapon ever because it's just a giant chain axe. Let's face it, that's cool as hell. Maybe the Death Guard Man Reapers come close. It's a real shame that they don't sell the weapons themselves independently. Like, it feels like they should. They should sell chain axe sets independently as a part of the World Eaters range. But as you can see, going all the way back to the start here, they do not. If you want to find chain axes, you've got to go about that another way. So, yeah, but a lovely squad, and it just really scale crept heavily because just, you know, everything Games Workshop does is making everything bigger and nicer looking than the last thing. And it means that these guys that were, you know, they were decent sized Marines when they first came out. Now they're the size of Imperial Guardsmen. And, I mean, it really shows. And it's a shame because I do love them in so many ways. Then we get to the Red Butchers, and I'm not the biggest fan of this sculpt. There are many reasons why it doesn't work for me, but sort of defining them is really hard. This is supposed to be suits of Cataphracti Terminator armor, which have like hooks and chains to... Basically, these guys are so insane that between battles, they just have to get chained up inside their suits of armor. The suit of armor forms basically a prison. Almost like a coffin or a sarcophagus around the member. And yeah, they don't all look very cataphracti for a start. And I don't know that I like this interpretation of the armor as like an alternate sculpt. Not the biggest fan in the world of it. And just a lot of random like brass trim and stuff going off in random directions. It seems a bit too chaotic for, you know, these guys are not the ones who are modifying their armor and changing their armor to have some sort of new style. These are rampaging madmen who are trapped in this armor. So I feel like it should be more utilitarian, more like stock cataphracti armor with the chains and the hooks to tie them down, and maybe some brutal spikes added to them. But having like custom helmets and stuff like that, it just doesn't seem quite right to me. But I do love the axes. I think the axes look really, really cool. They are like the Legion, part of the Legion icon almost. You know, that toothed maw. That's kind of what it looks like to me. And the style of chain fist, this sort of curved chain fist on the sergeant, I really like that. But are the pitfalls? Well, again, they're all in helmets, which, funny enough, these guys are so insane. I feel like a helmet is getting in the way of the maniac. I wish they all had bare heads. And there was actually a previous sculpt for these guys before they were released where they did all have bare heads, which would have been better in my opinion. And they're another unit that falls foul of the you don't get the war gear options that you need in the game. In this case, they can all take lightning cores, which actually works out to be the better option in most scenarios over the twinned power axes. But you don't get any lightning cores in the set. So I hope you like converting, and you will be cutting resin arms because these things are not the most posable in the world. So yeah, if you want to run them with lightning cores, get out the saw because you're going to have to start cutting. And it's 5 pairs of lightning cores. Would it really have been that hard to sculpt or add them to the kit? I guess it would have, but these are the quality of life features I wish that many Legions had, and they just don't. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of them for that reason. Anyway, Khorne Berserkers in 40k. Why am I bringing these guys up in a 30k video? Well, one of my big complaints here was things like bare heads. There are some really good snarling helmed bare heads in this set, which I think would look really good on sergeants, especially on characters, because the larger sculpt size of the 40k miniatures, I think it works really well. And you could even use the bodies. I know they've got like a lot of gold trim and such, but there are also sections that don't have as much gold trim. They would probably work well with the Rampager's torsos or parts of the Rampager weapons to get some better sized Rampagers. They are not super chaotic. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of spiky gold trim, but if we look back at the Legion Rampagers, well, we have spiky gold trim, and it's creeping in spiky gold trim on these miniatures. So it's not that much of a leap to say that, you know, they're maybe just a little bit more down the path of Khorne. Some of the weapons, like the twin-headed chain axe here, they would look also really good as conversion options on the new plastic Praetors, or say the Legion Champion models that have come out recently. So consider those as viable options to include there. And the Anvilus backpacks. Pretty much all of these just have skulls on them. The Anvilus backpack is an accepted pattern of backpack that is in service with the Legiones Astartes during the Great Crusade. So what would be wrong with including a few of these backpacks, especially on characters? Just it looks a little bit more aggressive. Having that wide backpack makes the character a little bit wider, a little bit larger, a little bit more imposing. I'm not saying use full 40k miniatures in the army. I think that's not really the spirit of 30k necessarily, but utilizing parts of these selectively, using parts of their bodies or their legs to add size, is probably a really good approach, especially like creating a command squad or even characters in the army. There are a lot of bits in here that can be utilized, especially, as I said, the bare heads. Then we get to the characters. Khan the Bloody. This was an Edgar Skoromowski sculpt, and yeah, he nailed it. This is a lovely model. I really like that the plasma pistol here is very much like his 40k incarnation. It has the skull built into it. It seems like something that would have been a derpy detail, like very 1990s style of thing. Like, oh, it's cool to have a gun which is made of skulls. Like, you know, that old school heavy metal vibe of Games Workshop. It's just a bit silly. And yet, damn, my man made it work. It looks great. The Mark IV becoming almost Mark V armor on him, with the knees having the World Eater's icons baked into those square Mark IV knee pads, with the studs of the Mark V power armor creeping in. Like, this is armor that's been damaged because he's always in the thick of the action. It's had to be reinforced, and that's cool. And we have the sort of gladiator style armor, like a Lorica segmentata type forearm going on here, just hinting again at that World Eater Pitfighter heritage. The nails on the helmet works in Khan's case here, the Sarum type helmet with the short crest, the very aggressive face, and of course the sort of sculpted rib cage and chest breastplate. It hints at like an artifice, once upon a time, the World Eaters, prior to the nails, probably cared and probably wove a lot of artifice and cared about what their equipment looked like and took pride in it. Aesthetics is not something that just, Emperor's Children or Ultramarines or Blood Angels cared about. The World Eaters might very much have cared too, maybe taking it as a sign of prestige or, martial prowess and showing off their victories in battle. And we see that with like the shoulder pad here, the embellishment in it. Like, clearly, this is artificed armor. He cared once about his armor. The little jaws in the back of the Mark IV backpack here, same thing again. And it tells the story of like, this guy was once a praetor, who had the best equipment, and is just slowly devolving into a madman. At least that's the story I think it tells here. And hey, opinions might differ on that. And he also has one of the nicer bare heads as well, comparatively, with the butcher's nails. Like, physically, you can see these sort of lines and striations on the skin, like it's stretching the flesh on the skull. It's a bit grisly, and I really like it. I think, yeah, that looks good. So Khan is a big win. But this weapon, his alternate weapon, if you don't take Gorechild, it just looks like an orc chopper. I would have liked to have seen something else. Okay, maybe not a chain axe because he has one, but maybe like a cutlery weapon would have been nice. Meteor hammer or phalanx blades, something like that. If you didn't see a power armored marine, if you just saw this hand and that weapon on its own, you would think this was an orc. It's the least impressive part of the model. And it feels like it's just there to differentiate it from his basic Gorechild weapon. Oh, it can't look the same. Don't want people to get confused. Anyway, that's it. That's all the characters we have, unfortunately. There was never any alternate sculpts. There was never any other characters released for the World Eaters. There are no Praetors released for the World Eaters. This really kind of hurts. I hear that there is a World Eaters Praetor in the pipeline as the next Legion Praetor release, since we got the Space Wolf one recently. If that happens, I will talk about it in an upcoming video, but for now, this is what we've got, which is why I suggest, Khorne Berserker parts from 40k, combined with 30k plastics to try and make something. And we'll finish up, of course, with the Primarch, Angron, the first Primarch created for the Horus Heresy game. This guy grossed all the cover art, the posters, everything when the Horus Heresy first came out. And I still love this mold to this day. In fact, this is one of the only Primarchs where I want to paint another one. Most Primarchs, I get through it, I'm like, that was good, that was fun. Let's never do that again. Angron is one of the only Primarchs where I'm like, hey, I kind of want to get another one, because I first painted him back in 2012. Cat got one first. I got one a few weeks later. Cat's, I think, is still sealed new in box. He never actually opened it. And he probably never will, because he doesn't really like Primarchs. But he bought him, and I think he's the only Primarch he did actually buy. So his is still brand new in its Forge World box. My one was ripped out of its Forge World box years ago. And you can see how much things have changed. The style of the painting here, it is very military scale modeler, realistic. There's no edge highlighting really on the Marines around it. It's sort of, you can tell the vintage of the model. His display base is actually one of the worst display bases to physically mount. Okay, I like the simplicity of it. I wish all of the bases were this simplistic. Just, hey, he's rampaging through a bunch of people, just murdering his way on the battlefield. Cool, I'm down with that. Problem is, though, the base is a single solid piece of resin all the way around. My advice to you is if you buy one, cut it in half, because getting his 40mm base into it, it's really tight and can be a bit of a challenge at times, or it just doesn't want to go in, or it doesn't want to come out, because resin shrinks as it cures, and this creates all sorts of issues, whereas all of the Primarchs since Angron are made with multi-part surrounds that go around the 40mm base that the Primarch is standing on, for that exact reason. Now, the actual model itself, yeah, I just love it. When they released him, I couldn't think at the time, and even looking back now, like nostalgia side, I couldn't think of a model that more perfectly is what I imagined the Primarch would look like. None of the others look as good to me as what I imagined they would from the artwork that we had of them. Angron was perfect for me. Now, it doesn't make him my favourite Primarch sculpt. You know, it does suffer from a few flaws, like that base, and also the head is not a removable component, which means you have to paint that super pale flesh in situ in that golden armour, and paint, you know, the butcher's nails and the red tattooing around the eyes. You've got to do it all in situ, which it can be kind of hard to get the brush into all the locations and paint the bright red behind his head, and you know, it's just those little things where it's like, oh, I really would, you know, I really would like to have had the head as a separate component. And again, that's something they changed on Fulgrim, the very next model, so from Fulgrim onwards. And this is something we would see repeated over and over again. But as it stood, wow, just knocked it out of the park, Simon Egan, who sculpted this on the very first Primarch. It was perfect, and I don't want to resculpt this. I think this is perfect as it is. He looks small, he looks short in stature compared to the other Primarchs. You know, looks very squat front on. That's because his body is stretched right out. His foot is back here. He is running, sprinting at the enemy, and so he's low down, squatting almost, because he is sprinting and shoulder charging straight into someone. And when you see this model in the flesh, it is gorgeous. And if you stand him on that back foot, his height is very comparable to the other Primarchs, who normally seem about a head taller than him. And yeah, the tasteful display base, just everything about it. I just gush over this model, and I do want to buy and paint another one. Although next time I probably won't buy the legit one, because now he is $168. I think I got the original one for like $75. So it's like doubled in price in like 12 years. It hurts. It hurts. But yeah, wow, what a beautiful model. And I just wish they were sculpted like this today. And more thought was put into this model than a lot of the new Primarchs, where they're more flashy, they're more blingy, they have more stuff going on, but you lose the character in that. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the new Horus, for example. I just think it's an overblown mess, but we'll get to that anyway. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you for watching this episode on the World Eaters, and the next one up will be the Ultramarines, so I'll see you on that video. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and in today's episode we're going to be looking at the Ultramarines in our Legionnaires Astartes range review. So, the Ultramarines, well, we're actually missing a set of helmets and a set of torso upgrades. So, the only one left over from 1.0 now is these Praetorian heads, but there was also the Invictarii heads, which were very similar to the old Ultramarines Honor Guard in 40k, with a sort of Mark IV helmet with a transverse crest running from front to back of the helmet, and a sort of Aquila eagle's wings making up the front visor of the helmet. I actually really liked those. So if I remember to, I'll put a picture in here when I edit the video. Anyway, the Praetorian heads here, I take it or leave it, really. They don't add so much to the Ultramarines that I really feel like, wow, those are Ultramarines. Those heads scream to me that is that Legion. No, they don't do anything like that. And in fact, the little sort of Templar-style crosses on the forehead of some of these helmets or on the front visors. Looks more like it could belong to the Dark Angels or to the Imperial Fists as some form of Templar brethren, perhaps. So, yeah, look, it's the Ultramarines. They're supposed to be quite a vanilla legion. I just wish they'd done something a little bit more interesting with the helmets. They are nice as alternate sculpts to occasionally sprinkle throughout, but that's about it. And the Barehead Sergeant does really not much for me. Then we have the new Ultramarines Mark 6 helmets here. And all they've done with these is they've added an indented line on each side of the centre of the helmet, so you can paint a stripe more easily down the centre of the head, I guess. And they've put in sort of a slot coming down off the eyeball and running along the cheek of the helmet visor. It adds a little bit more definition, I guess, but I guess nothing really screams that these have to be Ultramarines. Yes, a couple of them have the U symbol on them. Yeah, the bear head is sort of a repeat of the last one. It looks like an Burns riddled John Voight, and the rear beaky head with the Ultramarines icon on it. Yeah, that could probably get some use out of, but really, there's nothing that really makes me want to buy these. Maybe for use in like a veteran squad if they're all in Mark 6 for some reason, because then I could more easily paint the stripe down the center of the heads if someone was so inclined, but I'm happy to freehand it anyway, so yeah, take it or leave it. None of the Ultramarines upgrades here are very inspiring. Then we get to the Contemptor Dreadnought. And look, I've owned this. I've owned every Contemptor Dreadnought, in fact, for the Horus Heresy at some point. Some in multiples. This is not one that I am keen to get multiples of. Not because it's a bad design. It's just fine. Does the job. It definitely was much, much better when it was the full resin Dreadnought. And, well, shockingly, that's pretty much my opinion for all of these Dreadnoughts. It really did benefit from having the appropriate body design with the trim and such on there. It also came with this sort of wanky little belt buckle shield with leather strapping hanging off it that I never glued onto mine because it really didn't work for me, but it was fine. It was a perfectly acceptable Contemptor Dreadnought, but it was never one I really wanted to go out of my way and get more than one of. I found that one was plenty for my needs, and yeah, it's fine. Then the Ultramarines Praetorian Breacher Shields. Now these, I really do like. They're good for a few reasons. For a start, they give you more weapons for once than you actually need, because it gives you the extra Invictarii Suzerain Power Axe, which is neat. It doesn't just give you the Gladius Power Swords. Now, they're all the same sculpt of sword, but at least the arms are all different, so there's some posability there. Also, the 10 shields that you get, well, the 5 in this, but you're going to build a squad of 10, a unit of 10 minimum. Well, the shields are quite nice, but it is just the same design repeated. It's not like we'll see on the Invictus Suzerain. Now, I think it adds a bit of character to the Legion. It is clearly the older style of shield that dates from the Badab Wars era, the boarding teams back then, with the Ultramarines iconography placed onto it, and that's fine. It's a perfectly acceptable mark of shield to use. It's just not the Mark III Breacher Shield most people are probably used to in the Horus Heresy. And I like this design a heck of a lot more than what they did with the Templar Brethren. I think the Ultramarines are a far better looking unit. Problem is, they're not bad on the tabletop, but, well, look at the universe they exist within. You almost never see the unit actually play, which is a shame because I think it's gorgeous. So really, the Ultramarines Praetorian Breacher Shields is not usually bought by people to make a big unit of Ultramarines Praetorian Breaches. It's built to make characters. This is an upgrade set. Gladiuses for all your sergeants, or the occasional Ultramarines Invictus Axe, like whatever you like, that's what this set is for. And that's what I would suggest you do with it as well. Then we have the Invictus Suzerains. Now we're into actual Legion-specific units. And I have built and painted these guys, and I didn't really enjoy it. I found them very, very busy. Every single one of these models had as much or more going on than the HQ choices of many legions, and I don't really feel that that was thematic to the Horus Heresy, even if it is the Ultramarines, and they're a bit more blingy than most, because these guys have more going on than Palatine Blades do, or Phoenix Terminators, and they're Emperor's Children. They're renowned for being over the top and ostentatious in their trim. It just felt like every spot they could on this armor, they had done something with it to make it more unique. And sometimes I complain that models are not unique enough. This is one of the instances where it's like, no, you've done too much. You need to dial it back 5-10%. The shields are nice. The chest itself, the breastplate of the armor and the leather strapping, I think that all works. And I'm not even against the legs, but when it comes to like the little ultra symbols on the vambrace on the forearm, or the gigantic Judge Dredd style Aquila Eagle shoulder pads, there's even a U symbol on the back. I don't know if we have a 360 view in here, but even the back of the model on the backpack has Ultramarines iconography. And then you've got the helmet as well, and it's like, well, the helmet alone tells you plenty about the unit. And it's just so over the top, so overboard what's going on with this unit that I didn't really enjoy it. And then when it came to the shields, they're all unique, which is great. But they don't really work as bridging shields. They look more like combat shields, because they don't actually have any spot to aim a weapon through, like a bolt gun. Instead, they work like a combat shield. The pistol itself is held in the hand that is holding the shield. So, I don't know, it's just a weird quirk of the rules as played, as intended, and the models are sculpted. Very much that's a combat shield, not a boarding shield. I mean, if you can carry boarding shields with pistols like this, or full-size bolt guns, why aren't people doing that? Begs the question, right? Why have the other legions not realised how to wield a chain axe or something in their right hand and hold the bolter in their left and still be as effective? I don't know. Just a weird quirk of the fluff. But Suzerains have never been one of my favourite units. They're probably a 7, maybe even a 6.5. Because it's just a little bit overboard. And when I worked on them myself, I removed some of the details just to dial them back a bit, because there's just so much going on with these guys. So much. Then we get to the Praetors, and you thought there was a lot going on before. Can you tell what legion this guy belongs to? Let's see. You on the shin, you on Tacit, you on the belt buckle, you in the helmet, you making up the shape of the faceplate. Then we got a U on the top of the backpack. Well, let's see what else we have here. 360-degree view. Let's go. Let's see. U on the vambrace, U on the sword, Legion numeral on the leg, another ultra symbol on the backpack, another Legion numeral carved into the skull on the arm, U's all around the upper thigh where it joins at the hip, the Legion icon on the shin, of course the Legion numeral and icon on the scabbard, even the side of the weapon has a U. This is, to me, this personally is the Grim Derp style, where it's like you've gone so many of this icon in there that, it's like a 40k miniature. It's trying to tell you exactly what it is, so even as bare resin with no paint job or anything like that, it is unmistakably Ultramarine because of that icon. And I don't like minis like that. There's a range of reasons as to why, but I like, put your Legion icon in 2, maybe 3 places on the miniature. There's no real need to do more than that. And I think with Ultramarines especially, belt buckle and the sword hilt, the pommel of the sword or the crossguard are perfectly good locations to have it. Don't really need it anywhere else. So when you see it this many times repeated on the model, it just becomes nauseating because, well, this model is no good to convert for another Legion because you can't get rid of all those Ultra symbols. So it's kind of frustrating. And despite having all of this gold and this bling, something feels off about it. And that's, for me personally, I think it's the chest is just flat blue. There's no symbols or anything like that in there. And it's almost like a black hole when you stare at this screen. All around it is just gold. Golden shoulders, golden legs. You've got the scabbard and the rich reds of the leathers. The bright skin on the face of the model. The bright whites of these straps hanging on the Vexilia on his backpack. And then just terminate it in a flat matte blue chest. It's just I don't know. It's weird things about the sculpt and paint job combined. I do not like this model. I think it's like a 5 out of 10. It works, and that is all. Then we get to the Cataphracti Praetor. So, hey, everything we said about that previous model. Yeah. Look, I like this more, but every single strap on the shoulders is a U. It's an Ultra symbol. So again, you're not converting this. This is not being used by anyone else. Then you've got the Ultra symbols hanging off the lanyards. You've got them on the legs, on the straps coming off, the Turgis straps coming off the belt buckle, the chest. These little purity seals here have the U symbols. Of course, there's the Ultramar on the axe, as well as shoulders, the little symbol above the head. It's very over the board. But it works a little bit better on the Cataphracti Terminator because it's a much bigger and bulkier model with which to pull it off on. Now, as for the styling, I like this style of custom Terminator armor on this guy. I think it looks really good, especially the way the Aquila Eagle is sort of formed into the chest and has this sort of gold thin trim going on the underside of it. That looks really crisp to me as a detail, and I do really like that. And the combi melter going on here with the over-mounted combi melter instead of the underslung combi melter, I really like that. I think it looks really, really good. And it looks very aggressive with the upwards taper on the grip of the bolt gun. I don't know, there's something about it that I really, really like. And of course, the axe that he's armed with, I think is a perfectly acceptable upscaling of the axe as you would see on the infantry. Now, they're not two-handed weapons, so it doesn't need to be so ludicrously large, but, well, it's not a terrible model for it, so totally cool with that. I do think I could forego putting on the cloak. I don't think that's really necessary for the miniature. And I do think it looks much better with the helmet than this horrible, we'll call him Space Armish bare head that he's got. Not the biggest fan of that. Yeah, this is much better than the Power Armored Praetor, but he's still a very busy, very Ultramarines model. And I do have one major gripe that I'll grumble about. And that is this repeated habit we're seeing with characters where the left hand holds the ranged weapon, the right hand holds the close combat weapon, which is, of course, the opposite of every single upgrade set. So we want our melee weapons in the left hand, and we want our ranged weapons in the right hand, because ranged weapons are all sculpted for the right hand in all of the upgrade kits, the Terminator box sets, whatever it might be. Same as the Power Fists. Apart from Lightning Core Power Fists, everything is sculpted to be a left hand. So if you want to give this guy a Thunder Hammer, or you want to give him a Lightning Core, 1 Lightning Core, 2, whatever. If you want to give this guy, I don't know, Chain Fist, Power Fist, Power Maul, Power Sword, they're all going to be for the other hand. So why didn't they just flip the model's arms? You know, flip them around. And yeah, I know. It's not the end of the world, but I think it's a legitimate gripe, because part of this hobby, a huge part of it, is building these guys the way you want them to be built. And there are so many options. You know, it's a page of war gear for these Praetors. Let us use that page. Actually, let us pick that war gear, Don't pigeonhole us into having to take certain weapons because you've built your models in such a way that it's really hard to change what they're armed with. Anyway, end my little rant. Then, my wild card for today's episode, because we are pretty light on units for the Ultramarines comparative to many other legions, is Chaplain Cassius from the Deathwatch 40k range. I don't know how long he'll be around for, but he's in Artificer Mark IV power armor, and yes, he has a little bit of Deathwatch going on with the left arm. Well, change the left arm, change the shoulder pad, change the forearm, and ta-da, perfect 30k model right here. He's got a great head, he has a really nice backpack with the Ultramarines icon on it, and you can see, like, this is a 40k model here, and you could say, like, he's got a little decoration from the Sigillite, that's why he has the little eye on his chest there. Whatever it might be, right? This is so much more toned down. Like, his Ultramarines iconography is really just one on the backpack, up the top there, a little U carved into each side of the Crozius Arcanum, a little Ultra on this Turge on his chest, on this Bessigue, I should say. And then you compare that to, say, the Power Armored Praetor at Forge World with his 40 different Ultramarines icons. When 40k is the toned down version of something, I think that tells you a lot. But perfect model to use just straight out of the box pretty much as a chaplain. Just, yeah, maybe fix up the arm, change the shoulder pad, whatever it might be. So Chaplain Cassius is my ring-in for this episode. Then we move to Remus Ventanus, the Saviour of Kelth, who is perfectly fine. I very much prefer him with the helmet on, and a helmet more like this. Instead of these or these, I think this helmet screams a lot more Ultramarine to me. So it would have been really nice, I think, to see something closer to that being in the upgrade sets. As for the armor, it's like a combination of Mark V, Mark VI, and I don't like them. That's probably not the right way to phrase it. I like it, and I think they've pulled it off, but it doesn't make sense from the universe's perspective of why that character is armored that way. So reconciling the fact that the fluff part of me says no, but the person who's looking at this model says, I think that's a lovely model. And I say that because this is a Praetor level character who was primed and ready to go on a campaign. Why would he have just a kit-bashed Mark V set of power armor? This is a Praetor. He should be having artificered, Mark IV, the most up-to-date modern mark of power armor they could get their hands on. This is not that. This is like Mark V meets Mark VI. I mean, they're like Mark VI shins, but everything else about the armor screams Mark V. I don't know. Just, it's the fluff part that's killing me. Like I said, it's like two conflicting halves of my brain. The fluff half going, no, that's not it at all. Much like with, say, Dominion Zephon, which is why I didn't even mention that character in that review. And the other part of my brain going, well, beautiful model. And so we're just going to go down that direction. I like the little cognoscignum he's got at the back there, very similar to what we see on the power armored models. Helmet looks great. The choice of the power cabling is different, unique, and yet I like it. Same as the straps coming out of the belt buckle with the little plates, also like it. The big Legion standard Vexilia here, yeah, that's nice. It's not too chunky, it's not too refined. It's probably just the right level of what it needed to be. The Ultramarines icons on the shoulder pads and such, and the gold trim around the backpack, gorgeous. It's just blingy enough without crossing into the derpy threshold of that Legion Praetor that we saw earlier. And he's got a lot of Ultramarines logos and icons on him, but for whatever reason, most of it comes off a lot more restrained. It shouldn't be. I mean, this guy should feel like he's got way more going on, yet it feels more restrained, even though they are everywhere when you look close. And maybe that's the difference. You've got to look a bit closer to see it on like the little bit of elbow here, or on the bits of belt buckle at the back, or on the underside of his pistol. Like, they are there, but I guess they're not hitting you in the face, I feel, as much as, like on this model here, it hits you in the face. As soon as you see him, you just can't help but start counting. So Ventanas works better. The only place it doesn't make sense is his melter bomb. Like, is that an artificer melter bomb that he's got there hanging off the belt? Like, with the special Ultramarine seal of approval ready to go? Or, yeah, that just makes no sense. And he didn't need a tactical rock, did he? And that, I guess, takes us through to Guilliman. Guilliman puts us into a funny spot with characters, because I do like the Guilliman Primarch model, and apparently a lot more than a lot of other people do, because I thought it was nice to have a Primarch who's not just in combat. Most of the Primarchs, especially to the point of Guilliman's release, were in close combat, or running into combat. You know, Fulcrum is up sort of pirouetting in the air, taking a sword swing. Perturabo is firing his bolter mechanism. Horus is swinging his hammer. Horus is similar pose to this, but a bit more aggressively stated, that pose. Vulcan is sort of holding his arm out, ready to flamethrower at the same time as backswing with his hammer. Mortarion definitely taking a swing. He's on the backswing with his scythe. Angron is rampaging through a crowd. And that's the point at which, in the Horus Heresy, this model dropped. And Lorgar, who's like Guilliman, just sort of standing there in a inspiring regal pose. All works for me. Then I found it curious, though, that almost every Ultramarine character, Remus Ventanas, the Cataphracti Praetor, the Parama Praetor, they're all in very similar poses. Standing there, one leg slightly askew from the other, maybe a foot up on something, with one arm thrust forward, the other one held back at their side. One arm thrust forward, the other held back at his side. One arm thrust forward, the other held back at his side. And one arm thrust forward, the other one held back at this side. They're all stoic. Okay. It needed something like that Imperial Fists original Terminator Praetor. The one who is running with the sword backswinging, the shield up, like he's charging into... They need at least one Ultramarine who was like that, I think. Just to break up the poses a little bit. And I know it's not Guilliman's fault, but it's a repeating pattern we see throughout the Legion there. Anyway, as for Guilliman himself, I think he's gorgeous. I think he's a beautiful Primarch. And very well balanced. The bling is just the appropriate level for Guilliman's character. He's pretty much exactly what I imagined Guilliman would be, which that's my biggest compliment I can ever give to Forge World, is you sculpted exactly what I imagined this Primarch should look like. And that all works for me. And I even like the display base having these little icons. It's like Guilliman is at a triumph. He is celebrating, victory, the Imperium Secundus, whatever it might be. All gorgeous, all works for me. And I really appreciate it on that level. The detail in the miniature, the fact that, he has the sculpted on 6-pack, but it doesn't just have gold trim around it. It's actually like a gold leaf pattern going around it. It's the little things like that that show you that the sculptor really cared when they made this model. The backpack has that same sort of leafing pattern coming down the sides of it, and it's all balanced. It all looks neat. It all looks nice. I really like this model, and I did enjoy painting Guilliman's model. He was one of the more enjoyable ones to paint, maybe because, Ultramarines were the first chapter I had in 40k, so I think many people can say that. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing, I don't know, but this to me is right. This looks right. And compared to that travesty that is his awful 40k model, which I think is just irredeemable garbage, this is gorgeous. I'll take this any day of the week. I mean, his face isn't some deformed monstrosity like that 40k one, and what do I mean, the armor pattern on that 40... Oh, let's just never talk about that thing again. Anyway, that's it. That takes us to the end of the Ultramarines. And you know what? Overall, I think they've gotten out of the Horus Heresy pretty well. They have a lot of really nice-looking characters. It's a gorgeous Legion. And, yep, a few missteps on the Praetors, but that seems to be a common trend here. The older stuff holds up a little bit better, but yeah. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm back with the Outer Circle. Let me know your thoughts below, and I'll see you on the next video. G'day guys, Mike with the Outer Circle, and today's episode we're going to be looking at the Death Guard. The Death Guard were the first legion I properly collected for the Horus Heresy game, way back in 2012. And I had about 3,000 points of them completed by Christmas of 2012. And it was a lot of fun. Thing is, back then though, we didn't have a lot of options when we made our armies. We had whatever generic HQs were available, which wasn't many, and the really only Death Guard unit that we had available to us was the Death Shroud. So everything you see here actually all came after, basically, we did have the Contemptor though, by the end of the year, but everything you see came after, which puts it in a bit of a weird place amongst legions, because my memories of playing with the Death Guard was very much prior to them becoming what they are now. But anyway, let's get into it. So, first up, we have the old school head upgrades, and I really liked these. I felt that the Sergeant's helmet was weirdly different to the others. It made no sense why it was the shape it was when every other helmet's identical, and why that was the sort of option they came up with. I think something like 3 spikes on the helmet, like 3 as in like the Nurgle magical number type thing, might have been something that they could have done, but it was fine. I liked this headset, and in fact the bear head in this looks really sickly. Like the eyes are sunken right back into it. It's almost like a skull that you're sort of viewing, seeing in this. So yeah, I really liked this upgrade set, but there wasn't much to differentiate any of these heads. They're all exactly the same as one another. And they were very brittle. It was very easy to snap the spikes off the helmets. Now, I consider the Mark 6 upgrade set here to be 2 things. First, it's not Mark 6. This is the new Mark 3 helmets. And because of that, they work. And I think they're good. That's the other thing I think they are. I think they're good. This is not a bad bear head in the set, but I prefer the old bear head more. These helmets, though, I do really like them. The problem is, though, because the new Mark III helmets pretty much look like this, these don't really bring much to the table as an upgrade option. Something else had to be done with them to differentiate them, I think, from the stock Mark III helmets we're seeing coming up. Maybe some sort of like gas mask filters coming off the helmet would have been really cool. Look back at those old, like, 3rd edition era Plague Marines and artwork from 40k, and use that as sort of the go-to, or the original plastic Death Guard sculpts of 40k, way back when, the monopose ones, with the big beer belly body armor. That is probably the direction I think they should have gone in, and they didn't. So, whilst I like the set, it doesn't offer us a lot in the current environment. I guess the only thing that marks these out as apparently being Mark 6, despite having no trademarks of Mark 6, is the tiny little sensor on the top of the helmet. So, yay! And the choice of the little skull in the spike on the Sergeant, yeah, I think that's a good choice. It's a good stylistic choice. So, yeah, thumbs up for both sets, and I recommend them. Then we go to the Death Guard Power Scythes. They're a cool weapon. And if you're happy to use the old arms, they will work on your new plastic models, which is good. They're scythes. There's not an awful lot to say here because the Death Guard are very utilitarian. That means that their equipment does not have a lot of flashiness about it. There's not big sections of gold trim and filigree and gemstones and stuff. It's just a stick with a blade. And you know what? Pretty much identical here as it is on the Death Shroud, and it works really well for it. The only downside here is that you don't get many. You get 4 scythes and 1 for a Terminator. So 4 for power armor and a single 1 for a Terminator. It just feels like it's lacking something there in quantity, because if I had to arm whole units with these scythes, which is an option under certain circumstances, I would need to buy, 5 sets of this maybe, and that's a lot of money. And yeah, just not ideal, right? Then we go to the Contemptor, and this, after the World Eater's Contemptor Dreadnought, was my second favourite in the game. Just had a right mix of everything. The helmet looks like a Mark II/Mark III style of helmet on the Dreadnought. The original shoulder pads had a very tasteful trim. You have obviously the studs in the sort of surface of the chest and the cabling and the bits of damage and wear and tear, which is all very utilitarian, very Death Guard. The old arms and legs as well. The legs had like Mark III cutouts in the back of the leg armor. It just very much replicated the look and the style of the Legion that it was supposed to, and it is still my second favourite Contemptor Dreadnought, right after the World Eater's Contemptor Dreadnought, which is of course the best. Then we go to the Death Shroud. Now these guys, okay, they're starting to look a little bit small. They're still a decent size, but they're starting to feel a bit small. They've been power crept and height crept throughout the editions, but they're in a pretty good place in 2.0. Very resilient, especially with Psyker support. I know many people who run 2 to 3 Psykers in their armies, including Danny, for example, loves Librarian Callous Typhon comboed with Death Shroud, and it becomes a very powerful Death Star. Because Strength 6 attacks when you're knocking people down to Toughness 3, yeah, you can do the math. They've obviously been height crept by things like the new Indomitus Terminators. The new Indomitus heads sit at the height of the top of these guys' torsos, so they're a whole head shorter. That's a Games Workshop problem. They just constantly scale creep everything, and it sucks for those of us who would like to include all these different armies into our armies, because now, you end up with choices like, oh, I've got to go to Tortuga Bay, or whatever it might be, and try and find the appropriate armor types. But I love these original Death Shroud. They are some of the best models that they ever put out. Because you can tell this is clearly Tartarus power armor, and yet, or Tartarus Terminator armor, sorry, but it is clearly different. And it's not just like the Ebon Keshiq, where it is stock armor, where they just added the armor plates on the thighs. These guys have different hoses and cabling. They've got studs on the shoulder pads. They've got the Bessicues, those little round shields you see here on the armpit, attached to the shoulder. There's melter bombs, rad grenades, there's flamers mounted into the wrists, as well as the weapons. And unlike the Ebon Keshiq, these are multi-build miniatures. You can build any torso on any set of legs with any combination of arms that you like. And different helmets. Which again, new sculpts don't have that. These allow you to do somewhere in the vicinity of let's think, just between torsos and legs alone, you have 20 different options of pose, basically, or 20 different options of combination, let alone pose, of the amount of torso and leg. Alright, I want to put this one with this one that you can do. Then you have another 20 poses again, if you want to go through all different helmet combinations and arm combinations. So you end up with hundreds of different available permutations of this same unit, which is really cool. And they make great looking characters, or lesser characters, command squads, things like that. So yeah, I'm gushing because I love the unit. And again, this is the sort of stuff we got back in 2012. Okay, so 11 years ago, this was considered to be the normal sort of fare that we got in Horus Heresy units, because this was the second Terminator unit released for the Horus Heresy. The Justirian was the first. I suppose technically the Cataphracti, stock Cataphracti that is, was the first, but out of Elite Legion Terminators, this was the second. And so this was setting the goalposts, the benchmark that everything that come after had to be measured against. And look at how plain and simple these are, and then compare that to something like the Inner Circle Knights Cenobium, and just how over the top, ostentatious, and rather they are. And yeah, what winners. And then they one up that with the next book, because they gave us the Grave Wardens, which are another fantastic Terminator sculpt. And what can you say? This is taking Cataphracti, but changing things about. They rounded off the kneecaps. They gave them more gold trim in different locations as well. And this is starting to look almost like Chaos Terminators in 40k. And it's like, okay, I can see the direction that this is headed in, what the end goal of this process will be for this Legion. It's those nice little telltales of what is going to come later on. And of course, they're a lovely kit. I just never liked the grenade launchers on them. It was cool that they did this approach of like, oh yeah, chemical weapons and such, but the grenade launchers always had funky rules that I wasn't a big fan of. And okay, they couldn't make them rad grenades because a whole unit of like 10 rad grenade launchers would just be insane because you take 2 units of them and just wipe all the power armor off the table. But as they were these sort of strength 6 grenade launcher frag things, they were good. They were solid. I just wasn't the biggest fan of them. As kits, though, I love them. I think they're a fantastic kit, with the caveat that they're kind of hard to convert because the arms have this sort of shredded cloth with chain dangling over the top of them. And that means that regular cataphracti arms with their leather strapping, well, it's very hard to match them up because you can't just throw a whole arm on. You have to cut an arm at the elbow joint and swap the parts out, which can be a frustrating endeavour if you have to do a bunch of it. So it does mean that there is some reduced utility in the unit in that regard. But apart from that, they've got the Destroyer Hive, the pre-Destroyer Hive, just the chemical emitters in the top of their armour that gives them this sort of pseudo-flame attack if you go and charge them. They have all the chemical rebreathers and filters built into the chest, which again, it's a nice telltale of where the unit's at, as well as the old school sort of frowning, leering skull icon on the Besigus, on those little shoulder shields, which again, it's very winking and nodding back to old school miniatures, to what has come before, paying homage to the classics. And, of course, they've got these really neat little belt buckle type things with the crossed sides of the Legion in there. So, yeah, another fantastic unit, and I really do like the Grave Wardens. Then we get to the Death Guard Legion Praetors, and apart from needing the cloak on it, I really like this. It goes to show a good blend of the Imperium and, obviously, the Death Guard's own design aesthetic. Now, the chainmail is just so regular and orderly and kind of chunky on this when you compare it with the Death Shroud. Okay, let's see if I can get an individual Death Shroud kind of semi-up close. See how the chains all sort of dangle in slightly different directions? You know, because these models have movement. As they're moving on, the chains move and rustle and jangle about. Right? This doesn't have that. This is very artificial. So the little details like that, they always stick out to me, especially the newer sculpts every single one of them is bad for this. And that's because of the computer design elements versus the hand sculpting elements versus, you know, do the sculptors want to take the time to make sure that all of these things have, they're carried in the same momentum, the same direction? Maybe not. But anyway, the model as a whole is really nice, and I like that this icon on the belt buckle basically looks like a destroyer icon. So it's, you know, it's a bit of symbolism there, a bit of symbology, which is great. This weird trim on this Mark III shoulder pad, I'm fine with it. It works for me. The power scythe being held in that one hand, I actually don't mind it, because if for some reason you do want to change out the weaponry on this model, it's very easy to cut the hand off at the wrist or cut the arm off just in front of the elbow to put a power fist on. It's one of the few times this actually kind of works, and despite all the circumstances. I don't know why he has the quad nacelle backpack. That's sort of something that was usually only reserved for Primarchs, but, you know, it works. It looks good. And the little chemical emitter on the back, that looks good as well, as does the fact that he has this, you know, snouted helmet, which I like. It's very Death Guard. So overall, this one gets a pretty good pass. The only thing that lets it down is this is a Death Guard miniature. It's weathered, it's worn, it has barbaric chainmail and such. Why does he have such a flawless, perfect cloak? The cloak, to me, should be tattered. You know, it should have damage to it, like bolt gun rounds have ripped through it in points, and it's been caught on, you know, different thorns on the battlefield and barbed wire and entrenchments, and they've damaged the cloak, and the paint job obviously has to be, it's dirty, it's tarnished, it has dried flecks of blood on it, and, you know, chemical burns and all this sort of stuff. But instead, it's just this really, really nice cloak. And that doesn't fit the character of someone who has this just horrible bandage wrapped around his the haft of his scythe as a gripping material. It's like the two styles clash. But yeah, I'm not a cloak on many. I'm not a fan of cloaks on many of these characters, I should say. I'm getting dyslexic in my old age. And yeah. I also like that he's got the little arrow on the gold trim on this forearm. Like that vambrace there with the arrow, that's getting very Chaos Space Marine. So again, tells you where they're headed as a Legion, which I like. Then we get to this guy, who is straight out of 40k. Well, that's actually a bit harsh. He's not as bad as a 40k Death Guard miniature, because on the whole, I really don't like the 40k Death Guard miniatures, because they don't symbolize the Death Guard, they symbolize Nurgle's more, how do I put this, benevolent characteristics, when the Death Guard are all about, they're grim reapers. They're grim, stern of face, featureless, angry and spiteful and resentful of what they have become because they feel that they succumbed to weakness. And the 40k Death Guard are everything but that. And now this guy's not terrible, but why does he have just this jangling brazier on a hose? Just adds nothing to the model, and you think, imagine having that on your armor. Just a small, basically ball and chain, just dangling off your chest, slapping into your legs everywhere you walk. There'd be no paint left on him, you know? The part would probably break and snap the conduit off, and it just makes no sense. So it adds nothing aesthetically to the model. He doesn't have a destroyer hive or anything like that, and the leather sort of covering over his head, maybe you could say, oh, you know, that harks back to like some sort of medieval cowl. Maybe it just looks like some of the 40k Death Guard kits do, and I'm not the biggest fan of them. Now, the Terminator armor, on the whole, I'm pretty okay with. Like, it looks fine, it's passable. The axe. Why does he have an axe that is as wide as it's wider than his torso? It's just this massively oversized axe. Didn't need it. It would have been more thematic to give him the scythe of his Legion, or give him something else like a power fist or a chain fist, something like that. It's just a grossly oversized, comically large weapon, and it makes no sense. Oh, and speaking about like the chainmail and such on him before, look at this chainmail on the upper arm here. Okay, it is hanging down perfectly perpendicular, despite the fact that gravity should be making all the change slump to the rear, slump over the back of his arm. Chains are heavy, right? Gravity has a marked effect on that stuff. You notice it should all be slumped over onto one side. And he's walking forward, he's stepping forward towards, like on this angle, stepping towards the viewer. Why is all the chain on his arms just dangling perfectly downwards? Again, it has mass, it has weight to it. All this stuff should be swinging away and billowing in the breeze, as it were. And none of that is being sculpted into the miniatures. It's a real problem with the newer Games Workshop stuff. Same thing as the other Praetor, doesn't have the damage to the cloak, and I think it really should. And I never really saw Death Guard as big cloak wearers anyway. I know Mortarion has one, but we never really had cloak descriptions on any of the other characters. So I'm very mixed on my feelings towards them. I like the little things like the cabling, the Auspex, the chainmail, again, looks, all that's great. The more refined use of things like the gems, that's good. The gold trim on the vambraces, the forearm armor with the arrows, totally cool with that. Looks good, suits them. It's just, yeah, there's things I would like to see changed. And this is definitely just use the head, use the helmet head on the model, or better yet, put in something like, you know, this head, the bear head back here, put that on him. It'll look far nicer. And I don't get the symbolism of like this half skull in the axe. It just does nothing for me. So yeah, that's that model. Let's move on now to Callus Typhon. Perfect. This one is not doing the Saturday Night Fever boogie dance of Callus Typhon in 40k. It doesn't have spooky shit and smoke billowing out of everywhere. It's just a dirty Cataphracti Terminator. He has the helmet, but much more subdued than what it will become. But you can clearly see that helmet screams Callus Typhon. He's got the Man Reaper, and it is this gnarled old stick. I think this was another Edgar Skoromowski sculpt. I believe this was as well. Who's probably my favourite all-time Forge World sculptor. Shout out to you, Edgar. Yep, the Destroy Hive on the back, ready to just spill and billow out those noxious clouds. And again, they're not giant coral wreaths or anything like that. They're these almost like distilleries of copper piping that's all been buckled in, included, and he's got them in the legs. So you've got these gas tanks that and they have this external hoses. All the stuff is externally added to the armor to billow out the smoke. And, you know, it's got the 3 dots in there, which is starting to echo the Nurgle symbology, the Nurgle iconography that's going to come later. It looks really, really good. His base also matches Mortarian's base quite well, which is good if you want to use them in the same army and you have their display bases and such. Great, works well. And he has a really nicely sculpted bare head as well, which it suits. It suits him quite well with this sort of wispy beard that he's got going on. And what a great entry into the character series. Just very, very, exactly that. It's characterful. You know, you look at this and you think, yeah, that is Callus Typhon. So good on him. And then we have, to round it out, Mortarion. And I'll get it out of the way straight up. Yep, I too am disappointed that he does not have his famous breathing mask. That said, he does have the smile of a 40-year-old British hooker who smokes 40 cigarettes a day. So that brings a warm feeling to my heart. No, I really like this miniature. This is one of those ones where you've got it in your hands, it's very enjoyable. Does not photograph particularly well, just because of the pose. The way that parallax error occurs, and when we're using a camera and we're looking at the miniature, all of the parts that we're trying to keep in focus in the foreground suddenly look very, very close to us. So his hands look like they're the size of power fists because they're punching towards the camera lens. In real life, it's much better proportioned than that. It works really, really well. It looks great. Little touches on this model I like is this is Mark III armor, but it's also Terminator armor. So it's a sort of combination of Cataphracti and Mark III, and very much is called Cataphracti Terminator armor. Of course, he forgot that he wore this armor when he became a Demon Primarch, but that's another story. Let's hope that he gets the Demon Fulgrim treatment and a really sick 30k Demon model, perhaps. The Lantern, really interesting pistol design. This sort of almost looks like a 1950s ray gun, which I really appreciate. And unlike this character who has the random ball and sort of chain happening here, Mortarion has it as well, but it's on the back of him, and it's hanging off the sort of Alchem distillery backpack. That makes a lot more sense, because hanging things behind you is very different to hanging them off the front of you, where every time you take a step, your leg swings up and into it. It works better. Also has all of the little pipes, releasing the noxious gases in front of his face. And yeah, it just screams character, this miniature does. And that's not something we can say for a lot of others here. And actually, to point it out, I'll go back a few pictures here. Look at Mortarion's cloak. The edges all along his cloak are frayed and tattered. It's damaged, it's not perfect. And where it covers, he has bits of cloth that cover the shoulder armor. The cloth is tearing away in patches, and you can see it, the armor underneath exposed next to these sides, where the cloth has been ripped and torn asunder. it's got these little micro tears in the fabric. You see here underneath the skull icon, there's another tear in the fabric. Again, contrast it to these two characters who have perfect cloaks, okay? So this is the difference between someone who has reached the height of the game with their sculpting, and that's not to say, I'm not trying to tease the sculptor. That's just the improvement I would make on these models. Give them a more tattered cloak. That would suit the character of the miniatures and the Legion better. It tells you the story better. This is someone at their A game when it comes to sculpting, though. And Mortarion is gorgeous, and all those little details. And, the pipes, actually, all these pipes that make up his base, that speaks to, with Callus Typhon, the same sort of thing. But it's like these are these sewer pipes and chemical treatment plant pipes. It's something about them that just, once they've had a really strong, say, coppery paint job on them and all this oxidization, it just feels like it's pumping toxic chemicals. It really adds to the Primarch, which, you can't say something like that about, say, Perturabo's base with that giant knight. Yes, his base is more impressive than just some broken concrete and a bit of copper tube, but this has more character to it. It suits the Legion better. Perturabo, for example, should have been stepping over broken trenches and fortifications, not a busted knight. That sort of muddy attritional warfare with skulls piled up around him and the horrors of war. That suits Perturabo's character. But a knight chassis didn't. This suits Mortarion's character. The crumbling, rusting, decaying remains of some part of a city somewhere, or a treatment plant of some kind. This mechanical breaking down into the earth, being buried and rotting away, that's very Death Guard. And yeah, so on the whole, this is a range where every kit, I like it, and I just have my nitpicks along the way. The things that's like, hey, this is a 90%, it could have been a 100% if they did this or this change. And that's pretty rare. So it's been really great to go back and see this Legion, and I think many of the Legions have been like that, really, where it's like, this is great, this is great, this is great. And funny enough, it's all the older ones that really perform. And there could be a bias there, for sure, because, I don't know, maybe I've got really fond memories of the stuff that was around back then, but also I think the quality does show. Because we're able to do side-by-side comparisons, like with the Emperor's Children, go, look at the Phoenix Terminators, now look at this new Terminator console. Which one of these is 10-year-old technology and yet somehow better than the other? And I think it's plain as day. And the Death Guard, they're one of the ones where the new stuff, these new characters, they work, they blend in. Yeah, okay, they're painted a bit differently and such, but, they've got a few flaws in the sculpting, but they fit in, they work. But maybe you want to do a couple of things to make them a bit better. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and today's episode we're going to be reviewing the Thousand Suns range for the Horus Heresy. So let's crack on with the first set of heads. We actually have quite a few heads to go through with the Thousand Suns Legion, which is, well, it's kind of in marked contrast to the other legions. Normally, it's 1 to 2 sets of heads. We've kind of got about 4 to get through. 3 that are just helmets, and then 1 that's helmets, torsos, and some weapons. But anyway, this was the first lot of heads we got, and one of the distinct differences between the Thousand Suns and other legions is that there is no bare head present. In fact, there is no bare head in either of the 2 original sets of helmets that were released, which is kind of strange because every other legion did up to this point. Now, what do I think of them? I don't mind them, but the thing was, I bought, I'm going to say 60 of these heads, along with 2 boxes of Betrayal at Kelp when I built my original Thousand Suns for 2.0. Well, not even 2.0, it was for when the Thousand Suns actually got their book in Horus Heresy. So I bought all this stuff back in 2016, in anticipation of the book releasing in February of 2017. So all that went pretty well, but if I had the choice, I would not have bought these heads, because I really like the ones in the middle row. I don't mind the bottom row, but I don't really like any of the top row because they don't really seem like Thousand Suns so much to me. I don't know, it just all had to do with the type of crest, the shape of crest on the head, that kind of thing. Instead, I much prefer the Achaean pattern. And yep, although they're all the same, uniformity is very much a thing amongst the Thousand Suns around the rank and file. There is a lot of uniformity as they almost lose somewhat of their personality when they become a member of the cults. So there's a thematic element that plays out here because it's like, well, as a member of the Thousand Suns, like you're a Pavoni cult, you're a Raptora cult, you're a Corvidae, everyone thinks alike in the same set of cults, and they very much believe in esotericism and having symbology. It's very important to them. The symbology in the real world is reflected by symbolism in the spiritual world. And so the Thousand Suns Legion has a lot of the same recurring motifs for this reason. And they go, okay, if I put this specific sigil here on my armor, it means exactly this. And so you see a lot of conformity there. And even the Sekhmet were known to be almost like automatons by Ferrus Manus. But knowing what Ferrus Manus is like, we sort of take that as a compliment. We assume that, no, he means that in a nice way, that they're very robotic and listen to orders and all of that sort of thing. But, so this is a rare instance where I say the more symmetry, the more alike the models are, the better. And I think the Achaean helmets are basically the best blend of the old Horus Heresy Visions artwork and trading cards with the modern miniatures, and therefore this is my go-to for the helmets. Then we have the new Mark 6 helmets, which... So I have an inherent Mark 6 bias. I like the armor a lot, and I think there are some legions like Raven Guard, Alpha Legion who should have a lot of that armor. But on the whole, Heresy armor to me is a better fit for the Horus Heresy. Mark 6 is coming into use as the Heresy breaks out. And we're trying to be told that, hey, the Imperium that took, it took 150 years of the Great Crusade for them to basically start retiring Mark 2 armor. For 50 years, they've been using Mark 4 armor, and now they're about to swap everything over to using Mark 6 power armor. And they've done that in the space of a few years, and whilst the war is going on. Now, anyone who knows anything about logistics knows that that is not how anything works. And again, I always think of building my miniatures based on what story I'm trying to tell. And so I very much have this in mind. And when I look at these helmets, I think the Thousand Suns fought one major battle at the very beginning of the Horus Heresy, the Siege of Prospero, the burning of Prospero. A battle that lasted only a couple of hours and saw the Thousand Suns ambushed by the combined forces of the Space Wolves and the Legio Custodes and the Sisters of Silence. And because they were ambushed, the Primarch did not assist them in battle, whilst Valdor and Russ were both on the ground fighting on behalf of the other side. Well, we all know how that battle went, and even then, the Thousand Suns pretty much decimated the Space Wolves as a legion at the same time, no matter what Space Wolves players like to pretend. That's why the Space Wolves could not stand up to the Alpha Legion at the Alaxes Nebula battle that followed. Now, if the Thousand Suns lose that battle, how do they get out of there? Well, Magnus creates a warp portal and basically transports them to the planet Sororitas. Sorciaritas, however you want to pronounce it. I'm not good at the name, but it's the planet of the sorcerers, what eventually becomes the dark demonic mirror image of Prospero in demon space in the Eye of Terror. So if the Thousand Suns are there, where do they get all this Mark 6 power armor from? I know it was a long, convoluted way of getting to there in this story, but it makes no sense. And like I said, for me, I'm trying to tell a narrative. Maybe having a few of these helmets spread throughout, sure, why not? But an army of Mark 6000 Suns is not what I personally picture when it comes to the Thousand Suns. Mark 4 power armor, Mark 2 power armor, lots of Achaean pattern helmets and such. That is my traditional Thousand Suns. Then we normally do the elite units towards the end, and I do dreadnoughts first. I'm going to swap it around today. I'm going to bring the Kenetai Occult to the forefront because this offers us another set of heads and also torsos. Now, this is an upgrade set that goes with the Mark IV power armor. And unfortunately, they used to show a fully painted set of these miniatures and the armor on their website. But since they've removed that option, they just decided that just grey resin now is the best way to showcase the unit. I don't know why. It's just Forge World doing Forge World things. But what do we think of it? I like them a lot. They are basically taking the Achaean pattern helmet and just making it a little bit more grandiose. I don't really care for the sort of ears. They kind of remind me of Primaris ears on the top of the helmets here. But apart from that, these are nice helmets. And I think they look good on characters, especially lower tier characters. Because it gives you that Egyptian head crest without going too over the top. The 40k designs, there are some bits there that I think are quite good for the Horus Heresy. But I don't tend to say, hey, just use a bunch of the 40k plastics. Because they're just too stylized for what the Thousand Sons are at this point in time. Especially with the giant head crests on them and the bolters that are etched full of weird runes. That's not really the Thousand Sons yet. I think using the 40k kits for, say, veteran units or command squads, something like that, yeah, perfectly acceptable because they can be a bit more ornamented, a bit more ostentatious. But other than that, I think just the stock Mark IV with the Kenetai occult torsos and arms here put onto them, go for it. I also like that you get a decent number of weapons in here because this is enough Khopesh weapons. You buy one set of these upgrades, $60. You have enough to do 10 units worth of Kenetai Khopesh swords on your characters and squad sergeants. So if you went for Achaean pattern helmets and then used these helmets and these weapons to mark out your sergeants, I think it's a really easy way to convert your Thousand Sons and get a really cool looking force out of them. Now, Kenetai Occult as their own unit, they look good, but they suck on the tabletop, and there's no real way to make the sergeant distinctive in the squad. So you'll need to come up with some sort of way, whether through a Vexilia, or I changed the sergeant in my old Thousand Sons force to have a long Khopesh staff instead, just to mix it up a bit. Going on from there now, we get to the Sekhmet. Now, the Sekhmet are sort of unique amongst Terminators because this is the first set of Legion Elite-specific Terminators that were cheaped out on. And how so? Well, they're basically just the Khopesh sword, the head, and the torso. The rest of them is just the plastic Cataphracti Terminator. And Thousand Sons are one of the legions that is more unique than other legions. And especially when you start getting to the elite regiments, you should be seeing more interesting visually stuff, okay? Hieroglyphics on the armor. And in the case of, say, like these leather straps, it would have been great to see like little scarab icons, like scarab buckle at the bottom of each leather strap, for example. You know, something like that. You look at how over-the-top Inner Circle Knights Cenobium are when the Dark Angels are, you know, they're closer to a standard, quote-unquote, legion than the Thousand Sons are. This is an entire legion of psychers here, master psychers, who are all in sync with one another, and I don't know, it's just, the thing I always come back to is you're trying to tell a narrative when you create these armies. You're not just painting the models or playing that faction because you think they look cool. Most of us get very engrossed in the faction and in the fluff in the background, and for Thousand Sons, as you can probably tell, I've been playing them since the mid-90s. In one form or another, I've been playing Zinj armies since the 90s, and this legion in particular is one that really needs that special touch, okay? Think about it. Most legions don't have these giant crests on their armor, okay? The closest you get is the corn bunny ears, which is mostly a 40k thing. In 30k, the Thousand Sons are the only ones who have that. What is that? What is that crest? And what is that crest that you see on all of these other guys? It's the psychic hood. It's mentioned in the stories that the Thousand Sons all have these psychic hoods, and that's what the Egyptian crest is. That's why it makes sense that everyone has one. It's not just an embellishment on the armor, it's actually a functioning piece of equipment on these particular Marines. And they talk about in the novels how their heads feel icy cold sometimes when they're using their powers because of the psychic hood. And it would have been great to see an actual full kit here, because, I mean, look at this image. How much of this kit is just stock Terminator? And it's not a bad thing if you want to convert, but if you look at what the Scarab Occult Terminators look like in 40k, I think that's much closer to what they should have done in 30k. Maybe at the shoulder pads, for example, they could have gone for something that's... The trim on them could have been more Thousand Suns inspired, for example. And, maybe a big scarab icon on the little Bessigure, little shoulder shield that many forces have. And, yeah, but we'll get to some miniatures that have that shortly. The Thousand Suns Contemptor Dreadnought upgrade. Like all Contemptor Dreadnought upgrades, they don't work as individual torsos. They need the original body that goes with them. The shoulders and the legs, okay? And the Thousand Suns one is no exception. They had a fantastic Dreadnought, probably top 5, and it's wasted here. The only downside of these torsos, by the way, is if you put the Havoc launcher on the Thousand Suns torso, it looks like it's going to fire straight into the crested Egyptian headdress that's it's here, because there's a big missile launcher straight behind it. That never quite made sense to me. It would have been nice to have a missile that maybe shot through the center of it or shot over the top of it. It's one of those quirks of the design, but it was a lovely design once. It had little hieroglyphics and cartouches, especially, so it had these oval slots cut into the sides of the legs, the lower legs, that you could put hieroglyphics into, cartouche, which was really cool and very thematic. And now you don't have that. Then we have the Castellex Achaea. And this is what I was talking about, the Terminators. Imagine this sort of shoulder pad on the Sekhmet, okay, with a little scarab icon, little Legion numeral, Legion icon there, the Orobus. This would have been lovely to have on the Terminators, and even the weapons. If the bolt guns on the Terminators had have been combi bolters with this sort of eagle straddling them, something like, add something a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more visually inspired. Or the trim on these, the way the trim is on the legs, the Castellex Achaea, imagine that instead of the stock Cataphracti legs they got. What ifs, maybes, and could have beens, okay? I like the Sekhmet, but jeez. Castellex Achaea, though, I love these, and I especially love the Ether Fire Cannon. I think it's a beautiful design. Awful weapon on the tabletop. Not the greatest weapon last edition either. It was solid, but, it was okay. It looks fantastic, and there are some awesome 3D STLs that people have done out there for Ether Fire weapons for vehicles, for infantry, all sorts. I wish the design was more, it was more viable on the tabletop so we could see more of it. But unfortunately, the rules for these things, are kind of lacking. They got this awesome sort of crystal power pack in the back that's powering the weapon. The Castellex itself, instead of having the skull embedded into the torso, like the purely mechanical, these have that clear eye lens, this cyclopean eye, and this glowing source lighting. They've done this really suggests that, hey, this is a different thing. This is not your granddaddy's automata. And the crystal embedded into the back here, instead of just being an adamantic reactor, it has like a chakra crystal just thrown in there, Some hippie chick who doesn't shave in Byron Bay loves this miniature. It's aligning all of her chakras, and that's an Australian joke. People in Australia will get that. But yeah, I love these models. I had several of them. They were gorgeous in the army, and they're not very good on the tabletop this edition, but then Thousand Suns are terrible on the tabletop, so hey, use whatever you want in this Legion, because it's all bad. Then the Assyrian Dreadnought, which doesn't have a great place either on the tabletop this edition, just because of the interaction of Achaea Force versus Force, it's different. Now, I like the model, but it's extremely bloated with detail. The original Contemptor for the Thousand Suns struck a really nice balance. This thing goes a bit too far. The giant scarab on the front of the crotch with the cloak. The cloak is fine, but the giant scarab, I think, just overdoes that area. The head is fixed in place. There's no movement available to it at all. It's just rigidly fixed in place there like that. The, pearl strings coming down off the head crest, the Necron resurrection orb, all this sort of stuff. Like, visually, this is a very, very busy model, and I personally converted mine so that we sort of use these legs and arms on the regular Contemptor's torso. And it was a much more balanced looking miniature for it. So that is a conversion I suggest maybe a few of you try. Also, these little strips of fabric cloth running down across the chest, they're very fragile. So just be warned. The force weapon it's cool, but like Gravis Power Fist is just better. So better bang for your buck. If you're taking these, you're taking them to shut down reactions, things like that. They're fine, they're passable, but if I had to choose between this model or the regular Legion Contemptor for the Thousand Suns, I'm definitely picking the other model. Then we get to our characters, and we only have a single Terminator. There is no power armored character for the Thousand Suns. Now, the Terminator character is good, but this comes from the time when they were sculpting these. Well, for a start, this is the candy red paint scheme. It requires airbrushing for the best results. When you candy red using, say, Tamiya Clear Red, it's kind of a pain painting over everything around the candy red afterwards, because it breaks down when you expose it to fluids, and it can it becomes wet again, and so it can contaminate the other colors you put over the top in the early stages, which is kind of frustrating. So you've got to paint all of the detail on this model, and even the clear red sections, by hand. That's kind of tedious, because they sculpted this with the head is fixed into place, the shoulders are fixed into place, everything about this model. It's sort of just one big chunk of resin that the elbows, where the two forearms are, they detach, and pretty much everything else is just a part of this model as delivered, as like a single chunk of resin. As you can see here, it's just the top bit of the crest that actually comes off, and that is it. Okay, all the lower part, like the chest plate, crest, and all of that, yeah, that's fixed. So, yeah, as a miniature, not the biggest fan of just painting this one because of that. It also suffers from this early set of chonky details with like the cloaks. You can see there's no sleeve in it. It's just a flat, thick bit of resin. So is the cloaks that run between its legs and under its legs and all of that. So it's an optical illusion, and it works from angles like this, but when you turn it sideways, you can see it's just solid, thick chunks of resin. Not great. But on the whole, it looks good. Apart from the painting and assembly of this looks fantastic. It's a perfect Praetor for the Legion. It's just fiddly, and fiddly is a pain in the butt when you're painting these models. And we really need a power armored model, because like the Space Wolves, we've got a Terminator one. Now they've got a power armored one. Let's finish this off. Then we get to our special characters. So we start with Rat Boy here, Amon, the Mandarin, and look at that cloak. This is what I was talking about thick, chunky details. Yeah, that is just a thick chunk of resin. It's not even hollow. It's just, they sculpted what they want on one side of it for shape. They sculpted what they want on the other side for shape. And then they just filled the middle in with solid fabric. Not the greatest in the world. But Amon as a model is gorgeous. He is a pristine, beautiful Thousand Sun. The only thing I don't like is this little winglet. Didn't need it, didn't add anything to the model. They should have just not put it on there. It feels like an afterthought. They went, well, we've got to put something there. It feels like it's just too empty on that side. And they just slapped it on. Doesn't need it. Looks perfectly great, fantastic even without it. The sort of crook-styled stave, where it's got this sort of like sheep shepherd crook going on to it is very Egyptian in styling, but yet at the same time, science fiction, serpentine. The symbolism is great. The model is gorgeous, and he has a really nice display base too, with the sort of toppling pillars and the hieroglyphics. And yeah, I love the model. And the Ratman face, that's entirely the paint job. Whoever did this paint job, they did a nice job with like the tattoos and such, but the beard, the weird eyes and stuff, it's just all over the place. Don't judge it on that. Here, look, here's the bear head. It looks totally different when you see the actual bear head on Amon to the Rat Boy version of Amon. That's as painted. No offense to the person who actually sculpted it. Gorgeous model, love it to bits. And then we get to this piece of shit. This is a terrible model. Terribly done and defended by people more insultingly because they went, well, it looks kind of like this old trading card artwork of Ahriman. Ahriman there's an image of him on the front cover of the Thousand Suns novel. He has a more Tutankhamun-esque sort of mask, and he's holding a crook, like I was just talking about, the shepherd's crook, in purple and gold. It looks really, really cool, and he's in like a stylized Mark IV. This is like a bastardized Mark VI with the fattest head on planet Earth, or in this case, the planet Prospero. Of all the characters you can pick, like the Space Wolf half, they created a new character, Geiger Fellhand, who is like has traits of Bjorn and is meant to be like Bjorn's company leader or whatever. Fine, cool. Create your own custom characters. Why couldn't this have been generic sorcerer number 12? Instead, they made it Ahriman. And Ahriman is one of the big four. Okay, big five if you think about it special. You know, Khan, Lucius, Typhus, Ahriman, they're all uttered in the same breath. Why is Ahriman a horrible, monopose, weirdly scaled, statically posed piece of shit pumped out in the Burning of Prospero box? Are there good parts to this model? Yes. Are there parts that I went on to use elsewhere? Yeah, the cloak, for instance. The cloak is decent. The backpack is decent. The stave is decent enough on its own. It's the rest of the model, though, the actual body, that's horrible. He is short. He is fat. He looks like someone took a really nice model and, you know, in like 3 dimensions, like an image, and they just compressed it vertically down. So they didn't make it any thinner in the X and Y axes. They only compressed the Z axis. I hate this model. I loathe this model. All the other characters had these awesome like miniatures produced for them in resin over at Forge World with scenic display bases. And we get Amon, who is a decent model. But that's the treatment we could have gotten for Ahriman. And instead, Games Workshop in their infinite fucking wisdom gave us this. No, I hate this model. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. It makes me angry. And I only included it. I didn't include Dominion Zephon in the Blood Angels video because it would have gone very similar to this. It's just the disgraceful display of representing the character. Ahriman is the most beloved Thousand Suns character. And they ruined him out of corporate greed in slamming him into the box. This could have just been any generic sorcerer. No one would have cared. They would have gone, oh, that's pretty neat. But they had to make it Ahriman because they wanted that name to cash in on sales. Fuck them. I like this Primarch. It's not in my top 5. I think they did a really nice job of it, but the minute you've got things like the arcing warp energy floating around the base, I think no matter who sculpts it, no matter how good a job they do, like Simon Egan, brilliant sculptor, it's still horrible sculpted effects, and it looks exactly like that. I don't like it. And I didn't include any of that on my Magnus model when I built it, because I hate them so much. Now, as a model, he looks good, but I really do wish he had the nipple horns. The classic artwork always had these 2 horns coming out of the chest And yeah, they were silly, they were campy, but you've got a giant red Cyclops using psychic powers with ivory horns on the back of his armor anyway. Look, at this point, just go all out and give him the chest horns. Like, you're already a level of absurd here, so why does it matter? Design-wise, yep, it's gorgeous, it's a Primarch, but just solidly into the mid-tier. And his arms almost feel a little bit skinny for the body. I mean, I get it. They are bare exposed arms. They're going to look thinner, slimmer, because the body has armor on it. But I feel like maybe around the biceps or deltoids, he should have been just bulked up just a little bit more, 5% bigger, just to give him a bit better proportions and balance. Because now he comes with this really tiny face, really tiny arms, and then the hair makes up for the rest. The weapon, the Blade of Unintro, looks great. I love the cloak on Magnus. That is, yeah, it's just Magnus. You just look at it and you think, yeah, these sort of almost what would you call those feathers? Like a tropical peacock style. Looks great. The cloak having sort of like, it looks like a woven Egyptian fabric. Yeah, great, you know. But it comes with some sick bath towels, and these little strips of cloth that come down over the shoulders, they look fantastic. They look absolutely fantastic. So yeah, Magnus is a beautiful Primarch, but doesn't make my top 5 for those listed reasons. Just personal pet peeves. But yeah, a gorgeous model, and I do love it. They did justice to it. It just could have been a little bit better. And hey, like I said, all the Primarch sculpts, as I've said in previous videos, are all fantastic sculpts. Some are just better than others, and there are others that I would rate above Magnus when it comes to Primarch sculpts. And you've seen a few of them so far, like Ferrus Manus, Angron, okay, the Lion. They're all up there when it comes to really, really nice Primarchs. But I personally feel the best is yet to come. Anyway, that's it for the Thousand Suns. Let's just pretend that this model never exists and you just make your own, okay? So please, just make your own. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle, avid Thousand Suns fanboy of 30 years. I should seek help, but, well, this edition, the Thousand Suns need a lot more help than I do, so let's just give it to them first. See you all in the next video. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and today we're going to be looking at the Sons of Horus range in this episode of the Range Reviews. Now, the Sons of Horus range is, like the Imperial Fists, bloated and huge, so we have quite a bit to go through, and let's kick it off with the Mark IV heads. These ones, they're some of the oldest upgrade heads. These go back to about 2013 off the top of my head. They came out about the same time as the Sons of Horus Reavers did. Originally, it was the Justinian were the first sort of kit the Sons of Horus got. It wasn't until Book 2 that we got the Reavers and their kits. As far as these helmets go, I don't really like them. I've just never been a huge fan of them. Very, very blocky and angular and all of that, which is fine if you have a design like the Reavers that are built around that. These are going on to regular armor, regular Mark 2, 3, and 4 bodies. It just looks a bit weird. I think a few, like with the top knots and stuff, work okay as like sergeant's helmets, but I never felt like with the Sons of Horus, unlike other legions, that I really wanted to have a lot of these heads to build an army with. Then we get the current version, the Mark 6 heads. Can someone please explain to me exactly what makes these Mark 6? Because I could see Mark 5, I could see Mark 4, I could even see Mark 3 and Mark 2 before I can see Mark 6. These are Mark 4 heads, and they look good. These are much better blend of the attributes they had in the previous heads, and so if I was going to pick some up, these are the ones I think I would probably pick. They work better for me personally. I think the bear head looks very Sons of Horus. They've nailed the look with the scars and all that. It looks like a bit of a brawler. And the Sergeant's head with the top knot also looks great. So, yeah, I think I really prefer this set over the originals, which is not something that happens very often. Then the Legion Contemptor, and yeah, these were really ridiculously angular Contemptor Dreadnoughts, and pretty far from my favourite. In fact, they're right down the bottom end with the Space Wolves Contemptor. This one looks okay, but you can see for yourself what they look like with just the stock sort of Legion body on them. It's rather uninspired, having all these flat, smooth armor panels, and all of a sudden you get this segmented armor panels with pyramidal, spiky rivets, and man, talk about tonal inconsistency. Yeah, Sons of Horus, I don't know that I really would go out of the way. I think it'd be worth it in this case if you were going to get some plasticard, like some 2-3mm plasticard solid rods, and some solid plasticard extrusion, that is, and cut little pyramids out of it, or 3D print some pyramids and glue them on to like the arms, or to like maybe sections of the shoulders and maybe the outside of the thighs on the legs. That would really help to tie it together as a homogeneous model. But yeah, as it's sold, no, it's a no from me. Then we get to the Reavers. So, elite specialist units popping up pretty early today. And I like the Reavers. I like the spiky backpacks. I like the armor designs. Not the biggest fan in the world of their heads, only because they have that sort of, like with the Imperial Fists before, have a sort of semi-Grey Knight style snout. It's got that really pointed Knight's helmet, as opposed to a more traditional Mark IV. So I think these Reaver models, but with the new helmets, would look really, really nice. The chain axes, where it sort of comes back into the haft of the axe, the blade, and joins up, I really like that design. That is neat. That's interesting. I like a lot of the iconography on the bodies, like the Eye of Horus stylized icon, the lodge tokens and gold coins that they have. I even don't mind this sort of artificed set with the sort of ridgeline going on up the center. That's fine. I do appreciate the spikes on the armor as well. It suits them. I don't really like things like this gold trim here. I mean, I guess it is leading towards the Black Legion a bit, but yeah. And I don't like that we have another Sons of Horus icon stylized onto the other shoulder, because it does make it hard to, shoulder's one of the best places to put markings to differentiate different units within your army. So if you're running something like Black Reaving, and you're going to have a lot of Reavers in Black Reaving, you want the ability to mark them out as different to one another, and the easiest way to do that is by having different shoulder markings, but with these embossed shoulders, that's not an option, unfortunately. One other thing, for some reason, this Palatine Blades, they don't include jump packs. You can take them with jump packs in the game, but they don't include jump packs in the kit. Would it really cost that much additional resin? Would it have ruined the sales over at Forge World so badly to just put an extra 5 jump packs in there? Was that going to break the budget each year? The other thing is, of course, these guys suffer from book 1, 2, 3 syndrome, which is they're tiny. They are half a head shorter than a lot of the current range of plastics are. So, yeah, they look like baby manlet Marines next to what's come later. But apart from that, I do genuinely like and appreciate the sculpts. The spiky backpack especially is a great touch. And the Power Fist here with the spikes, sort of brass knuckle spikes going on in the trim. Yeah, gorgeous touch. And I think this is what I pictured when I did picture Sons of Horus, which is, again, the biggest compliment I can give is if I have an image in my mind of what I expect something to look like, and that's what gets delivered, then fantastic. Then we get to this. This is an awful, awful bundle made by a greedy, greedy company. Because let's think about it. You can take whole squads armed with these weapons, like churros and power axes. How many of them do you think you will need to buy? At best case, if you're willing to use this big double-hander, you get 3 axes. That's it. 2 built for one hand for power armor. None built for the left hand. So if you want to convert them onto, say, your Reavers here, for example. Oh, this guy has a left-handed axe. What do I do there? You know? Oh, well, you can get stuff. This guy's a left-hand power fist. It's frustratingly low quantity. Weapon sets should be sold in 5s. Nothing in Heresy comes in multiples of 3 or 2. Well, I guess everything's a multiple of 2, but still, the point stands. You need to have a reasonable quantity of items, even if you have to split them up into 2 different sets of items, because it's just a ludicrous number. Then look at the bolt weapons. Well, you've got 1, 2, 3. In fact, it's 1, 2, 3 bolt guns. This one is a Terminator-sized weapon, as is this one. So there's 3 Bane Strike bolt guns, 2 of the new Mark III bolt guns, and then 2 of the new Mark VI bolt guns, and then a Mark IV looking, but maybe it's the new Mark III. I don't know, it's hard to... The new Mark III has 2 different types of elbows. One looks like the Mark IV, the other one looks like this one down the bottom with the little round joint. And then you got a Mark III. None of this kit makes sense. It only makes sense if it's just being used to upgrade characters. It does not make sense, though, when this equipment is designed for whole units to take in this army, okay? It's not like, I don't know, what's... Like, the closest you would get to this is something like Phoenix Spears or Death Shroud Power Sides, where it's like you get 4 or 5 weapons, or even 6 in some cases in the set, or the 1,000 Tons Kenetai upgrade. Okay, you get enough weapons to kit out a whole unit. This, even if all of these were for power armor, there would not be enough to kit out a whole unit. You're going to end up with just random quantities. And if you want 10 models with axes, even if you use the 2-hand axe, you're going to have to buy enough for 12 models because they don't sell it in any other quantity. This is why 3D printing has become so widespread, because of this sort of sales tactic. Like, what, you couldn't put 2 extra axes in here, for example. Like that, again, like with the jump packs on the Reavers. This is what's going to break the bank at the company. Those little quality of life improvements that make it easier for the customer who is paid for this product. No, we would rather nickel and dime you. And, you know, Terminators, you can take lots, you can fill whole squads of Terminators with Chorosan power weapons. But you get 1 in here. So if you want to do 10 Terminators with Chorosan weapons, what, are you going to spend 530 Australian dollars to do it? To give them that and their bolt weapons, their Bane Strike bolt weapons? No, of course not. That's ludicrous. No one's going to agree to that. So why are we there in the first place? No, horrible. Yeah, the designs are fine. All right, Sons of Horus Justurian Terminators. Gorgeous, love them. Some of my favourite Terminators. But slightly hurt by the fact that with the change to the plastic kits, the way that the arms were designed to mount and the shoulder pads and stuff is different. So these guys don't sync up 100% with the new sets of weapons and arms. And the people who have drawn this picture, and you can see they've like whited out the weapons to say these don't come in the kit. Yeah, actually, the whole arms, in the case of the lightning claws, don't come in the kit. The whole autocannon doesn't come in the kit. In fact, they come with a multi-melter. They're the only unit that comes with a multi-melter in their kit, which is neat. It's an odd choice how they got like a Mark IV helmet in a cataphracti body, yet it works and it looks really, really good with those little top knots. The choice of spikes and iconography is beautifully done on the unit. It's definitely recognizable as cataphracti, but yet is different and unique to the Legion at the same time. You got 5 unique poses going on with the legs. You have 5 unique, similar but unique torsos with things like the spikes and different cabling layouts and trim layouts to differentiate them. And you get a decent number of arms that come with them. But again, none of the lightning claws or weapons. It's not just the fingertips that are missing off the claws. That's one part. The whole arm is one part. People don't know what they're blurring out. That's fine. That's just a marketing thing. But yeah, when you buy their weapons, which is ta-da, next up, you get the actual multi-melter and their specific Sons of Horus axes, which, hey, let's go into it now because they look good. These are very unique. That sort of axe design kind of reminds me of like some Rajput weapons, like some Indian weapons, where it's like an axe meets a mace, meets like a bill hook. It's cool. I like it. These are the sort of interesting kits that I like seeing. Okay, where it's like, okay, you've done something different, something unique here. And I really like the multi-melter aspect. It's just a shame that if they redid this kit now, this multi-melter would probably look very different. Because that's a very 40k looking multi-melter. With like where the skull is placed on the side and such. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. That's not what I'm getting at here. It's just that like, I feel like knowing what they did with other newer sculpts, like we're about to get into, they would have stylized it a lot more, and it'd be like an Eye of Horus icon on there. There'd be like chains with coins dangling off them, all sorts of stuff. So it definitely shows it's vintage, but at the same time, that's great because there's a lot of units that can take multi-melts. I think Raven Guard Deliverers and Iron Warriors Dominator Cohort can both take them. So hey, guess what? Here's the kit you buy to upgrade to them, because multi-melters are fantastic weapons. Then the Sons of Horus Legion Command, and these guys are old school. And they sort of make you wonder, why do we have these? In fact, I know where that specific one with the banner lives. A very close friend of mine has that model at home, the actual model in this picture. Here they are, right? These were a great looking set. And I think people agree that they're interesting. They're different. They're in interesting poses. Okay, with like the banner being crumpled up and held in the hand is something we haven't seen an awful lot of. The sergeant type character on the right was, for the longest time, everyone called Malagurst. So we thought that was Malagurst's model. Turns out we were wrong. We thought you just use bits of him and bits of the banner together. Ta-da, Malagurst. But no, he's just some Sons of Horus Praetor. But the holding the helmet in the arm, the very stylized axes that they have, the spiky backpacks like the Reavers, perfectly suit and blend into the range. And they're not too ostentatious and over the top. They look like the very practical sort of guys you would expect to be in the typical sort of command sections of the Legion. And I wish they were upscale, because these guys are tiny. The new Power Armored Praetor, who we'll get to in possibly the very next image, actually. He is, I think the top of these models is about level with his shoulder. That's how much taller he is than them. But, there's no tactical rocks here, anything like that. All the arms are removable. There is no situation here where it's like, these are a pain to convert. No, all these bits are fantastic and you can use them anywhere. And I really love this kit. But it has really suffered, especially from the scale creep, the ridiculous scale creep that's going on. If you put these guys next to the new 40k Indominus Terminators, they don't even come to the chest on them. That's how short they are. Then we get to that aforementioned Praetor, who I like. It's fine, but he feels very lanky, very long, thin, spindly legs, and the thing with power armor is some people love the longer limbs. They feel the old school Marines very stumpy looking. I personally like the stumpy look because armor makes you look wider and doesn't make you look as tall. Because if your armor is 3 inches thick and you've got it on each side of each leg, that's 6 inches on each leg, that's 12 inches wider as a whole. But if your helmet is 3 inches thick on top of your head, you only went up a quarter as fast in height as you did in width, unless you're wearing high-heeled boots that are also 3 inches thick underneath. So you can see how a Marine would look very stumpy because their legs get very fat, but they don't get longer. Alright? Some people love the longer, lankier look. I'm pretty indifferent or even against it if I really had to pick. Unnecessary model because these guys existed. They could have just done an upscaling, a re-release, a new release, whatever. As a design goes, it's a nice model. It's a nice design. It looks good. It feels like with the pose he's in, there should be something going on with the leather strapping, like maybe some movement there instead of just all perfectly hanging vertically down. Just seems like an odd choice given the sort of situation we're in. And the trim on the back of the Power Fist here makes no sense. I don't know what that trim is. It's just ugly. Let's just call it what it is. But the bear head looks good. He looks very just displeased, like he just smelt something a bit rank. And the helmet looks like an Iron Warrior. I actually don't care for the helmet at all for a Sons of Horus. I think this would be a fantastic Praetor helmet for an Iron Warrior. And in this instance, I'd actually suggest go right back to the start, take something like this Sergeant's helmet here, and put that on the guy. It would look better. It's not a bad model by any stretch of the imagination, just things I would change. Then we get to the Terminator, who is pretty much perfect. Let's give it its due. The only thing I sort of will pick on here is that it has a lot of Sons of Horus iconography, as well as a pointless tactical rock that it's mounted to. It actually has more Eye of Horus icons just than Abaddon. Abaddon is the first captain and most devout follower of Horus. This guy's got icons on his wrists, on his knees, on his chest, on his belt, on his banner, on the flag post on the top of his banner. He has more on the back of his cloak. It's ridiculous how many icons he has. He's not as bad as those Ultramarines, but he's got a lot. And even on the underside of the cloak, he's got them. It's extreme. I think he's got like 3 more icons than Abaddon. But it's a really, really nice model. And in fact, if you take Abaddon, take his weapons and just put them on this model, it actually works better scale-wise because Abaddon's going to be huge and his 30k Terminator, as we'll get to, is not the biggest. So a combination or a blend of the two would actually look really, really good. And I'm sure people have done it. I just haven't noticed it. This little bit of fur cloak I think looks awful up the top. It's just they struggle with their computer sculpting of fur. They really do. It's not terrible. It's not like Space Wolf's banana fur, but it's not good. Come on, look at that. There's just this uniform mass. Go contrast it with someone else like Lehman Russ and his wolf cloak fur sculpting, and you'll see the difference. But other than that, gorgeous model, really like it. And if I was building Sons of Horus right now, I would definitely find a way to get him into my army. Then the first of the characters, the Sons of Horus Decurion Lanius. What does he do with the banner when he has to use the heavy bolter, I wonder? It's like a Bane Strike heavy bolter as well. Just curious. He loves his coins on chains. He has a lot of coins on chains. And his helmet is actually pretty fucking cool. Very metal. And put that on that Praetor who looks like an Iron Warrior. I would buy this model, not from Forge World. I would buy this model, though, to put in a tank as a tank commander, just for the painting opportunity and the fact that it does look really cool. This looks better than the Imperial Fists model does, and although I don't think of Sons of Horus as a huge tank force, I think of them more as like an aggressive infantry force. He looks good. And these lazy bastards seriously have 2 pictures of him. Like, you couldn't put him in a tank so we could see him, like, as a tank crewman. They just don't even care. These models just sell themselves at this point. Alright. Varen Asarhadon. Asarhadon? Yeah, sorry. That name is actually the name of a Neo-Assyrian king. Fun fact. But slightly tweaked up, which stumbles me. But cool name. Anyway, I like the model. I like that he's got these very Reaver stylings, although nothing about him makes sense for the time period in which this guy is supposed to exist, because this is meant to be a Siege of Terror era miniature. Which, why isn't he more Chaos? Now, I know the fluff. The fluff says, oh, well, he was one of the guys that sort of rejected the Chaos way and was sticking to the old traditions. Yet, at the end of the whole Terror campaign, by the time that the events were taking place, just being on board Horus's flagship turned half the Legio Custodes that went there with the Emperor insane, and just upon being on it. And none of that Chaos corruption, being around all those traitor fleets and in Horus's presence, none of that corruption seeped in. Sure. Okay, whatever. I don't like the axe very much. I don't hate it either. These sort of... can you call it an Epsilon style axe? I don't think you can. But it's similar to an Epsilon axe. They would normally touch at each end. The stylized eye icon, I get it. It's just a bit too big. Bring it down 15% or something. Like characters that we looked at in the Death Guard. Death Guard Praetor has the double nacelle backpack. No real reason, but he has it. I actually think I like this far more, and he looks more solid and imposing in this Mark 5/3. I'm not sure what it wants to be armor. It looks a bit more Mark 5 than Mark 3 to me. He looks more imposing, he looks more solid. I think this model would look cooler as a character than the quote-unquote Legion Praetor. Now, there are little things that make no sense. For example, see these skulls? They're meant to be hanging on chains, dangling off the banner. And yet, look at the model's forward tilt. It has to be tilted forward. Alright? And you see the banner is dangling a little bit forward, but these things have mass. They should be coming down. If they're secured up here to the post, they should be coming straight down under gravity. This is how the model is posed out of Forge World. It's designed to go together only this way. Do not deviate from this formula. So how come those skulls don't dangle out over the rest of him? It's those little things that always glaringly stand out to me when I look at them. I think personally, I just wouldn't bother with the banner as it is presented on this guy. I'd probably cut it off and put it somewhere else that it works a little bit better than it does here. But the rest of the model is gorgeous, and I would definitely find a way to use it, just like the Terminator, if I was running a Sons of Horus army. Then we get to the OG, the very first set of characters ever released for the Horus Heresy game back in 2012. Abaddon and Loken. And they're manglets now. The game has changed so much that they're manglets. Now, the diorama they're fighting on comes with them, obviously, and it's representing a scene from the Istvan 3 massacre. And this is months after the virus bombing and Inferno has occurred. So the planet gets virus bombed. Everyone is killed on the planet except for a few Marines that Loken and Garrow have warned about the situation, who hunkered down, hid in bunkers and fortifications, and then after Firestorm swept through, had to deal with Angron. poor bastards, receiving angry Angron. And so the base represents that there are corpses and such, but most of it's just smashed and pulverized bone and bits of Legionnaire armor, and mostly rubble. And you can see it's this sort of Gothic Imperial architecture in the rubble. Looks great, okay? Don't need to use it, but it looks great. And I really appreciate it, as I appreciate the whole design. But Loken feels very small. Benicio del Loken here looks very small next to modern Marines, and you need to stick him on a tactical rock to give him the height to look correct. But things like the tattered cloak, telling the story of how he's been fighting for months on this planet, that makes perfect sense to me. And again, tattered cloaks is something I bring up often because we keep seeing all these completely clean characters like they're on the parade ground, when many legions like the Death Guard, there is no way the Death Guard have ever been clean in their life, let alone parade ground clean. The different iconography, like, yes, here's Sons of Horus. It's on the chest, it's on the knee, it's on the pauldron, and it's on the backpack. And they've got a little Raptor Imperialis on the vambrace as well. And sort of icon on the bolt pistol. But that's it. It's not like the Ultramarines where every single leather strap on the armor has a U at the end of it. You know, it's these sort of miniatures I talk about a lot because they're a masterclass in how to knock it out of the park. Where it's 11 years later and these hold up. You want to use these models still. These still form the basis of conversions. Abaddon, a little bit less so, but that's only because so many great Terminator characters are out there. You don't need to buy this kit just to convert Abaddon because he's got nothing too special going on here. But he's a nice looking Terminator. And again, this is sort of a must get if you're into Sons of Horus. Then Melagurus the Twisted, who I'm going to anger people with and say I'm just not the biggest fan of this model. So, he's based off like one piece of artwork with like, and his tubing is just hilariously oversized for me. And there's just a lot of aspects to his armor that I'm just not a big fan of. But it has grown on me over time. In that, like, for example, when he first dropped, I was like, what the hell armor is he in? Well, now we know. This is the sort of new style Mark III, but during like a development period for Forge World, I'm guessing, where it was like, they hadn't quite nailed down exactly how they wanted to do it. The back of the legs is still very much like old Mark III, but the front of it is definitely taking after that new Mark III. The weapon itself is kind of different to what we had before, but not quite the same as what we've got now. And yeah, I don't know. I'm very mixed on the miniature. I don't like the way his like backpack's designed with his tiny little beady nacelles out the back. Something, I guess it's just, you have to put it down to it's very, very artificed set of armor, and it's unique to him, especially custom created, of course, because of the injuries he sustained in his Thunderhawk crash. I'm not the hugest fan of it, but I acknowledge that it is a decent model and that many people are fans of it. But for me personally, I see a lot of things that I just go, no, I don't really like that detail, or I don't want to paint it. Everyone's different, right? But we're going to go from here now into the Primarch. So we have two to pick from. We have possibly the GOAT. This is up there for the best Primarch. This is really up there in the running for best Primarch ever. This model, and I've watched the Simon Egan interview with him when he first sculpted it, right? This can be Horus leading the Imperium to victory, standing on, ruined Imperial architecture, but it can also be Horus who has crushed Imperial architecture beneath his foot. This Horus is what you want to make of him. This could be Horus serving the Imperium, the end of the Great Crusade. This can be Horus the War Master, and shit's going pear-shaped, and the Imperium is being crushed beneath his boots. Fantastic. The base just perfectly sets it off. Everything is posed nicely, the way the cloak flows, the design of the lightning core, the silhouette, the trim, the iconography, the works. Everything is just fucking perfect on this model. I don't think there's anything I can nitpick on this model. It's gorgeous. Maybe if I have to absolutely pick something, I don't like where the shoulder pads are in pieces, and only shoulder pads around the base. That's it. That's all I've got. This model is perfect. Then we get this. I hate this. Now, why do I hate this, but loved the other version? Well, if everything in this was right, why did we need a new one? That's the first, problem. But the second is, it's the details that it tells. So, with the old Horus, yes, it could be him standing over the ruins of the Imperium, as well as the hero of the Imperium. It could be both. This makes no sense. Why is his base covered in just these flawless, perfect skeletons? Why? It makes no sense. What's he doing there? Like some of these guys, look, they've still got hair on them and fleshy heads and bits of flesh on the armor. What campaign is Horus involved in where the bodies have been piling up for months and months and months on end, so much so that the ground is just littered in corpses, but there's no fresh ones in there? The corpses have just been there so long they've completely rotted away. This isn't the virus bombing of Isfahan 3 where the virus ate all the flesh, turned it into methane gas, and then the gas was ignited in the atmosphere. This is a long, attritional warfare battle took place. None of it makes sense in the design. It's just they put it on there to be grim dark, and it came out very grim derp, in my opinion. Nothing about this base looks good. It doesn't have the look, the aura of that last base. That last base was perfect. What this model needed was something like the Stairs of the Vengeful Spirit, so you can create a diorama down the line where you have Sanguinius' dead body and the Emperor. That's what he needed, to be standing at the top of those stairs with his throne behind him. Something like that. This battlefield looks like it was entirely designed like that shitty CGI trailer that some people just love and cream over. I don't. I'm not that easily won over. I lived through the Phantom Menace. You can't win me with a flashy trailer. It does nothing for me. And of course, he's killed Skrillex and got his head mounted on his belt buckle. Things like that are just, whatever. That sort of hairstyle, sign of the times when these things are created, right? It doesn't really appeal to me. And their lightning core is a different design. The Talon of Horus is different. This now is like Abaddon's Talon in 40k. Because I guess it looks more menacing and evil because it's now more curved and spikier, and it's a different design. Have a look at the Talon of Horus on the other Horus here. It's very different. This Talon is more like a traditional lightning core, but it has like little skull knuckles and obviously the combi bolter built into it and the gold trim. Whereas the new Horus lightning core, it is literally Abaddon's lightning core from 40k. Completely different shape in the palm. It's got all this ribbing and stuff in there and riveted plates and a little overlapping section underneath the thumb in the palm of the hand. This Horus doesn't have that. It's just a single plate across, and then it's got like a tiny little bit of ribbing and some rivets in here. It's a different Talon of Horus. And it's like, why are these things changing? It didn't change Worldbreaker, his giant mace. I don't know. A lot of my problems with this model stem from the fact that it's unnecessary. You hit perfection with the last one. Why does this one exist? If this came first, apart from the base, we'd probably be having a different discussion right now. Because I like a lot of the aspects of the model. I mean, it is a Primarch model. It's well designed. It's got the tattered cloak and it's got all the skulls and trophies hanging off it and the spikes. Yeah, I get it. He's turned into chaos and all of that, going on. Cool, I guess. His base as a gaming base is a lot less cool and imposing than the other Horus's gaming base, where he's standing on just the eagle's head on his 40mm base. There you go. That's here roughly is the cutoff around this sort of part, top stair. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's just, this is trying to play up to the trailer, and it feels like someone just put this in front of me and said, isn't this cool? Isn't this the coolest thing you've ever seen? You have to like this now. Like this. And I don't. And I'm sorry, viewers, that I don't. Because I know that gets me flagged in the comments, because people will be sitting there going, but this model is gorgeous. It's like, no, this is like an 8 out of 10. This is a 10 out of 10 model. Okay? And it's hard to go from the 10 out of 10 to the 8 out of 10. An unnecessary Primarch. Like, resources were sunk into this to have a new poster child for the new edition to send out to all the influence whores, instead of, say, Jagadai Khan on his fucking bike. Because who knows whenever that's going to happen. We're already out there making second versions of Primarchs and Demon Primarchs. Jagadai spent the White Scars didn't have a Primarch for the entirety of Heresy version 1. And then 5 minutes before the version ended, they get their Primarch and he's not even on the bike. In the army known for its use of bikes, and the Primarch who's known for his use of a bike, who's modelled on Genghis Khan, who Mongols are famous for horse archery and using horses in combat. Like, why? Why you do this to me? Why you do this? Why do you have to make me mad? Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, it'd be like 7, 8 out of 10. 7. See, I'm already dropping it. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, why is this model here? Why is it necessary? It's and it's not as well sculpted in many areas as the original Horus was. Maybe that's because it's computer sculpted now, not hand sculpted anymore. I'm going to guess that's part of it. But unnecessary model, and especially let down by the base. Like, the base drags it down points on its own, because that base, as designed, no, it's a fucking god awful base. He's the worst base of all the Primarchs in the Horus Heresy. And I'm going to say this is one of the worst Primarchs in the Horus Heresy for me. And that's the key, for me. You have your own opinions. You come here to hear mine this time, but you're allowed to leave yours in the comments below. So let's do that. Let's wrap up the video here and leave your comments below. Thank you all for watching. I do appreciate it. And I love reading your comments and hearing from you. So let's see that. And I'll see you on the next episode. G'day guys, back with the Outer Circle, and today's episode of Range Reviews, we're going to be looking at the Word Bearers. So we're only a couple of legions now from the end. We have the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion coming up. But by far, this is the biggest of the remaining legions. So the other legions will probably be shorter videos, but this one in particular, well, we'll have a bit of fun with it. So to begin with, we have the original Word Bearers Mark IV upgrade heads, and I thought these were a pretty good set. Nothing stand out about them, but they were very subtle with just that tiny little bit of rune carved into them, and you could just intersperse them quite nicely throughout your units. The bare head looks like it was smushed on one side of the face, at some point, so not a huge fan of it, but all the helmets were good. And in fact, good enough that I would still consider using them today, and not a bad little helmet. Then we get to the sort of revived version, and these, I think, especially with the silver trim, are a little bit more divisive. These are not the greatest heads. I'd probably use the originals over them. But the bare head is pretty good, and especially this head on the bottom right is just you want to use it on one of your characters. Praetor of some description, ideally, or a Dark Apostle, or a Diabolist. So it's sort of based on the artwork out of one of the books, which looks just hot as and yeah, I really, really like that head. The rest, take it or leave it, pretty much. Then we get to the Dreadnought. These guys had such a fantastic Dreadnought, and you need the whole Dreadnought for this to work. You do, because all these runes carved into the chest, it looks great when it's on all of the armor panels. When it's only on the chest, it looks stupid. It just does. There's one other quirk of this design I don't like, and that is the weird silver trim up here on the top around the torso. It looks odd, and it's weird to paint, because I've painted these before. Not the biggest fan of that, but the runes themselves and all the carvings look great. The rest of the trim looks a bit eccentric, starting to head towards chaos even, these little sharp points of trim. Cool, I can see what's going to happen with the Legion. That's awesome. But that little bit of silver up here, yeah, no. Then we get to the Marigal. Now, the Marigal Dreadnought, I'm very mixed on. I do like it, but this is super monopose, and I can understand making it more monopose because you've got all these fleshy sections that, like around the knees and such, which would make them very hard to pose. But it means it's hard to run more than one of these. And on top of that, the weapons on the arms and the way they're molded, you're forced into taking these weapons, which it has many weapon options to pick from. Why are you forcing me to take these? So on that front, yeah, not the biggest fan in the world. I wouldn't mind doing a mix of, say, Hellbrute parts with a Contemptor, like the 40k plastic Hellbrute. Merging some of those parts with a regular Contemptor to try and make one of these might be better than just buying this one. I don't hate the model, it's just, yeah, it's fine, it's passable, but you only want one. Things like all the little bone and rib cage and stuff, all that's great. The design of its not ectoplasma cannon, is fine. I like that it's got fingers sort of have sprouted out of it, same as one of the Power Fist fingers has turned into an actual finger made out of bone, but it's also like a crocodile mouth. There's some great stuff on this. It's just all over the shop. And like I said, very, very monopose. Like, that's it. That's the pose of the leg. So get used to it. You know, and it's such a shame. I feel like you need to have more than one of this in the army, because it's a pretty cool model. At least the concept is awesome on paper. Then we get to the Ashen Circle. I love these guys, especially when they're in your hands and you see them. They work so, so well. The Mark III, like very custom Mark II, 3 armor that they're wearing. This is one of those kits that it's better in your hand than it looks on the web store, if that makes sense. The axe rakes as a weapon, neither here nor there, take it or leave it. But the design of the armor with the iconography, little bits of like runes carved into it and such, all of that is fantastic. These are a lovely design, and frankly, we don't see a lot of them around. I think it's just because they've never had a sort of optimum ideal list. There was an FAQ list right at the end of Heresy 1, which made them super strong, but nobody sort of had them or bought them in the numbers big enough to run the list. Yeah, I think just a very underutilized kit. And because of the way that the runes are carved into the armor, they've been very daunting for people. Not many people have attempted good conversions with them. Conversions, yes, but good ones, no. They are very rare, because you have to fill in all of the runes for it to look correct. You can't just make an Ultramarine out of this, for example. So it's kind of daunting in that regard. But as a design, this alternate helmet, everything, it just screams Great Crusade era more than the Heresy era, which is nice, because it's cool to have some stuff that harkens back to the Great Crusade that doesn't have Mark VI, the newest, most flashy armor. This is like old school Mark II, 3 with just the slit visor on the helmet and the big bulky armor. I just really, really like the design. Then we get to the Galvorback, which is still to this day the best looking possessed unit that they've done. Now, this doesn't mean that it's flawless. For example, one of the guys on the back left here has flames coming off him. Doesn't need them. The flames look dumb. Whatever. They're also very monopose, so you'll see a lot of the exact same Galvorback repeating if you buy them in your army. I also don't like that one of the guys at the back, the one with no face, he's cool. His arms are all cool. Everything about him's cool except for this one shoulder pad with it's just completely random different armor. And the Galvorback are not permanently mutated. That's sort of a misunderstanding of what they are. Galvorback look like regular Space Marines until battle is upon them, and then the demon takes over the body and warps the body of the host. And what it's going to warp into is completely up to the demon on the day. This bit of armor, though, is not warped from the original host. That bit of armor there is... that demon made it, and made it with purity seals coming in. I don't know, it's one of the letdowns on otherwise gorgeous models. Another weird thing about them is some of their shoulder pads, like this guy, in fact, has one, the left shoulder pad, are gigantic. Like Terminator shoulder pad, Primaris Aggressors from 40k size shoulder pads, quite huge. And I'm not sure why they made the design decision, maybe just to keep things in proportion. But it does mean that if you want to try a different shoulder pad or something out, it's a lot of cutting and hacking and just to get rid of it for not much gain. But apart from that, those little nitpicks, that's it. This is a really, really cool squad, except for the guy who's on fire. Not as cool. Obvious reasons, he's on fire. And I really like the Galvorback. Then the Praetors. And this is where tastes, I think, begin to diverge, because, well, they suffer from many of the faux pas of newer kits, tactical rocks being among them. They're also got a different and very 40k paint style. The 360 view is not so bad because it's different color correction, but the basic image here, you compare and contrast the look of this guy with these guys. These are a metallic sort of magenta, deep crimson. So is like the Marigel, the regular Contemptor, and then you get to this guy who's in like this bright, almost Blood Angels level of red. And that's partly because just the amount of highlights that have been put on him to pick out all the different runes. And I know the paint job has nothing to do with the quality of the sculpt, but it really makes the sculpt stand out as being a bit different to everything that came before. Now, as a sculpt, I don't hate this one. I actually quite like it. Yeah, it didn't need the tactical rock, for example, especially poorly glued onto the base and floating in the air. That's just bad craftsmanship, but, you know, plasma pistol, sword, it's a very traditional loadout, and I really like the sword, this sort of almost like a tombstone shape going on to it, crucifix style. Yeah, I'm fine with that. The bits of trim that have been chosen are stylistically relevant. They look correct to the Legion, almost a little wisp of flame, and hinting towards maybe Chaos Space Marines. It's a perfectly serviceable character. I don't like the skull, shoulder pad, and the Legion icon being flipped. I don't know why they chose that. Just, whatever. The book hanging off the belt buckle and the little brazier and stuff, all that works for me. It's all good. All of that works. And the helmet, I'm very mixed on. It looks very 40k. In fact, it reminds me quite a lot of the Noise Marine in 40k because of the big mohawk crest on it. And I think it needed something more similar to sort of this Diabolist helmet back here. It definitely needs something more like that. Anyway, it's an okay Praetor. Then we get to Mr. Whippy. I call it that because, well, look at the flame. Look at the flame coming out of his Crozius Arcanum. Okay, his big mace there. It's very soft, like a roll of putty. And same with the big brazier on his back. But when we get to other characters, you know, very few characters, and this is clearly modelled off the Primarch. Okay, the big mace is like a miniature version of Luminarium, the weapon of Lorgar. It looks nothing like that. So, very odd design choice. And because of the flame effect, it does mean that reposing this miniature and using the same weapon, lining that up in the brazier is important for the flames to look correct. Because the flames are billowing one way, as are all the leather straps on the armour. Now, the basic Terminator armour is good. The helmet works as a chaplain helmet, but looks very Night Lords. Again, probably could have been well served by having a more bestial helmet like the Diabolist one. And his bare head it doesn't exactly scream word bearer, does it now? You know, I think word bearers work really well with shaved heads. It's sort of a signature trademark of the Legion. And maybe even something more demonic with like a couple of horns sprouting out of the head, or even a mutated head. Could be fun. I like the slung weapon. I don't get why the leather straps are just so damn angular, though, and heavily edge highlighted. Like, they just look like a piece of bent aluminium. Just nothing organic about them. And then the flames are super soft and curvy, and, well, as you'll see on other units coming up, nobody else has flames like that. I love the candles, the addition of the candles on the armor. That works for me. I don't know about the shoulder pad, but up on top of the torso, yeah, definitely. On the shoulder pad, I think just one wrong move and they'll go out, fall off, whatever it might be. But the armor itself, yeah, great, go for it. And I like that the flaming mace at least has like a fuel source on a cable back here, though. I don't know why they've got a hollow mace. They do. It's, again, passable, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get it. Then we have a couple of sort of bonus entries. So I like the 40k Dark Apostle quite a bit. And I think this is a perfect 30k Praetor. In fact, that head would look really good on that Terminator we just looked at. But you can see the fire here is much better looking. Still not the best, but it is much better looking than what Mr. Whippy has. And if you took this same model and gave him this Diabolist head, you would have a picture-perfect 30k Praetor. Because, yes, he has things like zigzaggy Chaos Gold trim, but when you paint that up in the Word Bearers colour scheme, I can assure you it will look very 30k. I might not have it posed with the head looking the same direction as the mace or scepter. I might even change out the mace or scepter. I'll probably have him look it up at the burning book like he's summoning the spirits. That could be quite a cool look. And the 2 acolytes with him, they can be used as wound markers or objective tokens, or even just for a rule of cool in your army. Just when you set it up for display at an event, pop these guys out, and it just instantly adds something to it. Builds up that world of 30k. Another surprise ring in for people is actually the Master of Possession. I think the Master of Possession from 40k, again, great helmet. He makes an excellent Diabolist, Librarian, Esoterist, Nullificator, and I would also say that this guy actually, with a slight little bit of work, would make a really good Warmonger, because he looks like he's deep striking, like floating down from the air as opposed to just jumping up. And I say with a little work because I don't think this is as easy a swap out as the previous miniature was. You got like these little silly teeth that, look, these sort of additions, like the little teeth on the shin here, they're the dumb additions that Games Workshop they can't leave a blank space. They feel like they've got to add something all the time. That's just one of those things, right? But as a miniature, I think it would work really, really well in the Word Bearers of the Horus Heresy. And with the fire and such, it suits them, and that sort of Davenite theme, like this is a priest, but very much further down the path of chaos. So I wouldn't suggest this miniature, for example, in a loyalist, Great Crusade sort of era type force. This is obviously we're heading towards the Siege of Terra. Maybe we're playing Siege of Cathonia, something like that. Okay, that's where you get this model out. And I think it would work perfectly in that situation. And don't be afraid to change bits. Get rid of the little fleshy parts off the backpack, Maybe you just want to use the arms on a character or the helmet. Totally up to you. I'd just like to suggest parts that I think are viable alternatives. Then Argyle, which it's a nice looking miniature. It feels wrong though, in that it should have a fully scenic base, like the other members of the character series, especially because this is one of the big sort of named characters of the Legion. And, well, it's just, here's some sand on a regular base, and he can stand on half an Ultramarine for your tactical rock. Because reasons. I don't get those choices. Now, this is a gorgeous model with one glaring flaw. The wings are about a half, maybe 2/3 the size that they need to be. It needed bigger wings. It needed wings that are in proportion to his body, like something like Be'lakor, okay? Big wings that look like they can actually lift him. These wings do not. And sure, maybe you can argue that demonic flight doesn't need to follow the rules of physics and yada yada, sure, but the way he was described in the books, I always thought he had these big, really imposing wings that, blotted out the sun as he flew around, not these dinky little cherub wings. So I wish they were bigger, and I think if I ever got this model, that would be something I would change. I would convert it to have much larger and more impressive wings than what he has. Another weird design choice is, whilst he's holding the Ultramarine that he's torn apart in his sort of talon, where is his Guardian Spear? He unlocked Custodian weapons from the Custodes that he killed at Isfahan 5. That in itself is a long story. But yet, again, we have another post-Alan Bligh character, sculpted by people who don't add the things that the models are renowned for. We had this problem with Araman, we had this problem with Fafnir Ran, we had this problem with, I think it's at its worst actually, with the Dominion Zephon, or the Blood Angels. Has this Mark III armor, really intricately described, and the way his bionics are described, and then they managed to get nearly every single one of his characteristics wrong. I get annoyed at the lack of attention to detail. But apart from the wings and the missing weapon and stuff, it's fine. It's a perfectly good model. And yep, it represents what it has to represent for the most part. Then we get to Zarduayak and the Blade Slaves, which I still maintain this will be a really cool rock band name. And his staff is just the worst. Let's just say it. He is cool as a miniature, but he's got the one like flesh arm that's coming out of a, I don't even know how you describe it. It's it's an anus. He has an anus, and his arm comes out of it. It's not a traditional shoulder pad, and it looks fleshy. I don't know how to describe it, but you can see it. It's not a normal shoulder pad. And out of the sphincter comes his arm. And sure, why not? It just does nothing for me. But the rest of the model is gorgeous. So fix the staff, fix the arm, gorgeous. And especially the helmet. I love that helmet. The fact that it's more like it's a face mask with the 6 demonic eyes, the braziers and all that on the chest. He's in Mark IV, but it's clearly very stylized, which makes sense. He's a Praetor character, or Praetor level character. The trophy racks, hit or miss. They remind me of Terminator trophy racks, but they don't work for me. I just think they're unrequired on the model and don't really add anything to him. Makes him very back heavy as well. Yeah, I'm mixed. My opinions have changed quite a bit over the years on this miniature, and we can see the sphincter more clearly now. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, whether it's like leather straps or something. Just looks weird and wrong. And the staff is just an abomination. It's just slapped together bits. The smoke is awful. It's worse than Mr. Whippy. The ball floating in sort of... This is something that would have looked really cool in the design stage, like concept art. But in reality, playing out, no, it does nothing for me. So, yeah. As for the Blade Slaves, though, I really like both the Blade Slaves. Sort of the hulking, monstrous Galvorback types that they are. They work for me perfectly as is. With maybe the exception of the flawless, pristine plasma pistol. It would have been nice to see a more chaosified plasma pistol. Something unique about it. Maybe like a big snarling chaos head. Like a dragon snout forming the muzzle of the pistol. Because, well, look at their swords. They're corrupted demon swords. Are these mutated metal and bone with teeth and eyes and all sorts of stuff. And seeing just a very plain, flawless plasma pistol doesn't suit the rest of the miniature. So, take that how you will, but to me, it looks quite quaint. It looks quite odd. It doesn't make sense with what you're seeing visually. It's an inconsistent art style. Then, Erebus and Corferon. Perfect. Okay, OG models, perfect. The only thing that lets them down these days is Erebus these days would come out on a 32mm base, and he's stuck on a piddly little 25mm base. Not the worst thing in the world. Just means if you want to do the diorama, you've got to magnetize him or something. But, yeah, gorgeous models. And it's the little details, like Corferon here. These were sculpted by Edgar Skoromowski, again, my favourite Forge World sculptor. This power armor that Corferon is wearing, because he's not a true Space Marine. He was too old to be turned into a Space Marine, so he got all these genetic modifications to make him something closer to a Space Marine. And, yep, he's in this custom sort of cataphracti armor, but you can see it's different. It's got little pistons instead of regular armor to help it move. It's more smoothed off in points. It has a lot of the, instead of the leather straps, it's got the purity seals and the purity seal tabard. But his power armor that he's wearing is being worn underneath. This is what the Space Marine Centurions in 40k should have been. The Marine in a Marine type thing, or the Dreadnought. This is that concept done well. And the lightning claws, these real sickle shapes to them, they are a pain to put together, I can assure you. And inside them, it's very hard to get the angle, but he has his bare hands are exposed, sticking out of the armor, and he's wearing it almost like gloves, so you can just see his hands sort of in the image here. His bare human flesh sticking through, and it's like all the fingers are on servos being worn on the outside, like a glove that's only on the top side of his hand. It really just tells the story of what the character is. And yeah, it's gorgeous. I love this set so much. And yes, I have it in my collection. Of course I do. And I've had it for a long time. Then we've got Erebus, who's everyone's favourite jerk. The reliefs carved on his armour look very much like something... They all look almost like medieval, like maybe Byzantine in style. Like the Black Death era sort of artwork, the skeletons with wings, the Dark Angels sort of as they were. Yeah, all of that works for me. The candles being out on the shoulder instead of being lit like they were on Mr. Whippy, these ones are just out. Like there were candles placed there, they've gone out, they've melted. The hand with the fingerless gloves, they're just creepy, like very Hellraiser, as is his sort of flesh and such. And the skull, it's a weird looking skull on the backpack, almost a little derpy. It looks like old school 40k to me, and I just think that's the coolest shit. This model was actually based on the old 40k Dark Apostle. That came first, and I think still quite a good miniature if you can get your hands on it for a Wordbearer's Force. And that was Edgar's jumping off point for this sculpt. You could watch the video on it in the old Forge World visual feed, which has sadly since been nuked. And his staff is a staff done right as well. So, yeah, Erebus and Corphoron. If you collect Wordbearers or you just love lovely character series models with interesting display bases that aren't just one foot on a tactical rock, get these. And then lastly, Lorgar. Nobody's favourite Primarch, probably. A lot of people give it flack because he's in this pose. He's not in an action pose. But I compliment this. Like with Gilliman before, it's nice to see Primarchs who aren't just rushing into battle all the time. You know, their personalities should be represented in their sculpt. Lorgar is a thinking Primarch. He is a religious leader, a religious icon. Him standing there like a cardinal about to deliver a sermon to the followers, you know, think Thulsa Doom, Conan the Barbarian, for example. That is very much in line with Lorgar's character. And I think this symbolises that perfectly. It does the job. This is Lorgar. I buy that. Yes, well done. Perfect. I like the design. What doesn't work about other weapons in the range, this one gets right. The maul being this sort of Runian Colchizian sphere encased within the Chaos spikes, yes, that works. That looks good. Okay, it didn't necessarily look that good on others. The armor being this sort of slimmed down version of power armor makes perfect sense. He's not a close combat monster. He is not valuing the mobility like someone like Fulgrim does or Sanguinius. But he doesn't need that heavy armoured plate of something like Perturabo or Ferrus Manus. You know, this is what's the minimum I can get away with for protection? That's how I look at Lorgar. And yeah, this was another Edgar Skoromowski sculpt. You can tell from the face. His Primarchs, like Mortarion, Lorgar, they have quite different faces to the other Primarchs. So does Perturabo. Perturabo has a different face, to like Horus and Ferrus and all that, who all share an identical sort of face. Yeah, I like Lorgar. Top Primarchs? No, probably towards the lower end, but not through being bad, just, well, you know by now in this series, there's so much that I think is great in the Primarch space, and well, we've got one that's okay coming up, but we've got two that are amazing coming up, so... Anyway, that's it. That takes us through the end of the Wordbearers, and I think they're in a really good place. If anything, they've got too much stuff, and what they've got doesn't always work the best, but I think overall they're pretty good. And I'd be happy if this range just doesn't get touched for a long while. Just leave it be. You know, let some other legions catch up to it, I think. That's it for me, Back with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and today's range review, we're going to be looking at the Salamanders on the new and improved Warhammer website. So, let's kick it off with the original helmets. So, these were the helmets that came out with Book 2 for the Salamanders, and they're pretty good. I really like the old school Mark III helmets with the sort of just gilded piece of flame attached to the lower sort of lower half, we'll say, of the faceplate. We could call it the mandible, but it's not a mandible, it doesn't move. They're pretty good. The ones with the little forehead embellishment, neither here nor there. But this one, the bottom left, with the snout, little teeth on the snout, and the forehead embellishment, that one is beautiful, and I've used that on the Praetors in my own Salamanders project. Looks really, really nice once it's painted up. And I do like that with their Mark IV helmets, they've got this little slot, almost like the snout of a lizard or a salamander. You know, it's just the two slots on each side, like nostrils, as opposed to the multiple slits of grills that Mark IV normally has. I think it's quite a good look. The head is very, very small, and I have used it on a Praetor that I never finished painting for my Salamanders. But it's, it's neither here nor there. I really shouldn't have used it in hindsight. It doesn't look that great. Then we get to the new helmets, which are, for want of a better word, awful. So, yes, I have a set. My Salamanders Adherents in Mark VI use these. The Adherents are the Legacies of the Age of Darkness PDF Specialist Unit, which is basically all armed with combi flamers. And you can throw a couple of heavy flamers in there if you feel like it. I just use the combi flamers because the heavy flamer is kind of pointless in the unit. So these guys I used it on, and it doesn't make them look any better, really. It just makes them look different. The mark was kind of missed here, and I'm not exactly sure what needed to happen. Maybe it needed more ridges, more segmented plates on the helmet, similar to the Pyroclast, who we're going to get to later. They have, like, with this curved, like, ridgeline forehead plate, they have multiple segments of that, like overlapping scales. That looks really good. This, though, yeah, I mean, it's just the same helmet with the same rivets in the same spots, and they pasted some flames in different spots on them. There's nothing too inspiring here, let's be honest, and even the Sergeant's helmet with the little plume is rather, take it or leave it. The bare head's quite nice though, very stoic, which is, very Salamanders. But yeah, wouldn't go out of my way for this set again. Then we have the Primaris upgrade. So when we have a range which is undercooked, which I think it's safe to say, ironically, the Salamanders are very undercooked, considering their love of flame weaponry. So I point to the Primaris stuff here as especially for the plastic champions you get in the basic box or upgrading characters. Otherwise, because of the larger scale on those and on Terminators, Primaris parts are actually quite a good fit for them. So the bare-headed Sergeants, obviously using the flames make good Vexilia proxies for the Salamanders. So if you don't want to just go for a banner, or you want the characters, sergeants, that sort of thing to really stand out, go for the little brazier. I think it's a good look. And you do get the little miniature hammer and such that comes in, and tongs for grabbing hot things that they're forging. All of those are great bits to scatter amongst your sergeants and HQs. And you can even cut some off the shoulder pads that aren't utilising them, and put them elsewhere in the army. I did with mine. Looks good. And the hammers can be cut off at the wrist and used quite nicely throughout the army. And even the hand flamers are quite size appropriate for the Salamanders characters. So consider these all as viable options. Another one that works really well is, if you can get a hold of these, and they are out there on the internet, the shields of the Saurus Guard or the old Saurus Warriors. The Draken scale shields here are not breaching shields or boarding shields, these make excellent combat shields. So if you're having power armored HQs or squads of assault marines with combat shields, this should be your go-to as Salamanders, because apart from like the ones with the big sort of Teotihuacan sort of looking death's heads and Mexican heads and all that symbology, as long as you go for the ones that are just maybe a couple of skulls or some bits of tusk or bone, like they've come off a lizard or a saurus, utilize those throughout your force, and they were quite good for combat shields for the Salamanders. You can even take sections of scale, mold those sections of scale with like a press putty, and use it to get little bits of, with green stuff, to make little bits of cloak that you can spread throughout your force, just to give them that feel of like the Draken scale throughout the Legion. Then we get to the Salamanders Dreadnought, and this is one of the few instances where I think you can actually just... I love the Dreadnought in its full original resin glory, but it is plain enough a torso, thanks to the way it's been designed, that you can get away with this on the plastic body, which we can actually see here. It is plain enough that it doesn't look out of place. This cannot be said for several other legions. We'll get to those later. But as it stands, this does work and looks quite good, and it is quite a nice dreadnought. But the original resin one was much nicer. Let's be honest, they all are. Then we're on to the specialist units. So the Pyro class, and this is what I was talking about before. You can see these sort of ridges on the helmet, on the heads of the different warriors. That sort of segmented scale-like pattern that it has, I think that would have worked really, really well back on these helmets here. And with the sergeant in these helmets, if they'd gone for something like the bib, the scale bib, something like that, that would look awesome, just from that thematic point of view. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. Now, as a squad, I really do like these. They are very busy models, and I painted like 30 of them in basically a weekend. About 2.5 days, I think, spent painting them. And it was miserable as an experience painting that many in that short a time frame, because they are very detailed. And I was also dumb enough to add to myself the extra work of cutting off all of their original shoulder pads, which are molded into the arms, which is a feature I dislike on this squad. Having to cut off all of those and replace them with a 3D printed shoulder pad that I felt was much, much more appropriate to the Salamanders' look and feel of this unit. Because these shoulder pads, especially with the raised iconography, just feel very clunky and chunky, and they don't seem like the really artificed, finely detailed smith work that we really come to expect from the Salamanders, because they are an artificer legion like the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels like sculpting six-packs and sort of that romantic era iconography, think Michelangelo's David. Well, the Salamanders are very similar to that as well, except they prefer like organic flame elements and such, and they're reputed to be excellent blacksmiths, because the world they come from, Nocturne, is famous for being a tidally locked world, very much like the moon Io of Jupiter, where it's constantly got volcanic action because of the gravimetric effects in the area, and it causes all these rare minerals and gemstones to constantly rise to the surface, and the Salamanders all work with those materials and mastercraft their weapons and refine their equipment, and that's sort of their focus in their downtime. They're also a legion that likes to hang out with the regular citizens of the population, which is in marked contrast to the other legions who often see themselves as above the citizens. And with that in mind, this squad really exemplifies that, except for the shoulder pads, which I'm not a huge fan of. Something else I dislike on the models is the cabling, the hoses into the packs. I didn't even put them on. I personally have been hobbying for closing in on 30 years now. 1994 was my start, so 2024 next year. Jeez. Late next year, I think nearly Christmas time basically, will be my 30 years in the hobby. And I've built tens of thousands of points of armies over the years, been working with Forge World resins for 15 years plus, and I found them miserable to try and clip and bend, and so no, it's an awful design. And many of these arms, the end of the weapon, the butt of the weapon, is so close to the tank, you have to bend these cables on ungodly, unnatural angles, and it's just a miserable experience. So yeah, didn't like that. I do like the Power Fist and the style of it. Obviously, the Thunder Hammer is a much better weapon this edition. And I also really like this sort of Falcata-looking power sword, and there's some really neat STLs online you can find of that, which I'll save for another episode. Then it's on to the Fire Drakes, who are just some of the most gorgeous Terminators, and they're Cataphracti armor, but they don't have all of the Cataphracti elements necessarily. Their legs almost look like they could be Tartarus in their styling, but in a good way. Like, it works, and with the gold flame around the lower legs and the sort of Bessigue, the little shields, the round shield up on the shoulders of these guys, these look like actual works of art. Smithing artifices gone into the armor of these guys, which works better, I think, than on the Pyroclasts. It really looks like each of these guys is in this unique armor that's been just beautifully made and has all these little embellishments, like little flames running up the side of the thighs, and painting them was an absolute pleasure. They also have a helmet which is very similar to a Tartarus style helmet, but with the segmented plates and such on the helmet that just, chef's kiss. Downside of these, though, like I've said with many Terminators, because of the scales that form the sort of where there would normally be leather straps on the Cataphracti, these guys have scales hanging down. And that means that changing out their arms to any of the other weapons that they're allowed to take, like heavy flamers, combi bolters, power fists, I think, are an option for them even, power weapons. Yeah, I mean, nobody ever runs that, let's be honest. Everyone runs them with shields and hammers, but you have the option of other things. And if you want to convert these guys to use as characters, because they are beautiful templates for characters, since the Salamanders obviously have none, if you want to go down that route, then it makes conversions a pain in the butt, especially because many of them, the skin cloaks hang over the elbows, which means you can't even just cut off the elbows and rejoin it at that natural joint. Instead, you have to work around the wizard skin cloak, which is kind of frustrating. And even then, because of the beautiful gold filigree flames that are on each of their forearms, that does tend to make getting sort of matching arms onto these models quite difficult. So, yeah. But other than that, this is like a 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10 sculpt. And surely, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with how good they look. And of course, the appropriate use of the dragon skin storm shields. They look well wrought, and the paint scheme really does help. And the little bits of rope lanyard with the little teeth and fetishes hanging off them looks great, and it's not overdone. So, love the unit. Then we get to character options, and obviously, the Salamanders have no current special characters, character units, HQ units, you name it, from Games Workshop Forge World. They just don't care for the Legion very much. But Adrax Agatone, like I was mentioning before, a lot of appropriately scaled parts that work really well with the plastic starter set Praetors, as well as with the other HQ options that are available through, say, Forge World. The brazier off the backpack works quite well, as does the head. And the belt buckle section, as you can kind of see here, you can cut away the entire belt buckle section and put it onto the belly plate of another miniature. And in fact, you can do that with most of the cloak. You just have to chop away a little bit of the rear half of the torso. He also has a little Bessigue. That's the shoulder shield that covers the armpit area. Well, that's what's meant to do on real knight's armor. Doesn't on these miniatures, same as the tassets. None of them do their job, but hey, it's all about looks, right? Though that bit of plate there can be just cut off really easily, as you can see from the sprue, easily cut off and put onto another miniature in your army. So there's lots of usable parts here, useful parts, and the hammer would look really good on one of your characters, especially a Praetor character. So treat this as a bunch of usable parts. And I have got one, and I have used some of the parts in conversions. So even though it's Primaris, it is quite usable, just you can't really use the legs. And the flamer's not too great either. Personal opinion. Then we get to Vulcan Histan, which is, yep, you could use him just straight as he is, because he's in such custom armor, apart from maybe the helmet, which you could easily swap to one of the other helmet choices, or a bare head. You could use his model as it is for 30k. I, however, wouldn't. I would suggest taking the... using him for parts again. He's just not... he's not big enough, and it's a lot of work to try and get the cloak off the back of him. He's basically a one-piece model. This is an old white metal model dating back to 4th edition 40k. Yeah, but take the spear arm. It comes detached at the wrist already. I put it onto a Praetor. You can go and see that on Instagram and on Army Showcase I've done this channel. Looks fucking amazing. So, a fantastic part there. And you can cut off the other arm at the elbow as well. And then you have a cool Combi Flamer type weapon, which again you can put onto another character. And with the little totem on the backpack, you can cut that off, put it onto another character. There's a lot of useful bits here, is what I'm getting at. So feel free to utilize some of those in your force to add some character to your characters. And then lastly, to finish us off today, we have the Primarch Vulcan, who is a 10 out of 10, my favorite Primarch. I really love Horus. This one beats out Horus. Like I've said before, when a Primarch is so well designed that you imagine it, and what you get, what you see, is exactly what you have in your head, that to me is the perfect situation. And that's what Vulcan is. Perfectly sculpted to what I imagined. Now, his rules on the tabletop don't represent it, but we're not here to talk rules today. This model is gorgeous. And he's huge, by the way. He's the biggest power armored Primarch, basically, aside from Magnus, I think. So, yeah, huge. But he's got it all going on. The hammer is definitely Salamanders. It's stylistic, and yet not overdone. The gauntlet flamer, like on Vulcan Histan that he has, that forearm flamer, again, stylized, not overdone. Just every one of his details. It's a legion that has the ability to just overbear, to be overpowering with the amount of iconography and so much visualized going on at once. And yet it manages to avoid the trap perfectly. It's just the perfect amount of detail, right down to the little fire effects on the shins, the little almost tribal tattoos that are carved into the armor on the upper thighs. They look fantastic in person. The dragon skin cloak, which we don't get the perfect view of because of we don't have a 360 view at the moment, unfortunately. But the cloak, trust me, it looks really, really good. The scales are the best scales they've probably ever sculpted at Games Workshop / Forge World. Like, Simon Egan knocked this sculpt out of the park. And the way he it looks almost like he is defending the fallen Salamander on the ground, who sort of seems to be looking up at him, like, protect me, father. And you can see, like, the fallen Death Guard trapped beneath the masonry. It's like Vulcan is stepping down, and he means business. I love it. I love everything about this model. It's not overdone at all. Here we see a bit more of the cloak. And even the backpack, the way that the fuel canisters are mounted into it, the flaming iron halo above the head, which, again, hard to get great pictures of because we don't have a 360 view at the moment, but you can see it looks really, really good. And again, not overdone. Because the tendency these days would be to have these giant, meter-tall flames coming off the back. And no, it's quite simple, quite, elegant. Same with all of the leather straps. Just a few little gold rivets on them and the little drake's heads dangling off those. It's just so much done right, just so well on this model. And the base as well. The base is a masterclass in simplicity. Not just because of the pose of the miniatures on it, but just the bit of cracked concrete, these bursting through, sort of knocking over onto the Marines below him in fury and vengeance. It's just perfect for who Vulcan is. And his pose is dynamic and yet sort of slow, ponderous, stubborn all at the same time. Like, he has a sense of weight and mass to him. He's not up on one foot standing on his tactical rock like another pro. He's not in a fulcrum pose. This is almost like he looks like he used his left arm and just pushed the wall down and sent concrete flying through the air, knocking over everyone on the other side. And then he's just stepped through the hole that's been made. He just has this weight to him, and yeah, I love it. And I love the Salamanders, at least looks-wise, design-wise. On the tabletop, it's been very mixed for me this edition. They're a legion I've always liked, but then I could say that for pretty much everyone. And their story is interesting because they are one of the only good guys in the setting. Even amongst the other legions, they're probably the nicest legion, the most humble legion, and the one that is trying to do the most to actually save humanity as an actual concept, okay? And that's pretty powerful stuff. Anyway, back with the Outer Circle, thank you all for watching the episode, and I'll see you all on the next one. G'day guys, I'm back with the Outer Circle. In today's episode, we're going to be doing the range review, finally, for the Raven Guard. Now, in order to get this range review to happen, I basically just swapped from Australia to the UK web store because, well, not everything is available in the Australia web store, such as Corvus Corax. I don't know why they're posted from the UK facility to us in Australia. I guess we're just not allowed to have it currently. So let's kick off as usual with helmets. So we have the original helmet upgrades from Heresy 1.0, and they are rather bland and unimaginative. I like the slots going down the grill on the masks, but that's really about it. The Sergeant's helmet just having that simple stripe. I mean, it's thematic to the Raven Guard, but on the tabletop, you know, the person across the table from you might struggle to pick out which one's the Sergeant, for example. Especially when you have a bunch of guys who have like these wreaths around their heads in the squad as well. Yeah. So, on the whole, I wouldn't go out of my way to get these upgrades. Then we have the new ones, and the new ones have a very Rogue Trader-esque angry beak going on. I actually really like that. In fact, I wish this was the default head that was supplied in the basic plastic Mark 6. I do think, though, that the Raven icon on the helmet is significantly worse than the hand-sculpted icons from yesteryear. So, yeah, I think these are better. I actually really like putting the little rib down the center of the helmet with the little sensor on it instead of to the side. That's kind of neat. Very smooth and more organic looking, and yeah, very Rogue Trader-esque. And of course, the Sergeant sticks out because of the plumed crest. I kind of wish they were a little bit more feathery. These still look more like hair to me. I think Raven's feathers would have been a nice touch there in the headdress. And the bare head is perfectly acceptable. I'm pretty sure this dude tried to sell me a used Commodore back in 2004. But anyway. Alright. Raven Guard 40k upgrades. The Raven Guard bare heads from 40k all look like hideous monsters with their tiny little facial features and gigantic jawlines. So I wouldn't recommend those, but all the little fetishes and trinkets, the little raven's heads and crow's feet, and especially on the shoulder pads, you can very, very easily remove these ones from the shoulder pads, just slice off the bit of the rim. Those are all really good little trinkets to just scatter throughout your army, throughout your legion. And you can take the scopes here, instead of attaching them to the Primaris call pattern bolt rifles, you can cut the scope away and have it as its own separate thing, or put it onto your character's bolt guns, sergeant's bolt guns, whatever it might be, just to accessorize that little bit. So yeah, I definitely think it's worth getting one or two sets of these upgrades, real, legit, or other means. It's up to you, I don't care. Then we get to the Raven Guard Contemptor, in the running for the worst Contemptor Dreadnought. I think the Space Wolves one is also particularly underwhelming. This is possibly worse. This idea of doing like this Maori style tribal tattoo sculpt onto the armor, where it's just lines and dot just haphazardly, looks awful, and I've never seen it painted well. And I mean by some brilliant painters. No one can make this shit look good. It's bad. And if you remove that from the Dreadnought, it's actually quite a nice Dreadnought. But like this whole central sharp rib that forms the breastplate of the Dreadnought with the Raven skull embedded into it, that looks great. You know, and the arched Gothic sort of trim around the helmet, that looks great as well. And I'm fine with the lanyard across the chest with the little trinkets hanging off it. Perfect. But it's this tattoo crap that just looks awful. And when you put it onto a regular Dreadnought chassis, it does not look good. It doesn't suit. You've got all this intense sculpted detail on the chest, and then nothing except flat, bare slabs of metal around it. Yeah, what an awful, awful misstep in the design ethos of the Raven Guard. Then we get to the Mordathan Strike Squad. These models I love. Starting to suffer a little bit in the height department, as many modern sculpts do. And probably the first introduction of the tactical rock into the Horus Heresy, with this guy sort of over here on the right, famously mounted on one. So, beginning of an era. They are a pain to convert different weapons because of the way that these weapons attach to the hand, and the new kits don't work so well with that. So if you do want to give them other weapon types, because they have access to a variety of weapons, it is made a little bit more difficult because of this. Now, that said, they are perfect good with their sniper rifles. In fact, they're downright intimidating with the sniper rifles, although their special rules don't really benefit sniper rifles, ironically. Volkites are the best loadout for them, for the curious, because you can do an awful lot of crazy rending damage with the Volkites when you use their special ability. You could also buy them. Just a smart way of purchasing here is to buy them and just run them as Recon Marines if you're not using them as Mordathan. They also give you a variety of parts that are pretty cool to add on to special characters and such, and the Raven Guard style shoulder pads that they come with this sort of little cutout on the Mark 6 where they have the little winglet. I personally cut the winglet off. I think it looks awful, but the shoulder pad design, the basic shoulder pad design, is really, really hot. I think it's one of the coolest shoulder pads going, actually, and I put them all through my Salamanders 30k army. I'm just calling it the Corvus pattern shoulder pad. And if I did more with Raven Guard in this edition, I have a Raven Guard army in this edition, I just stopped building it because their rules are so god-awful. I can't bring myself to have a hand tied behind my back. But I would copy this shoulder pad design throughout the army. I think it's very iconic and really, really good looking. And it's a fantastic specialist unit which looks exactly like you think a unit should in this legion. Moving on from there, we get to the Dark Furies. And the Dark Furies, again, suffering from the height issue. Mitigated slightly by the fact they have such huge jump packs that give them a sort of bit of extra height. And makes them sort of closer to their peers. But on the whole, very short Space Marines, these guys. These, though, are the type of Mark 6 jump pack and jump unit that I really like. I think they look a lot better than the Mark 6 Assault Squad that's just come out, with the way that the cabling attaches into the chest and such. I think that looks really cool. And again, the shoulder pad design, chef's kiss. The sergeant up the front with his Raven's talons, his lightning claws, that really curved over sickle-shaped claw, very similar to what we see on Cor Ferron. I wish everyone in the unit had that, as opposed to just the sort of standard lightning claw design. Like, make them look a bit more special. Like, the Raven's talons are a unique thing. They're not just another lightning claw. Because that's kind of what they look like. The jump pack itself, you can actually move these little winglets and put them in a couple of different positions on the backpack, so they don't have to be tucked in the way they are. But they look really good in real life. So a credit to them there. You can sort of spay them out, as it were, and yeah, they look good. The jump packs themselves, they're huge, but when you're actually handling them, they look really good. So really cool little unit, and I would consider using these guys as a set of stuff to kit bash characters from, or at least pull parts from. I think with the Raven Guard and just the sheer lack of stuff that they've been given by the company, you really do need to buy sort of an extra 5 more day than an extra 5 Dark Furies, and just spread those parts liberally throughout to give you all of your different HQ and veterans and sergeant upgrades throughout the army, just to really make them stand out. But another really, really lovely unit. Now, from here, we have a bit of an issue, which is we've exhausted the Raven Guard units, bar the Primarch. So we have more units to fill in here, console types and things like that. Now, the Raven Guard don't get unique console for some reason, even though they had like the first Moritat, Kitus Nex, Moritat Primes and all that. Not that Kitus Nex was the first Moritat. Someone will correct me if I don't say it. But we have special units like Deliverers, and so I'm going to go through. We're going to first talk about Deliverers and work our way up from there with ascending levels of conversion potential. So we're going to start with the Sons of Horus Justinian Terminators. These are the template for the Deliverers. Deliverers are armoured in this same armour with basically access to all of the same weapons and kit. So my suggestion is to incorporate that. Go, hey, if they want to look like Sons of Horus and basically have in the promo art the inverse colour scheme of these guys, just go all in on it. My only suggestion would be to cut away the Sons of Horus icon that's on the left shoulder, and where you can on knee pads and stuff. Now, for the ones who have like this big belt buckle that's an Eye of Horus icon, or the Eye of Horus icons on the chest, I think you can leave those there, because they've worked with the Sons of Horus closely and they've kept those marks of allegiance. But otherwise, I would remove those and go for Raven Guard iconography. Use these guys over the standard Terminators because these look more aggressive than standard Terminators. In an ideal world, I would have a bunch of Tiberus the Red Wake. I'd have his helmet, or potentially even the new Sons of Horus upgrade helmets would look quite good, I think, on these bodies. But I would have Tiberus the Red Wake's helmet and his Lightning Core Power Fist hands on Raven Guard Deliverers, and maybe multi-melters. I'm pretty sure they can take multi-melters, like 99.9% sure they can take multi-melters. I would definitely do that on this unit, and take a full 10 of them, because stuff it, why not? Really good, really strong unit. Yeah, that's what I would probably do here. And if I wanted to have a character that matched them, that looked good in there, I would probably look at the new Sons of Horus Terminator character. Or maybe even Ezekiel Abaddon. The Ezekiel Abaddon model for 30k is a little bit more generic looking than the Sons of Horus Cataphracti Praetor. And again, wouldn't be super hard to convert him into a Raven Guard Terminator armored character to go with Deliverers. So that is definitely an option for you. Then we have the Legion Vigilator. So a natural fit for the Raven Guard and the Raven Guard's skill set. I think the Vigilator is a really solid choice here. Now, if you had something like the Mark 6 upgrade heads, just going back to here, for example, maybe the crested helmet one, but even just one of these sort of angry beakies, any of these helmets would actually probably look pretty good on the Legion Vigilator here. Just tying him in more with the rest of the army, and it turns it more from just a Mark 4 armor into more of a Mark 5 armor. It makes it look a little bit more cobbled together, and that works well with the look of like, these little armored plates and stuff on the shoulder, extra rivets in the knee, like all of that. And it just makes it a little bit more tied in together, a little bit more thematic. And by doing that, you could also use this guy then as someone like an Alvarax Morn. Now, I did my own conversion for Alvarax Morn and Kitus Nex. There are YouTube shorts on here showing those characters. But if you wanted to run those special characters that are available, even if they're not great in the case of Alvarax Morn, it's a very easy way to do so. Then the next level up, we go to the Moritat. Now, the Moritat here, I think the Volkite is still the better option for Raven Guard to run. The Plasmas, they were so much fun in Heresy 1, and they just are not great in Heresy 2. They've ruined plasma guns and plasma weapons of all kinds. Don't even look at them. You're setting yourself up for disappointment. So Volkite is definitely the way to go. But again, if you wanted to do something like a Kitus Nex, okay, we can look at head swap. I mean, we have to actually cut the head away physically from the body because it is molded as one piece. But we can start to look at adding things like those Raven fetishes and changing out the weapons from these Volkites. We could look at taking parts from like Necromunda kits or Gene Stealer cults and giving him like different weapons to turn him into that character. So these are options available to you. Then we have the Mark 6 Librarian console. So he actually fits into Raven Guard, which is nice. And I would suggest that the cloak here would actually look really good painted up as a camo cloak. So again, suiting the Raven Guard a lot better than, well, what we see. Now, with the Librarian, they are a really, really good choice for Raven Guard because shutting down reactions especially is just chef's kiss. And you have a lot of units that can shoot from outside reaction range, which means that by shutting down the reactions that you can with the Librarian, that allows the units that are closer in to actually, leverage that. So, definitely a good option for you. Now, with this model and choosing your conversion parts, I don't suggest this bare head, and I'm not particularly enamored with this head that they've chosen. So again, I would refer you down to the upgrade heads and selecting something that looks a little bit appropriate here. I think an Angry Beaky personally would look quite good as a head upgrade here, but you could get away with the head that they've supplied. Weapons wise, I think you got enough of this sort of left arm exposed that maybe you could keep it with that hand. Maybe change the right hand out to, say, a lightning core, and then go for a sheathed weapon like a maul, perhaps. I think a force maul is probably the best of the force weapons. It doesn't cut through armor like an axe does, but the high strength of a force maul makes it a very, very dangerous weapon. So, and especially against Demons of the Ruinstorm, the force maul is a Demons of the Ruinstorm annihilator because it's high enough strength to instant death them and cause just high strength wounds on them. So all you got to do is get one big wound through on the big guys and you just instant kill them. Really, really worth it on the Librarian console if you're going up against Demons of the Ruinstorm. So give him a Raven's Talon on the one arm, replace that sort of right arm with that, and then the left arm can just be still casting spell shit into the air, but go for probably a maul slung of some kind. And then conversion level, difficult, we're going to say. So again, going with the Raven Guard were allied with the Sons of Horus theme, you can go all in on that route. Yep, this is Mark 5 power armor. This is not Mark 3. I mean, they're trying to say it's Mark 3, but I would treat it as Mark 5. So give him a beaky helmet, for example. Those arms, swap him out to a loadout of maybe Thunderhammer combat shield, or just looks wise, I think there's a lot of potential there. But with these spikes and the Lodge coins and things like that, this guy would make a great Trader Raven Guard or a Terran Loyalist Raven Guard, or even heading into the Black Shields territory, like Ashen Claws, something like that. Really, really solid bits here. Now, I say it's conversion level difficult because there is a lot of 16th Legion iconography on this model to shave off. It probably is going to be too hard to salvage the standard on his back, but you could cut off the standard, and you can see from behind, you can cut off the standard right at the base of the pole and replace it with the standard Legion Vexilia. Keep the same backpack with all the Lodge coins and chains and this cool 4-nacelle design, because I think it's a really cool design model, and just have a standard Vexilia on there. It'll still look a very, very Raven Guard. Or you could even cut away entirely the post and then put a set of aerials or antennae on there, because the Raven Guard and the whole, interconnected calling in support type thing. So what you could do there with it. The shoulder pad, well, for the side with the Eye of Horus, Sons of Horus icon, there are going to be plenty of spare Mark III shoulder pads floating around online that you could utilize, that are blank, and put a decal on there for the Raven Guard, or you could do something different and unique with it. Maybe put the spike trim shoulder pad onto this side, treat it like a rivet shoulder pad, and then put maybe a 3D printed or a spare Mordathan / Dark Fury style shoulder pad. So the Dark Fury ones just have 19 sculpt on them, which looks really good. Get one of these shoulder pads onto the other shoulder, and now you're starting to really have a character that's very, very unique. Okay, this is how I look at creating my characters and sculpting them and converting them. So I did one recently for the Iron Hands. I did an Ortec Maw, and my Ortec Maw was very heavily converted from an Imperial Fist model. Again, there is a YouTube short where you can see sort of a work in progress as I've assembled it, and then one as he's painted. That's the approach that I would take. And again, leaning into, I'm not just taking this model and trying to turn him into a clean Raven Guard. I'm treating him as this is a Terran veteran, very close ties to the Warrior Lodges and the Sons of Horus. So he will carry over things like those chains, the spikes, the more brutal approach. Like, this guy is a brawler. He is the cusp of being a Night Lord almost. Because you've got to remember, the original Terran-born Raven Guard, they were recruited from basically Maori and Maori biker gangs and Indonesian gang members. You know, that was their lineage in Old Terra. And so you can play that into the Legion. Like, you can go down the Korax Deliverance, the noble sort of Shadow Hunters, or you can go down that route. And those guys were also hanging around the Sons of Horus, which, you know, encourage them to be aggressive. And their natural gene seed in the Raven Guard is very much similar to the Blood Angels. They're a very, very aggressive Legion. By nature. Korax just tempers that. He taught the Raven Guard restraint. But the Raven Guard on the whole were very aggressive, very much like Sons of Horus Reavers as an army. So when you design a character, play into that strength. Now, to finish it all off, Corvus Corax himself. This Primarch is nice, but I think it was a bit of a miss in many ways. The going for the sort of pistol, I think everyone expected the whip, and we got the whip, but it's just sort of, you know, rolled up on his hip. I think the whip ended up being too fragile in resin, and he originally was whipping, and they modified it. This is all hearsay, and we're going off hearsay from, probably 7-8 years back now at least. Yeah, that hearsay about it is very interesting. And I'll tell you this, as a model, that jump pack looks gorgeous. It is the most fragile thing I think I've ever worked with. It is so easy to snap off these little winglets because there is so little meat holding them together and holding them along the sort of pinions. So no wonder he lost it at Isfahan, because, yeah, that thing shatters easily. And I've had people send me versions of this before to work on. They're like, hey, you know, can you paint my Korax? And he's just come literally looking like a hand grenade was mailed with it. Now, that could just be because Australia Post, which is our parcel delivery service here in Australia, gave it the mandatory 6 kicks along the ground like a football, and then had a large overweight man sit on the package. I believe that is company policy here in Australia, and I'm sure mail service around the world is completely different to that, and they all treat the mail with the utmost respect. And if you are a postman listening to this, whose feelings I have hurt, stop breaking my shit now. But every time it's arrived broken, what I have done is turned it into the Isfahan Korax. So I cut away the Architect pistol and give him an underslung heavy bolter in place instead. I think it looks pretty damn cool, because he was using a heavy bolter like a bolt gun. He just ripped it off some Iron Warrior that he murdered, because he's like the nice version of Batman. Conrad Kurz is evil Batman. Well, this is nice Batman, you know. Nice in that he'll still murder you, but, you know, he won't do anything to your dead body, at least. You know, take the wins, take the small wins. Now, as an actual design and the elements they've chosen for the armor, going for a sort of, it's essentially Mark 6 meets Mark 2. The best way to look at the armor. You know, it's got these long, solid greaves and legs, which are very Mark 6, but the shoulder pads are very Mark 2, and so is the breastplate. The backpack is sort of fusion of multiple different jump pack designs, but very much has the Mark II hallmarks in there of the single separate nacelles with the little directional thrust vectoring vents and aerofoils around them. All of that is a good design. And the armor itself, the Sable Panoply, I believe they call it, the black armor is really, really nice. There is detail sculpted into it, like the tattoos, but it's very, very subtle in how it's designed, and it allows you to paint it with a lot of ease. Very, very different to the hack job that is the Dreadnought. So I found it a rather enjoyable model to paint, and I've painted a few of them now. A lovely little design, and yeah, I just think it's let down by just the sheer fragile nature of these wings. They are just so prone to damage. And I don't know that I'm a big fan of the pistol. This long barreled pistol hanging out the back there doesn't seem like Korax to me, you know. I would rather he had no pistols and was just going to town with the cores, as opposed to being a sort of pseudo Moritat design, which is what we got. But anyway, that's it. I am Mac with the Outer Circle. This has been the range review for the Raven Guard Legion. And next one out will be the Alpha Legion. Then I think we might go on to toss up between the Custodes and the Mechanicum. Anyway, I'll see you on the next video. G'day guys, Mac with the Outer Circle, and this is the last of the Legiones Astartes range reviews, the Alpha Legion. So, let's kick it off. As usual, we're going to go straight into helmets, and the Alpha Legion have a really, really nice set of original helmets. These ones featured some stylistic variations of the sort of beaky helmet, middle row and, upper middle row, and they were quite a nice look. I also like this sort of pseudo hoplite sort of look that some of them have, where it's almost like little plates of reinforcing on each side of the face and the nose piece that several of the helmets have. That's also another really good look, and I think my favourite out of all of them is this one, which has the sort of Alpha Legion A stylised into the face grille. That is a personal favourite piece, which I love using. So, on the whole, I think this is a top-notch helmet set. One of the few times I would say it's really nice to use throughout the army, multiple times. Alpha Legion can go one of two ways, I find. Either a ton of uniformity, where everyone is supposed to look identical, because you're playing into the everyone is the same, who's the leader type strategy, the meme factor. Or you can go quite stylistic with them and just be like, well, just because he's the fanciest looking guy doesn't mean he's the sergeant, or maybe he's the sergeant today and someone else is tomorrow, and they're all just wearing different armor just to mess with your mind. There are many ways you can go about it, but this is one of those helmet sets I've used repeatedly and I think is gorgeous. The remake helmet sets, I don't mind the sergeant's helmet where it has the sort of Hydra's crest and a little bit of scale going onto it, but on the whole, these are hot trash. They just don't scream Alpha Legion, just having that particular trim, and being isolated to the helmet and nowhere else on the miniatures is pretty boring. The closest they come to a good look is these ones off to the sides, and the sergeant's helmet, where they've kind of brought back a little bit of that faceplate that's like a hoplite's helmet, like a Corinthian pattern helmet, but no, I think they missed the mark. They probably should have gone for something with scales, or, well, we'll talk about some other options later when we get to the units. Then we get to the Contemptor Dreadnought, and the original Alpha Legion Contemptor Dreadnought is one of the best, top 3 contender for sure. This is its poor cousin, who is so stylistic and so fancy on the torso, and now it has this bland, boring, flat body around it. It's just such a miss what they've done. You know, it's a crime against the hobby, removing the rest of the Dreadnought body from production in favour of this torso on the plastic kit. It's the worst of both worlds, because this is one of the most gorgeous models in the range, in the whole Horus Heresy range. The only ones that beat it in my mind are the Death Guard and World Eaters Contemptor Dreadnoughts. They're the only two above this one. So it's a real shame that it's just been, lost to time. Then we have the Headhunters. So to me, this is stylized helmets done right. The sort of fangs, top and bottom, with the sort of helmets almost inside the mouth, as it were, of the Hydra, or the snake, or whatever reptilian creature you want to prefer. This is what they should have done with the Alpha Legion helmet upgrades, especially with like the little targeters or little rangefinders on the sides of the helmets that they've included. They are another fantastic look. It's also very strange that there's only one picture of these guys on the website these days. There's not multiple pictures off to the side. They don't want to give you a 360 view. And these upgrades do not work with the new Mark 6 kits, which is kind of a shame because I actually think these upgrades in particular would look gorgeous on the Mark 6 bodies. It would suit them so well. They have the shoulder pad design, and the use of these helmets would be perfect. As are these sort of Maximus pattern combi bolters. The over-under look that was first introduced on these models is, wow, that looks so much better than the side-by-side combi bolter. Yeah, why didn't they do this sooner? What a great look. I just love everything about this particular kit. I like the little bits of daggers and stuff that they have on there, and that little sort of armoured plate that's completely optional on the hip with the extra sort of sword on it, or shroud bombs. That little tasset, I guess you can call it, it's not really a tasset, but we'll call it a tasset. That plate that hangs off the hip, it's good because that's a detail you don't have to use, and you can save it up and use it on your characters and sergeants in other squads if you don't want to use it on these guys. If you want to give them just regular sort of pouches and grenades and stuff like that. So, another fantastic kit. Then we get into the Linnaean Terminators. And look, forgive the paint job. This is clearly from someone's just army and they've just slapped it onto the website. And that's why you can see, like, all throughout the silver axes, you can see there's just blue on the handles of the axes and inside the axes that wasn't painted. You know, that didn't have that attention to detail. And then you click the next picture and you get this, where someone has painted it in the normal Alpha Legion metallic scheme. So there's something funky going on with the website here, why you would have this sort of aqua, just teal blue, and then versus this metallic blue right next to it. The two are just sort of looking at each other across the hallway. I'm you, but better. I just very, very odd to me. And even this isn't the greatest version of it painted. Again, probably from someone's army, but I'm not trying to shame them. There is nothing wrong with the level of quality of painting here. It's just interesting to see that this is their promotional pictures on the website. Now, that's a long-winded way of me basically coming back to the point of these are actually very nice-looking miniatures. And funny enough, they don't look as good as they should just because the painting could be a little bit better. And I know what they can look like when they've been really, really well painted. So it's not that these are a bad paint job, it's just not as good as they deserve as a showcase on the website, and it lets them down because I can't show you how good these models really look. But they are perfect. They are perfect Alpha Legion Terminators. What would I change about them? I just don't like the heavy conversion beamer in the squad. That's it. Change the heavy conversion beamer out to some other weapon, like a multi-melter, or a Volkite Culverin would have been so cool in this squad. Instead, they went with the Volkite Sakers or whatever they are on the Contakar. It would have been a better choice in here, I think. But the conversion beamer is neat in that it speaks to the Alpha Legion having sort of hidden tech from others, but it feels like the sort of heavy weapon, a conversion beamer, should be on something like on an Iron Hands, right? They seem like the guys who should have had a conversion beamer or a graviton cannon, you know, something like that, as opposed to this. But on the whole, really, really gorgeous miniatures over here in the Alpha Legion. And you can see a whole bunch of 3D printing striations throughout this resin cast. So, yep, resin printing will never take over from Games Workshop. Then we get to the Praetor. Another lovely model, and I personally converted one up into a White Scars Praetor. So because of the scales and that, it very much looks like the scales of like a dragon or a serpent. So by just removing the tiny little bits of Alpha Legion iconography, like on the leg and the A in the middle of the chest, and not using that helmet and shoulder pads, you end up with a really nice White Scars Praetor. So for those who want to give it a go, that's a nice simple conversion you can pick. Also probably a really good time for you to mention, because of the Alpha Legion's shenanigans, this is one of the few legions where you can just outright use another legion's console, complete with markings, and get away with it, because they can be basically spy forces. Raptor Imperialis over on Instagram, a friend of mine, he has a really nice set of miniatures he's done where they are chipped, and in that chipping you can see this metallic blue shining through their regular armor. And those particular miniatures, with that sort of, hinting at these are not what they seem on the surface, based on some artwork that we got in Book 8. Yeah, that's really nice look, and I think should be emulated. As for the design here, yep, helmet is awesome. Clearly a Praetor. It's got fancier crest, very much like the Primarch's helmet. The use of the scales is there. It's not over the top, which is great. And the sword and scabbard style, I like to call this sort of sword that's very common amongst the Alpha Legion. I like to call that Orcrist, after Thorin Oakenshield's sword from The Hobbit, because that's what it looks like. Is that sort of cleaver, has very much the same sort of elvish curves on it, and yeah, I can't think of a better way to describe it than that is Orcrist. Which, yeah. Then we get to Exodus. So Exodus is he's here, he's technically not, but technically is a special character. You can take multiple Exodus. Therefore, I don't consider him a special character. Really weird in that he seems to have this bolt-action rifle with a really high-up mounted receiver, but also has like a bolt gun mag in the bottom. Basically, we don't know what's going on here, but he has a 50 cal rifle. Upscaled to a Marine, so I guess it's probably like an 80 caliber, 100 caliber rifle. You know, he's shooting Bushmaster cannon, 20mm rounds at enemies. Who knows, right? But this is another win. This is a gorgeous model and works perfectly, basically, for the force he's designed for. If I was fishing for things I didn't like on the model, I guess he could be more simplistic in the armor, because he is a sniper. He doesn't need the fancy armor. It's not really an issue. I guess maybe the grip on the weapon, on this sort of AK looking 50 cal thing that he's got, doesn't need that big long grip. Maybe a rail system like a Primaris Tactical thing or a bipod would have been a good choice, but whatever. Model's gorgeous. Happy to use one in Alpha Legion Force. Then we get to the Alpha Legion Terminator Praetor. So yeah, here we have a miniature that suits the look of the Linnaean Terminators to a T. Also armed with the right armor, the right sort of weapon, has a Volkite just like the rest of the squad does. Also has his own Orcrist sword, but slightly more going on with the shoulder pads and the helmet than the Linnaean Terminators back here do. You know, they've got the scales on the chests and the little Hydra symbol, but that's about it. Whereas this guy has the Hydra symbol and chains going across the chest, and you know, he is clearly similar but different enough that the two look perfect together, and he's the perfect sort of character to have because he can go into the elite unit without changing the way that their rules work on the tabletop, which can't be said for characters like, say, the Imperial Fists Praetor in the Tartarus armor, who's a gorgeous miniature, especially the older version that's out of production now, swinging the sword on the sort of backswing. That guy, doesn't go in with Huskarls, for instance. Whereas this, not a problem here. You know, or the Blood Angels, you've got another Tartarus Terminator character, and yet your Special Legion Terminator in Cataphracti armor. You know, it's not great when they do that. And especially when it's something like the Dark Angels, where, okay, you've got a Cataphracti character, but the unit he joins in a Circle Knight Cenobium are 10 times more blinged out than he is. And it doesn't work. The Alpha Legion, the aesthetic's just perfect. Then we get to Armelius Dynat, who is the true special character, the Harrow Master. And yep, he is one of the early character series. And just to think, the Alpha Legion, no offense, you got a character series model with a display base who is just gorgeous. And the Thousand Sons didn't get Araman. In fact, the Thousand Sons haven't got an Araman for 30k still. I will die on that hill. The model they have got is not Araman. That is generic sorcerer number 4 and needs to be re-sculpted by an actual decent resin sculptor. I'm sorry. Or in plastic. I'd be fine with the plastic one if it was gorgeous. But anyway, this model. This is gorgeous. Yep, still wielding Orcrist, so that design philosophy carries over, but the scales on the chest, the use of the Hydra iconography, these Alpha Legion shoulder pads are right up there with the Raven Guard Mark 6 in the gorgeous factor. They're just beautiful. Just great use of an existing concept. You know, here is this studded shoulder pad. Hey, let's put some trim on it, and let's do something interesting with the trim. Let's give it some organic curves, you know, similar to the sword, or like the swooshing scales of a dragon, or Hydra. Yep, great. And all of the weapons have this twisting scale grip. Both the sword has it, and the hammer has it. Cool. And who would have picked a Thunder Hammer as a weapon of choice for the Alpha Legion? Yes, swords, you could see maybe a trident, you know, tridents in the ocean, and hydras, you know, there's a lot of symbolism in there. But the Thunder Hammer? No, I wouldn't have picked it. And you know what? It works, and it looks gorgeous with the twin-headed hydras curling around the hammerhead. And even the backpack, this sort of communication-style backpack he has, that again speaks to, hey, this character is, you know, he's more than he just looks like on the surface. This guy is command and control. This is like a Master of Signals meets a Praetor, you know, which is very Raven Guard and very Alpha Legion. They're those sort of legions that are closer to modern-day tactics and combat than other legions. And another win for this model range. And then lastly, Alfarius, the smallest and probably least impressive Primarch base. Even Angron's base has more stuff going on, but, well, I have one of these, and I think it's gorgeous. I absolutely adore what they did with this particular model. I did my Alfarius skewering a Raven Guard, I believe it was on the base, not a Space Wolf. But I guess Space Wolf works for the Battle of the Alaxes Nebula, only that took place on spaceships in the Alaxes Nebula, not on some rocks. But hey, I'm sure the Alpha Legion fought some Space Wolves on some rocks at some point. The only Primarch who doesn't have a bare head option, only has a helmet option, and was the first Primarch introduced with a helmet. Something that's become sort of, well, I was going to say semi-common since then, but it really hasn't. The only one who really has got a helmet is the Lion. But, no, looks great. The only thing I would say about it is I wish the spear looked a little bit more Necron. Because the way it's really described and its original rules were pretty much identical to Necron war scythes. Yeah, he's using a Necron weapon. So I wish it looked a little bit more like that. I'm fine with the blade being more stylized and looking Alpha Legion. It's a beautiful blade design. But I wish maybe something in the haft or the grips on this looked just a smidgen more Necron. You know, I think it would have been maybe with like 3 of those little vents or something coming in on the haft here. That's about it. If I had to pick a flaw, that's it. The rest of this model is gorgeous. I did sort of inverse scheme to this where I used a lot more greens than blues on my one. And I think it looked better for it, but that's of course my personal opinion. And again, opinions vary. But this one is overloaded with blue, which is not a bad thing, but all the green is on the weapons, and I think it needed a bit more greens in the armor for a little bit more tone and color shift. But otherwise, absolutely gorgeous model, and I mean, I can kind of see where they were heading with the Mark 6 helmet upgrades, having all these lines and trim in that Alfarius' helmet kind of does, but it works on Alfarius because he is so busy and so stylized, and it draws away from all the scales on the body. It doesn't work anywhere near as well on these Mark 6 Marines. They needed something closer to maybe like Exodus, where he's got the trim with like just the tiny little bits of silver, or the filigree, or this character here who has, again, very, very minimalistic silver. You know, it's an accent edge of trim just around the face. It's like if your Praetor has less going on with their helmet than what you're trying to do on your basic infantry, you've probably failed in your design aesthetic because you're now diverging. But anyway, that's it. That's the Alpha Legion range and the last of the Astartes. But we're going to go on from here to the Custodes, I think, in the next video, keeping in line with what is the most closest to Marines, and we'll start to diverge from there. But I think the Alpha Legion range is pretty much everything is a win, except for these new helmet upgrades, which I just wouldn't wish upon anyone. I don't think they're worth it. But everything else is just gorgeous. And this is the only range I can say that for. Most ranges have several models where they've got things that are just kind of stinkers along the way. Not here. Not at all. This is just the perfect range with a consistent continuity of style and design throughout. And they knocked it out of the park. Maybe that's because almost everything in this range is a result of Book 3 of the Horus Heresy, which is not what can be said for many ranges that came after, that have been spread out over many years. The only stuff that's kind of new is, well, Exodus was last year, late last year, and the 2 Praetors were the year before that. But that's really, the year before that? The year before that even, actually. I think they were possibly at the start of the lockdown was the Alpha Legion Praetors, if not before the lockdowns. So it goes to show, like, whoever did Exodus, yeah, they tapped into the stylistic choices perfectly. But it would shock me if the same person did the helmet upgrades, because they don't look anywhere near as good as this design does. But anyway, what are your thoughts? Leave them with me in the comments below. I'm Mac with the Outer Circle. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you on the next episode.